Hello, and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon King, and it is a beautiful Sunday afternoon, so what better time than to provide you some Hawks Nest coverage? We may be into the depths of the offseason, free agency's over, draft's done, but we still have much more to talk about at this time of year than I think we typically would. Reason being, we've got a whole new coaching staff coming on board. A couple weeks ago, we talked a little bit about Mike McDonald and his philosophy and what drove it, especially from really the defensive side of it, as we know that that's really where a big part of his fingerprints are going to be on with this team because of the fact that he is, of course, going to actually be calling the plays. But he also made what I thought was a very interesting and, I'll call it dangerous hire, but a hire that had not necessarily this is a nice little safe route for you to go. Just a little safe way for you to go take here. And instead of taking what would have been the safe approach, and by that I just mean that defensive coaches always typically, or not always, but they just tend to typically have that sort of offense, just don't mess it up kind of mentality as they look to the other side of the ball. He's not that kind of guy in what he's showing you here with this hire and alone. And we'll get into the reasons for why this, but I'm talking about new offensive coordinator that's come with Mike McDonald. Many of you are already very familiar with him because of his history with the University of Huskies in the last 2 years and the prolific offenses he's put together. But he went for that dangerous hire, the boom or bust hire in this guy who is going to bring an offense that's going to be about explosiveness. It's going to be about taking shots. There is going to be some risk involved in what you're going to be doing here with this team offensively and its structure. And that's where I really do have to laud Coach McDonald for having the willingness to take this road when so many other defensive coaches would have gone with this, the guy that would have been, give me a guy who can take a rookie quarterback, who can run read option concepts, and then we're going to run the ball a little bit more than we pass. And, again, we're just going to really be protective on that side of the ball. You guys know what I'm talking about on this. We know with familiarity some coaches throughout the league that definitely do this as far as their outlook on the offensive side of the ball. Grubb is not going to be that way. And this is a guy that is bringing a spread system into place. It's a system that has really its DNA fingerprints going back to the air raid offense. And so much like I did with Mike McDonald, let's backtrack this one a little bit, okay? Let's start from the ground up, from the root to the tube. All right, let's get it in the right order, in the right direction of things. The run and shoot offense to me is really the main precursor to the air raid. We'll talk about the air raid in a second, but you want to understand this stuff conceptually, I think, a little bit in it to understand not only what the DNA it comes from is within there, but also how it still then affects. There's elements within the run and shoot still within this air raid offense. And this isn't exactly just pure air raid offense and what Grubb's running. He's running his style of it, with just the spread principles in play and certainly on the back of mainly that kind of air raid type of stuff. But this is the man who really in the NFL, as far as that's at least concerned, and that's what we're talking about here is really through the NFL's eye on this, as the first guy to really drive home and drive forward the spread concepts you'd get. We'll go to 3 or 4 wide receivers, this being Jerry Glanville. And this is a moment taken where I am not joking. This is in a moment where right at halftime, he tried to punch an official to give you an idea of the nature of the way that this guy was built. That's what this shot's taken from, as his players are having to literally drag him away from not pounding an official into the dirt. But this was not a man, as you might understand from that act, that was belabored by much fear and not much in his base mindset. We're going to go 4 wide. We're not going to give Warren Moon much protections, and we're going to force a defense to have to play in space, and we're going to attack space, and we're going to attack mismatches. And my 3rd and 4th wide receiver will be better than your 3rd and 4th corner. And back in the 80s and early 90s, that was working because, of course, NFL teams were so used to being in base all the time. You only needed 2 corners. You were very rarely having to call upon even your nickel. So for this coach to push this forward really kind of set the NFL on its heels a bit. He was able to kind of only take it so far because, as you might imagine, when you have, we're just going to throw the ball, and they had a couple guys who ran as well, but then we're not going to really protect our quarterbacks. You get your quarterback, beat up over time to a good degree. But it was an explosive offense. It could put up a ton of points. The majority of Warren Moon's career, I think, is on the back of running in this run and shoot offense. Not that he couldn't run other offenses because he was a great quarterback. But it continued to go forward a little bit, and it was driven forward, not just by this guy. He went to this, there's this sort of famed moment where he goes to some coaching clinic, and this is former Washington State head coach Mike Leach. Rest in peace to Mike Leach. But the man that really, to me, drove home the best way the air raid offense. There's other coaches that have done it in their way and how they've put it out and how they presented it. But he was the one that really had the light bulb moment. I forget the other coach. It was him and another coach of this camp that they thought, just as they're talking about different structures of play design, and they said, what if we just were in the 2-minute drill all the time? What if we acted like that all the time? And this is where you get a little bit of we're using now concepts that can be similar concepts into what stuff even the run and shoot ran at that time, but this was going to be more presently based in different stuff and how it was structured. It was going to be more attacking with some vertical aspects to it. I'd offer the run and shoot offense was really about one just trying to get vertical mainly almost all the time. They really wanted to get up the field and attack you down the field with Warren Moon's big arm. This kind of spread concept was more about getting you a little bit more into lateral position, just pace and space, so to speak. Of course, we know Chip Kelly did a little bit of this stuff too, to a degree, but he's a little bit more in that. It's more about the speed of my offense more than it is about how we're necessarily attacking from the spread formation. But Leach is the guy that you can kind of lead to eventually getting to now Grubb as far as what informs this offense. He has his own spread, as I said, and we'll get to the details of that. But this is where it's coming from. It's that we're going to get the defense all the way spread out, and it's not just about the passing attack. We're also able then to give our running backs, while maybe not as many blockers up front, we're giving our running backs more of an ability now to have less defenders down there. Because if you're running a base defense, you got 3 linebackers on the field, you got 7 men down in the box, it's going to create a lot of just natural congestion down there, whether you're getting any push or not. There's a lot of bodies to have to account for at that point. When you spread it all out, when you force the defenses to get back into cover 2, now you're giving your running backs a whole lot more space to work with, to read their blocks, to maybe cut back with a little bit more fervor back in a different direction against where maybe they're seeing the situation go. And that's just what we saw from Dylan last year for the Huskies and some of his runs and how you can read it here. But this is where it comes from. And then we get to Grubb. So understand this is your kind of, if you're looking for just the inherent differences when you hear about these concepts spoken about, the air raid, you're going to get your vertical concepts, which is absolutely what you get with the run and shoot. Run and shoot's more the option route stuff built within. There is option route stuff within this. Certainly the Huskies definitely did a lot of that. But you're getting more screens, not as West Coasty. What does that mean as far as not as West Coasty? Man, that's a mouthful. It sounds better when you write it down. It means you're not built upon as much running the short and intermediate routes that are built on precision. It's a little bit less about that. It's a different kind of way you're trying to punch on the field. And to me, as I try to kind of put it in just some basic terms, you're just trying to punch to different spots on the field you think are going to be inherently open in what you're seeing from the defense, even just kind of reacting to it or predicting what they're doing in a sequence of plays. So it's a ball, they can move the ball binding style. It's run or pass. All that stuff was still within that, but they very much are heavy on the screen game. Heavy on some of that horizontal stuff. The verticality of then attacking over the top is built within. But that's what they do is they get the defense to come up. Boom. Now we got you up over the top. Some teams would do that by a rushing attack. We're pounding you with running game. We're pounding you with running game. We're pounding you with running game. Now we're going to hit you up over the top. With them, it's short. Okay, here we go up now up over the top to get you. Spread offense is more no definition. It's just a look formational concept. It's really about just having bodies spread out across the field as much as anything. It's a real base term here in referencing to a spread style. Air raid would be more of a specific, spread style. Run and shoot would be more of a specific spread style. So a lot of run and shoot concepts are clearing out the secondary and getting the route option open, the read route option open. So you have a read route guy where he's reading the leverage. And then you've got, players in front of him to clear out. That's those flood zone concepts type things that you'll try to bring into principle there. And then he reads off the flood zone concepts off of it. So for instance, the Huskies will go trips at times. How this is a big way that they like to attack cover 2 is you go trips, and then you're going to run 2 post routes, right? So the 2 post routes are the clear routes. And then you have the third receiver coming in behind off the trips look, which is 3 wide receivers to one side of the field. So first 2 go post, takes all the clears out all the coverage at that point, And then there's usually one man still lingering. And now this receiver gets to read that leverage, know those other defenders are out of the play now at this point. They're picking up those receivers. And then you can attack that concept with that. And that's where you get a little bit of the run and shoot still within some of this air raid stuff, especially within how it was built within the Huskies offense. When it comes to Grubb, let's go through some of the specific items that you get with him, what he brings to the table across the board, and what I'm kind of expecting him to continue to bring across the board here to Seattle. Yes, you got to make some changes at the NFL level because a lot of the spread working at the college level and why it's been at times so slow to completely get onboarded at the same speed to the NFL level has to do with the wider hash marks. I set up over on this wider hash mark to this, let's say, right side. That left hash mark's way over there, but where they're putting the ball in is on that hash mark. So I've got all this extra space out here that I wouldn't have with the closer hash marks at the NFL level, which has made spread have a harder time getting into play. But I think it will start to work now as we've slowly seen this stuff being onboarded through the years more and more and more as teams try to find a way to kind of work around not having as much of the widened hash marks. But first and foremost, when it comes to Grubb, he's got a background absolutely in as an offensive line coach. This factors into really two places to me with him, and that you see him not married to a certain kind of rushing way that he wants to do it. Man on man, zone concepts. We're just going to do gap. There's a lot of built-in, we'll kind of use everything in the book here to come at you, and why that's appealing in the way that if you get a defense, sometimes when you're in those structured running styles where this is how we hit here and this is how we hit there, it's going to be one of those two. We're going to read off sometimes the looks of what you're doing defensively. We're going to read it off the boxes and how stacked they might be, but it also might have some rigidity to its structure. I would say with Grubb, the thing you have to understand with him is he seems a guy very open to doing so many different things across the board and using all different kind of concepts. You'll see a counter concept built in heavily into his rushing attack, which is where you start the running back looking like they're going to one way and then they loop back around another way and you got pullers moving back across the formation. And it's a really effective run style, but where it's really nice is the counter punch. You're hitting that team outside, you're hitting them with outside zone, boom, boom, boom. That team starts to drift defensively now, a little bit post-snap, a little bit too heavy. Boom, you set the counter up, and you got a home run play backside, especially if you might have a back who's like, 4-3, and able to bust the home run hitter off, like we know we've got in Walker. But he will do this out of pistol formations. He'll take you out of shotgun with Geno and get to an outside pitch play with it looking everything like a passing play. Defense feels like it's a passing play. You go post-snap, the kind of almost an option looking play, but it's really just the quarterback going to the quick pitch out there to the running back out in space. And then the running back using it as just a get in space kind of way. He's not just going to need to get Kenneth Walker in space by having Geno lined up as center and throwing a pitch play out to him or getting out to him on wide zone. He'll be able to do it in a couple of different ways to get him out into that space and not to where it just looks obvious to the defense how they're trying to set the whole thing up. So a creative rushing attack is where it stands. He will come at you from all angles. You will get fly sweeps. He is going to use misdirection. He's not just going to be a guy you go, man, here's the same run we're going to get again. Oh, it's this run again. Oh, here he's going again with all these pitch plays. Never stopping with the pitch play again. Stop with the pitch plays. No, you're going to get everything from him. So he's go back even to the Texas game as it was kind of charting it here yesterday. And just watching what the way he used the runs in that game over the course of that game, and he's kind of testing out early on, kind of probing, and then he starts attacking in different places off of how he's probed and what he's read off of that. And it wasn't that the running game won the day from in that, but it was just enough to be effective there for them to, keep Texas honest over the course of that game. And he did it by not having to lean on just kind of one way going in Texas, especially Texas front that had Murphy, that had Devondre Sweat. And not a bad rotation behind those guys either as well. Another part of what Grubb brings to play is a conversion rate on third down that is going to be very much hopefully improved, and something that we weren't necessarily bad at over the last couple of years, but something that should be a part of what is present within his offense. 57% third down completion rate in 2022 when you have spread concepts built into what you do. We will with this, of course, one of the benefits of that is there's a lot of natural route structures that are short and quick. So if you're in the 3rd and 3, you're in the 3rd and 4, rather than it looking so hard as it often would last year, so many times over, Now it starts to be like, whoa, there's just easy open concept. You guys are going to be kind of blown away, I think, at times by how much he'll get easy openings for players in space, even in on those third down and shorts where you think the defense is playing up and they're going to squish the routes and try to take away the short stuff and force you to hang in there and maybe try to take a shot deep as you're trying to get that conversion. Now, this was 57% in third down conversion last year. It did dip down just a little bit this year, but they were still 28th this year. I believe it was number 1 last year in their third down conversion rate in the NCAA. So while it did dip down a little bit this season, it was still really, really good. And should be something that I think we come to expect is part of what you're going to continue to get from him here as we go forward. You've got zone concepts. Talked about the rushing attack and what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Your zone concepts are going to make up 65% of Grubb's rushing attack. So a lot of blocking to space, a lot of asking the running back to press the hole really fast and get to that hole and then make the read off of your initial press, what you're seeing the defense do from a flow-based, standpoint. So zone, you got your, gap power stuff. I'll try to show it over here over my left shoulder. It's a little bit more mano-y-mano. Yeah, you get the left guard, for instance, at this pulling out. This is a typical play you might have seen a lot of from Seattle over the last couple of years to Kenneth Walker. And it's not a lot of moving parts. There's not a lot of pre-snap motion to it. What you're seeing here is basically what you're going to get. Take on your man at the point of attack, get it done, get it established, get the running back down in the hole where the running back gets an opportunity to kind of read it a little bit. He doesn't have to read anything kind of backside, just everything's front side on the play. It's not that it makes it a little bit easier read for the running back theoretically. Zone, and this is one you guys will like. I took this one from the Marshawn Lynch days with the Seattle Seahawks, and this is still something that is in play and will be in play when it comes to what we do this year. 2 tight end sets. You're going to continue to get that heavily in this offense. Yes, it's spread offense, but it's a spread offense that will have its share of 12 personnel out on the football field, which, as you can see here, elongates out the line of scrimmage. And then you can see the difference in zone concepts when we go to power. You can see everybody's kind of going right down to a spot. When we come back here to the Seahawks run here on this zone run, you'll notice you get more of the flow, right? You've got the backside tight end there. He's just to make sure the guy doesn't scrape down and get to Marshawn, giving Marshawn a little bit more time to read the play. And then you get all of the offensive linemen reaching. They're taking a lateral step post snap rather than a forward step. So they're laterally reaching to the block. So this, at that point, eventually gets you hopefully to a numbers game to that side of the field, or at least gets things sealed to that side of the field. That's what Marshawn is to do, though, here. As you can see with Marshawn in the yellow, he presses that hole fast. That's what I'm talking about in the zone concepts. So Marshawn doesn't take this pitch and kind of jog his way to look at what's going on and kind of read it through, right? He takes the pitch and gets down, pressing right down onto the back, basically, of a coon. That's where he wants to be at that point. But as he gets down in that press, he starts to read that the defense is over pursued. He's got the option to cut it back at that point. This is where some running backs will sometimes in prior years they used to get really pissy about it because it did take out that full field read that you could have as a running back. Sean Alexander was great with this stuff where he could take this kind of run and he could read it all the way to the backside. He could read the backside block with your tight end over there and be like, oh, he's got it sealed way back over there. I can get back over there. With this, it's more programmed in to tell the running back to get downhill and get after it. A bit of a different concept here with what, of course, Grubb would run with this first, what the Hawks were running 10 years ago with this is you're also going to see some more linemen pulling in this play. If it's going to this left side, you're going to have J.R. Sweezy coming back. You might also have the right tackle coming back, and they leave the backside defender unblocked. And then they just tell the Marshawn Lynch back in that moment, okay, there is no cutback here. You just press it to the hole because we're going to have a wave of numbers. And you're going to basically be able to line up behind the lineman pulling in space like you've got 2 fullbacks in front of you going to the outside tackle, going outside the left tackle's shoulder there. So it's a little different conceptually in how Grubb does it, but it's still zone to zone, lateral step rather than vertical step, running backs pressing the hole fast. He's also got some pin pull concepts in play, which I love, especially if you can get the running receiver down there. DK Metcalf comes down in motion, pins down on a defensive end. You get to an outside pitch play. You get multiple offensive linemen rolling out in space. This example here only has 1, but in Grubb's offense, you'd have 2 guys then pulling out in space. You just feel like you naturally have a numbers game to that side of the football field. But zone is where it's going to be at for Mr. Grubb. That's how he's going to roll this 65% of the time. And that's, again, modern NFL, that's where it's basically at. For those of you that love to lament to me about trick plays, I get talked about trick plays all the time when it comes to the Seahawks. Man, when we can run trick plays. And indeed, over Coach Carroll's time, we didn't run it a lot. But when we did run trick plays, we ran them pretty well. We had some pretty good success rates with them. Well, with Grubb, he on average is going to run one trick play a game. You have 985 plays from the Washington Huskies last year, 16 trick plays within that. So a little more, just a little bit more than one trick play a game. When I watched the Texas game yesterday and was just going to chart out some plays and looking at some things, I'm going to give you guys some eventual video cut-ups of this stuff with what he does. But as I was charting that, you had 2 trick plays in that, and then you had another fake trick play within that as well, built into the concepts and what he did for that game. So trick plays are fun for fans because it gives you the oohs and the ahs and go, ooh, we're trick, you got the yeah, okay, this is cool. But it's also really nice for beating defenses that are leaning towards what they think or perceive to be a tendency. So what I love at the heart of Grubb's offense, when you really want to get to the core of it, is that it's multiple. It's not married to some individual archetype, or this is what we are and we're conceptually held to that. It's more about trying to attack a defense in different places on the football field to give you the feeling, play in and play out, of you don't know where the ball's going to go. You just don't get a feeling of, I can lean this way over here defensively to this because I'm seeing them do this. And when they do this on tape, that's definitely what they do. You always are kind of on the back heels rather than on the toes here with this offense. And the trick plays are a little bit a part of this because they force you, knowing coming into playing a team like Grubb's, that I have to stay back if I'm the single high safety here. I can't come down and help in the run game. If I'm in on a receiver and he runs a lot of his trick plays where he'll have his receivers run their routes hard and sell it, and those corners know that I can't just buy back in on the run game and come up at that point. I have to carry that receiver up the football field there. I have to take myself out as a run defender here completely because the threat of that one trick play game is in play. Whereas if, let's say, you were to run 3 trick plays over the course of a year, a defense is going to be aware of it, but will that cornerback occasionally roll the dice and say, I don't think this will be the game they're going to run that one trick play. I'm going to come up in this game a little bit more heartily and come down. But them, with Grubb, constantly, all the time, you will need to be aware of the fact that you've got to stay on your offensive player if you're there in coverage. You've got to stay over the top if you're the over-the-top safety. So that's a thing fans will love. We're going to get as many trick plays as we've had since our initial coach who started out here with the Seattle Seahawks back in 77. That guy, you didn't have a lot of talent back then. It wasn't for reasons of trying to attack tendencies back then. It was because we don't have anybody. Okay? We got the janitors, our receiver. I got a doctor for a running back. I got to make it happen here. And so you did a little bit back then by necessity, but this guy's going to do it as a way to bust up defenses from being able to take away things by make them play discipline, make them play true to the spot. Don't let them cheat. And that's a big part of, again, this offense is it doesn't allow you to cheat because it can attack you in any place on the football field. Passing is indeed going to be the name of the game, is my next thing I'm going to talk about here with Grubb. This is not going to strike anybody as odd, but they did the Washington Huskies 59% of the time over the past 2 years. And they were precisely at 59% of the time passing in both 2022 and in 2023. So not collectively when I put it all together, but it's literally on the button, 59% in both of the 2 years. For those wondering, though, the Seattle Seahawks last year actually threw 60% of the time. Now, was that because they were behind in football games? Was that because they couldn't run the football? I'll let you make of that what you will with that particular statistic. But he is going to keep this in line with that amount of passing. You can expect those guys on the outside to get a heavy amount of targets, though we will try to run. And I think this year we may be a little bit more run heavy than we might be even in the foreseeable future. It is still going to be one that's going to utilize those guys on the outside, and everybody's going to have their chance to get their targets. The thing that stood out about me with Grubb and watching the Huskies throughout the year was how even when he had McMillan back in there, he was still finding a way to get it to his guy, Odunze. Oh, here, let's get upfield 40 yards to Polk. Oh, let's work it on a third down for a 15-yard gain here to Jalen McMillan. Oh, let me throw it out to the flat here to Dylan and let him run it for a 10-yard gain. Oh, back underneath here to Westover. he can get these guys continually feeling like they're always in and part of the game and being worked, whereas he's not just leaving a guy for 2 or 3 quarters and then, okay, I'll come back to him now. And it stood out to me in all of the Husky games I watched with Grubb that was what he was bringing to the table, and I thought it was impressive, really impressive on his part with that. Background as a quarterback, offensive line, running back, and wide receiver coach. He has done all of those things in his past. And this is less to do about what he brings here conceptually and just more to do with how this instructs him in all places for how he sets up his game designs. What I mean by that, it's a quarterback-friendly offense. Get the ball out of his hands. Give him some easy decisions. Make the game in general easier on him. Are there going to be those moments where he's going to have to read it, change protections, call an audible, make a play where things aren't done right because I haven't brilliantly, put the X's and O's all together for him on this one play? Yeah, but over the course of the game, I want to do that for him as much as possible. I know that this is all of this is the purpose of all coaches, but this is the thing that he shows for what with Michael Penix and how he was able to keep him so clean and yet still also build within this offense so many attempts there with Penix to be able to still target deep down the field. You think if you're going to keep that guy that clean, it's being done because you're having him just, it's almost playing hot potato with the football post snap. Hike, less of read it, draw the safety over, come back, flip your hips, let it rip. And he understands how to keep things mixed up to where even when teams were running a lot of heavy blitz pressure looks, he would have the protections in place. And that's where we get to the offensive line part of this, where he's got the offensive line married up to what he's doing with the routes being run down the field. If I've got guys trying to attack deep down the field, I'm going to have my extra blockers in here. I'm going to be able to give my guy the clean pocket he needs. I'm not going to run the Jerry Glanville run and shoot. Warren, hold on to your butt cheeks and just hope you don't get smacked in the head. And if you do get smacked in the head, by God, have that ball out of your hand. You're not doing that. You're going to have the protections in place because he understands the need to give those offensive linemen help when they're aware of the fact, for instance, that the team might be taking a deep shot play or looking to do so. There's an early play in that Texas game. In fact, I think it's the opening drive of that Texas game where I talked about those 2 early back-to-back runs. Washington runs the 2 probe runs, probe here, probe there. But then they come back with kind of a deep corner post route, and that's on a 3rd and long. The first 2 runs didn't get anything. You're in a 3rd and 7, you're in a 3rd and 8. Texas defense is aware that you're going to, need to hold on to the ball a little bit for those developing routes to get down there, especially for a corner post route that can take forever. But they were able to complete it because they had the protections in place to make it happen. So he marries that all together. He knows how to get the wide receivers coach aspect of it, the option routes, the giving them the freedom to run the routes with a little bit of an unorthodox approach. A guy like Tyler Lockett, I think, is going to fit really well in with Grubb because Grubb's going to give him a lot of, I think, ability to freelance built within what they do in these routes. All the other guys as well, but that's certainly something Tyler's already shown a very high acumen for being able to do is as much as running a route as perfectly and precisely as you might see a guy on Instagram be running is that he can just stutter his pace, set up a guy with a little bit of a just subtle shoulder bob and then turn to here and then flip the hips back. And he'll do something that's just a little bit outside the box, but it will work. It will get him open. So he has this all background. He marries these guys together in this way where you feel him not for kind of forgetting about this part of the team here, but understanding how it all kind of works together in tandem. And I think that's certainly a big part of what helps, not a big part, but definitely a part, what helps to make him a successful head coach. He has spoken about the fact, as Grubb, that the offense seeks to have a negative play less than 12% of the time. And when you do watch the Huskies offense last year, what does stand out is most of these plays are getting you positive plays. They're getting you up the football field on 1st or 2nd down. So maybe it's a 4-yard throw out to the tight end. It's just a throw out to the flat there to the running back. He takes it for 3.5-yard gain. But you're not going to get the penetration. You're not going to get the broken plays. You're not going to get the bad negatives. You're not going to get the sacks in this offense. And the reason behind this is that, of course, you want the plus plays every down because as I showed there with the 3rd down conversion rates, the spread offense is not going to be afraid of 3rd downs. Tom Brady, when he was running the spread concepts 15 years ago there with the Patriots, wasn't afraid of 3rd downs. In fact, you kind of felt like they were layups for them at times because that's you going into the bread and butter of that offense when you're in those moments. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, our offense is built to get those kind of plays. But negative plays is something that's going to seek to try to avoid. And Grubb has said less than 12% of the overall plays he's seeking as kind of a goal here. On the other end of that, as far as a percentage standpoint, Grubb's also said that he wants to get an explosive play 16% of the time. And when you talk about, I think a little bit of, to me, the differences from what I've seen from when we do, watch the Mike Leach offenses of old, it's a little bit more of that tunnel screen, bubble screens, quick throws out the back, drag route underneath, quick throw out here to the receiver, a lot of quick attacking throws, a lot of that horizontal aspect of things. What I think is part of the unique turn here for Grubb and what he does with his offense is the willingness and want, not just the willingness, but the want to get after you deep, to hit you with those chunk plays. I get a matchup that I like with one of my guys, we're going to take our shot down the field. And certainly he was taking advantage of having his great quarterback that did that at as good a level as anybody in college football. And maybe we've got a Larry Fitzgerald 2.0 here in Odunze that was out there, and the other guys were certainly drafted high, and it shows the NFL thought well of their talents as well. So, he leaned into his strengths here with it, but I think that's going to carry over where he understands that there's a general feeling from defenses that when you run these spread concepts, you're going to be dinking and dunking, so we got to press up a little bit on you. We got to come on up here a little bit and take that dinking and dunking away. And once we do that, now is when I can go over the top. And this is that push-pull game between cover 3, cover 2, cover 3, cover 6, and cover 2, as far as the splits between that, where it comes down to a bottom line of, can we bring up our extra safety down here to take away the short routes? Not bring the extra. This used to be you bring up the extra safety to take away the run game, right? That's the box safety was down there to do. But now it's bring down the safety to take away the short routes. But now we leave the single high safety over the top. There's very few Earl Thomases in this league that can cover center field all the way like that, especially when you can get them to bite one way or the other if you're running something with a two-man concept on the top end of things with the route running. So Grubb has understood that I've got to still have a bunch of free and clear openings here for my quarterback to be able to hit those shots down the field. And even at times on pre-snap looks by what he's getting on the back end, be it in that cover 2 or that single high look. But when he gets his single coverage, if he gets DK out on the outside with single coverage, the Seahawks aren't going to just sit in the play and go, well, we got a play call right now where we're doing this. We're not really just going to audible that and go to a go route here. He on the opposite end, I think, is going to be very aggressive all the time on this, where he'll tell a guy like Gino, you come up the box and you see single high safety and he's got a press look up there with Chadarius Ward. We're hitting DK over the top on that all day. We're going to test that safety out. And if that safety leans too far over their DK, I'll have Tyler running a corner post out there to the left side of the field, or Jackson moving up the slot, reading the same safety, and Jackson will run an option route off that safety deep. So we'll have him either way. So you see him do that. It sounds very simplistic, but you see some of that simplicity within the Huskies and what they do to some of these teams. And it's not all teams allow for that kind of route reading, or the option reading within the routes, as much as I think he's going to allow it in this offense, which is really cool, and doing some research on him, because you give your receivers a chance to, read a bad defense. If you read a bad coverages, read coverages where defenders are leaning too early in one particular way, and snap, you can take advantage of that. But 16% of the time, you are going to get explosive plays. This is also a little bit married up with the trick play angle of things here, where that's really a lot what you're trying to do on trick plays, get those explosive plays as well. So he's looking to attack and not just short. Then in tandem with that, his willingness to attack deep with explosion, you have Grubb running a screen play once every 8 plays. A screen pass once every 8 plays. 73 screen passes on the season last year from the Washington Huskies. And this is where we come back to that attack you in all places on the football field. We're not just trying to hit you with the first 10 yards of space. I mean, you can kind of say a little bit like West Coast offense. Well, we're trying to hit you with the first 10 yards of space, really. I mean, that's where we're kind of trying to live. Rather than live on the run, we're going to set up the run by passing. We're going to hit you with those short and intermediate concepts. You can kind of count on us being in this general plane of existence area. With his offenses, when we can be way deep down the field, we can be 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage with the screen concepts we might run. And a lot of what they do with the screen stuff is creating where they don't run as much. They become like run plays. The expectation isn't here. We're trying to bust it for a 30, 40 yard. It's great if that happens, but we're just, hey, let's go get 7, 8 yards on this. That's fine for us. Accomplishes the same thing for us first half. You don't necessarily do it by running. And so once every 8 plays, you're going to get a screen pass from Ryan Grubb. And that's in tandem with that explosive play aspect he's going to go for as well. Makes it very, very, very tough. The offense is designed to get the ball out quickly. This is coming back to the point I was talking about a second ago in regards to making it easier on the quarterback. This offense is a very QB friendly and allowing them to have checks, the option routes that lets receivers run, the ability to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Some of that's Michael Penix at times. You're watching the tape, looking over at, Grubb going, more than it is. He's making the read, but certainly Gino's capable of doing that. And so the offense is designed to get the ball out very quickly a lot of the times, and it will be sometimes through those flood zone concepts where you're just running two guys through, leaving the third guy open and giving the quarterback just the easy throw. You get the defenses in cover two and go, okay, we can go to these easy, quick, short little pop throws. The expectation level being that we just need to get plus yardage on each play. It's not necessarily about busting the big one. That's great if that can happen, but make sure we get our 3 or 4 yards here. Make sure we get the positive plus play. Make sure we get ourselves into third down and easy and makeable. But it's not an offense that is going to make the QB sit there on short protections, and up against the casino blitzes and hang in there to the last second, then let it rip. Which a lot of what is kind of fun. What I like about this offense is you come again from the real true kind of origins of it in that run and shoot. That was there in the origin points of this. The origin story of it was, hold on for dear life, Warren. It's going to get ugly. And it speaks to Warren and the greatness of his career and how good he was that he was able to be so productive in that offense, because you could probably run a fairly good clip together of Moon getting knocked in the chops over and over and over again on the back of the minimal protections he was being given. But ball out quickly, ball out quickly, ball out quickly. Now we attack deep. Ball out quickly, ball out quickly, ball out quickly. Oh, you think a running play is coming? It's a flea flicker. Oh, you think that's a fly sweep? He's throwing it back to the quarterback who's throwing it deep down the field. Ball out quickly, ball out quickly. And there's you get your little bit of your rhythms here on from a play standpoint of how this will go when you watch it play out on the field. Lots of shifts, lots of pre-snap motion. This educates the offense and confuses, of course, at the same time. Educates the offense as to what the defense is, what the coverages they're in, how potentially players are slanting or getting them to show their hand prior to the snap. And then also creating the confusion. There's a play in the Texas game where you got Huskies roll a three-man shift to the left side. You got the safety on the back end who's the communicator on the play. He's screaming and shouting and pointing up at the front end, trying to get them to do what they need to be doing. He gets back out there to a strong safety and he's trying to point to him and tell him, and he's still pointing at the safety. Boom, on the snap. Boom, touchdown. If I got a safety prior to a snap, pointing, trying to still communicate, they don't even see the snap. Like, nobody's doing, oh my God. If that situation plays out like that, I got you. Because it's a game about inches. It's a game about feet. And I've got you as an offensive coordinator. I've gotten you to that state. And it might seem kind of silly at times that simply moving, you have two guys aligned here, they step out, they move back here, running back goes back out to here, and how that can confuse defenses up, but it does just that. They're trying to identify what their responsibility is pre-snap, and that whole pre-snap motion respins it all up right before the snap. And if you get your guys snap before they can get their identification on point, you've got them exploited, just as they did in this game against Texas. And I'll show you that play here in a couple of weeks when we get into some of the plays that I'm working on here from Grubb in regards to what he kind of brings to the play on that. But lots of shifts, lots of pre-snap motion. This is where the game is going. This is on really where you want to be in this NFL point at this point, because we're going to look at it, I think, 5-6 years from now, and it's going to be a matter of every snap there's pre-snap motion going on. You're going to find very little bit of the times where there'll be everybody just stagnant at the line of scrimmage prior to the snap and just in place. So the fact that he rolls with that and takes advantage of that, again, no advantage left ungone here when it comes to Grubb. I think this is part of why McDonald hired him on, because that's, of course, what I told you guys about a couple of weeks ago in McDonald as well. I'm not going to leave advantages out here. I'm not going to say we got to just win with just this collection of things. I got a table in front of me. I'm like John Wick walking up to the table. The gunsmith's in front of me, and he's like, "Good evening, sir. What can we have for you? Here we got this, and then we got this globe, we got that, we've got this." And you're going through the whole table, and, you see he goes, "I want all of them. And give me enough ammo for a siege." So it's not about just picking little one parts. It's going to all areas and all things and attacking ways. Don't just stay stagnant, spread concept. Lots of pre-snap motion. Lots of show me your hand of what you're doing pre-snap, Not just spread and looking to attack short. Hey, we got the explosive plays. Not just looking to attack too much of the explosive plays, also building in the screens within it. Not just being inside run zoning team that wants to hammer the A and B gap over and over again, but we're going to hammer every area and hammer it in every manner. We might get to the outside zone run by just a pure outside zone run. It might be a pitch play to the outside. It might be a counter back to the outside. We might run a pin pull concept off that same thing, and then the next play not run the same pin pull concept, have them block down to the safeties instead. So it'll be so many different varied things that'll be it'll be fun about covering this team and both sides of the ball. It's going to be very hard in trying to figure out what the hell is always going on, as it's going to be, I think, for the defense. So those are the items we've got on Ben Grubb. A couple of one last little thing I wanted to show you guys on this before we get over to you guys in the chat. Mesh concepts are also a big part of what you're going to see from Grubb. And you'll see things a little bit like this, where you get Geno in shotgun running back to his side. You've got your essentially slots, the J there. You got your H back. That's going to be your Fant on the play here. X will be DK. Z will be Tyler Lockett. And Tyler, you love to give him option routes, right? So this is the option routes where Tyler gets to read and feel the coverage a little bit by what they do. You run the mesh because you're hoping to get a little bit of a rub route concept going on, right? When you've got your tight end and you got your slot going like this over the course of the play, the defenders trailing also have to go like this. And that means they got to not run into each other. And God forbid they do run into each other, you've got a problem. This has been the route concept that basically destroyed, in many ways, the cover 3 defense. Not just this one alone, there was other ones with it. But this was the one that just gave it absolute fits, because the X and the Z end up running the outside corners off. So that means that all you need from a quarterback standpoint there is one of your two mesh concepts to break open. And if God forbid that doesn't happen, you still got the outlet to the running back, where with Seattle at that point, they would have drifted and dropped back their defensive coverages at that point, left the running back out into the flat most likely, at the very least for a 4 or 5 yard gain. So you knew the worst case scenario was a 4 to 5 yard gain to the flat. The best case scenario is we can attack them over the top if we beat them with our outside receivers. Then you got the mesh concepts underneath if that doesn't happen. And the mesh also get to work off option routes. That's what you see with the read thing there is we can run the mesh, but if we read that they're overplaying the mesh too much with zone coverages where they're sliding their zone to the outside there, we then can sit down in the middle of the field and read it. And then it's on us and the quarterback to read it in the same way at that point, which we should be if we're preparing throughout the week on what we're to be looking for if we're going to sit down in that way. You can come back to the other side of this then with the run and shoot vertical concepts of old. After you do this, you've got this, you pull the defense up with the mesh, right? Ooh, we got to watch this out. Not only with them carrying across the field, but if they're going to sit down. Then we come back now and we can hammer them on a play. We can come back with those the run and shoot concept type of stuff here, where you don't have a lot of the max protect here. You got the defense, though, in this kind of moment thinking it's going to get something like this, especially with the two inside receivers. But instead, they take it up the seams. Everybody's up the seams. And you hopefully then catch a safety in a pickle there where he's got to pick between 3 different guys. And you got a whole lot of defenders underneath at that point. As you can see within this, there's also a lot within those little different route concepts on the outside and with the inside route concepts there that it provides for the wide tight end there. That's where you get the option routes also built within this here, so that you're not just running a route that's hardlined and that you got to run. And if you don't beat your man, well, I guess I'm on the play. Too bad. You can read off of your leverage. And the game is in many ways, again, like pre-snap motion, like all of the shifting. This is where the game is going. Being less about the 1980s, 90s, 2000 styles of you have a route to run your route. And that's what you'll be doing. If it's a post, it's a post. If it's a 9 route, it's a 9 route. If it's a curl, it's going to be a curl. Rather than it being, well, read the cornerback's leverage. Is he going cover 3 with a bail drop technique, playing to depth? All right, roll the curl off that. Roll the stop route off that. Roll an in-cutting route off that. Whatever we have designed within the option route basis of it on a given play. Like you got with the X receiver on this basically all-go concept, where he can come back here to basically a stop route if he wants to come back to on it in their play design, if that's what he's going to read on the defenders. You get all the defenders dropping to depth, you still have a built-in adaption to be able to, okay, you guys went to too much depth. Now we can get back to you underneath here still with some of the reads our receivers can make on the play. So this is just going to be, and I don't want to seem too fanboying out on it. We obviously, as I said at the top on this show, a big part of this is going to be based upon how this translates to the NFL level. A college coach running spread concepts like this has not gone to an offensive coordinator position in the NFL. Chip Kelly went to a head coaching position, and he was pretty much the offensive coordinator there with the Eagles, and that was an absolute train wreck. So it's not the best of models to go off of. There is a bust factor in there. I don't want to undersell the fact that there's not a risk taken within this. But the big thing that I've tried to push back with some people that worry about the risk of this is, number one, the boom is with this as well. The explosive factor to what this could be, where so many of the tenets of this offense are built within modern designs and where the NFL is going. So there's that part of it where the boom factor is huge here. And while the bust factor is huge as well, if it doesn't work out with Grubb, this isn't a thing where you're married to him for years on end. It's in many ways can be looked at as a bit of an experiment. And so if looked at through that view and understanding that coordinators are not like coaches and how much you got to kind of devote to the time with them if it's not working, and we'll give them time to work out a system and give them time to kind of get through no, you can move through if you need to on this if it's not one that's going to work. I think it is going to work because Grubb's coming to a place that matches offensive talent from an NFL standpoint to a lot, even more so maybe than what he had there with the University of Washington. He's got two dynamic backs where as much as Dylan was pretty good for them last year and had his share of really tough runs, and he'd fight his butt off every run. I ain't going to deny that, but this is two different levels of running back he's got to work with now, and especially with the plays that he can have within his playbook drawn up for a guy like Walker, where if you give me into space, you give me opportunity to get my engines turned up to full, where you can see that afterburner glowing. I'm gonna do some heavy damage to a defense. And he's going to, I think, find those guys some big time production. But he's got the playmakers on the outside to take the top off the defense. He's got the Jackson Smith type that can be the guy to work underneath and be that slot guy, because that's a big part of this offense too, is that slot guy. And that slot guy getting deep. That's where Jackson's going to be used a lot better this year, where it isn't going to be just bubble screens to Jackson. He'll have his share of those, but there's going to be so much of him running these same kind of option routes up the field with his quickness, reading leverage, and attacking. And he showed you a couple times last year, he did have an ability to get the top off the defense. You know, the Niners game with the one-handed catch down the field, the Eagles game on the game winner. Couple moments in there. I think we had the Panthers game where he got the first touchdown catch getting up the seam there on a bit of a broken coverage play. He's going to find a lot of productivity, I think, within this offense as Jackson Smith, but this is going to be an offense going to be working really well, I think, for the Seattle Seahawks team in this upcoming season. And it's nice that they've started to get offensive linemen in here too that are going to fit well to the mobility aspect. The part I didn't talk as much about here in this opening part that certainly when we get into the film, I think I'll dive in a little bit more, is just how many linemen he pulls in space on running plays or in screen games where some teams might just pull that one guard back across the formation. He'll pull the two. And that running back, it's just a beautiful thing to watch where that running back's on the back hip of those front two blockers, those two big boys out in front of him. And it feels like, oh, this is a 5-6 yard play minimum here. Even if they get a number of defenders over there, it's who's going to be the first defender. It's like when they ran the wedge blocks on kick returns. Nobody wanted to be that wedge defender who had to go in there and kind of be the first guy to just throw your body into it, essentially, to knock out the blockers. But you have to kind of choose to be that. And we're in an age right now where guys don't really love to don't tackle the same ferocity they once did. And so having given the running back those kind of bodies, Walker's going to feel like he's got Secret Service protection when he gets outside and is running in space, when he feels all these blockers he's going to have on his hip pocket to utilize and work back if he wants to kind of cut back through and get back behind this guy and put his hand on his back and you get him, big fella. I'll just be back here. Take your time. So a lot of that, a lot of post-snap motion stuff that he does as well with those linemen. And now with guys like Haynes and Bradford, Oluwatimi can do this type of stuff. It's going to suit to these guys' skill. And when it comes to Abraham Lucas, when it comes to Charles Cross, both of these two guys played in air raid systems in college. So can they play in it? Can they excel in it? You bet your ass they can. So the offensive line's in place to do this. Of course, we got the tight ends to run the 12 personnel packages that he does like to run a lot of, in addition to the 3-4 wide receiver sets that you see within the spread systems. But it's an exciting spread system. It's not a boring one. It's not an old one. This isn't one that's being trudged out from some as a Chip Kelly acolyte type guy. This is one that has its DNA going way back, and you feel still the influences of that, but now it's its own modern thing. And that's where I think it's got the great chance for success, and that it's taking the best parts of the old and trying to seek the new ways, the new innovations, the pre-snap motions, the shot plays within a spread system, these type of things, which is a beautiful thing to see. I appreciate you guys watching today. If you guys could for me, please do hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. You guys know I would. I thank everybody for watching today on this Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all. I hope everybody has called your mother. If you have not called your mother, you're welcome for reminding you. You still have time. 7:22 here, Pacific Standard Time. So I understand if you got to go away from the stream, okay? Tell her it's in the mail. Just say, Mom, it's in the mail, okay? Happy Mother's Day. But happy Mother's Day to all mothers out there. We wouldn't have football without you. And thank you guys for watching today. Appreciate you on that. Rod Dew says, how you doing in the house? Says, Bobo's proven having a great upside. Not the same case with Chenault. You get what you get with him, a backup. Yeah, he's a backup gadget guy. He's there for the specific style of plays you might want to run a little bit, but he's also a little bit of insurance for Eskridge. You know, part of what you want in this offense is yak guys and guys that can do some damage after the catch. And DK can do some of that at times. Tyler's game, of course, is not really like that anymore. And Jackson can do some of that. But, you know, you don't necessarily have the pure guy that can do that really, really well. And even in Bobo, he's really good, but I don't know if Bobo's going to be a real yak guy when in the grand scheme of things. Fly Zone says, I wonder if we're going to use Pharaoh Brown as a blocking, mostly in Grubb offense. I would probably say so. You know, it's also insurance to make sure that you have Barner ready to go as a starter who will be, you know, not in over his head in his first rookie year. So it gives you a little bit of insurance for that. Also for injury. You're not paying him a tremendous amount of money. But yeah, you're bringing him in mainly, I think, to be a blocker. There'll be some chances, I think, and opportunities for him to make catches off of adjustment looks at the offensive line. If they see a defense going, oh, we know this is a run play and they're leaning too heavy into, we'll take away the two tight end sets here now. We'll take away your run play here. Then, okay, we'll run Pharaoh up the field and see if he can beat this linebacker in space. But by and large, that's, I think, going to be his role. Good morning, football breakdowns. Says we should be excited, though. Finally, not a simple offense and defense. I'm with you. That's part of what has energized me about coming back and covering this team and watching this team. And is that, and the more research you do on both of these two guys, the more you come to understand and find out that none of them are rigid in their outlook and philosophy. None of them think that, you know, for lack of a better term, that their stuff don't stink. You know, that they've been taught on they've been taught on the magical paradigm that only works. And it's only on this way of going that is the only way that you can go to find success. And instead they're like, why don't we take the good parts and pieces and things from kind of everything a bit? Why don't we try to utilize all the good stuff and try to do away with as much of the bad stuff rather than having a system in place where you go, well, it's got some good and then it's got some bad. You know, there's no perfect defense. There is no perfect offense, but you can structure it as far as you possibly can to the place of perfection in the way you build it, and certainly taking away what you would know to be known negative plays or known things that just don't work conceptually within it, to look for things that might be a little bit outside of the other stuff in the play where it might not at first blush marry exactly to what you do with this, but then when you kind of understand what each causes in the other on the defense, maybe it does as well. Patrick says air raid all day, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me. Please hit that like and sub button for me. Yeah, I think Fly Zone, I do think that Haynes is going to be your left guard when we get to the season, your starting left guard. We'll see but he should be a good fit for that. And I don't know what they're going to do with Mike Morris. I'm a little bit confused a little bit on their approach and where they're at with this. I mean, it would seem to me, I guess he's staying at the 3 tech. The odd part here is you have a guy in Mike Morris that has a history of playing the hard edge in Michigan's defense, in Mike McDonald's defense. But we just got news yesterday that Draymond Jones is going to play on the outside, or is expecting to play on the edge this upcoming season, training like he's playing on the edge this upcoming season. And then you go, well, what does that mean for Morris? Odd that they didn't kick him out there. Christian Omi says, greetings from Long Island, New York. Well, hello from New York. Christian, thank you. Appreciate you checking out the channel tonight. Hope you're having a good one. Flyzone says, do you think Ryan Grubb's really going to like Sam Howell? I think he's going to definitely be interested in what he can do with his development and how he'll fit into a spread offense. His last time Howell was in a spread offense, he played his best football. So it's something I think that they're open to him being great with. I don't think he's necessarily ready to push Geno to a tremendous degree at this point. He probably does need a year of, just kind of sit and learn. Relatively still a young guy, but still guy's got a lot of good talent to him. I'll say that. Eli Cash, thank you for hearing my call and stepping up to the channel. Appreciate you, Eli. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. You're awesome for doing that. Faisal says, do you think Ryan Grubb's going to use A.J. Barner more than we are in Fan? No, I think he'll be out there a good amount. He'll get his share of snaps, but they're going to definitely have Fant as kind of a featured guy in the offense, that's for sure. But I like A.J. Barner. I think he's probably going to be, if I was making the guess, I'd say he's probably going to be able to outpace Pharaoh Brown for those 12 personnel snaps. But you got a good battle there, which is nice. You don't have to just put one guy into the spot and say that's the guy that has to be there. It gets to be a battle for the position, and hopefully that mets out a better player at the position because of it. Jim Campbell says, not the old Chuck and Duck. Yeah, not the old Chuck and Duck. Oh, the run and shoot days. Glanville was a colorful character. Who died says, I forever love Pete, as you can see, but if we made it last year, we couldn't get Mike McDonald. That's true. Yeah. Nothing but love for Pete at this point. Change had to happen, but, I don't think it's any dodge to Pete. For truth, I am a Pete fan. I love that he came to the Hawks, but you cannot have a head coach for 10 plus years in this league. It does seem like that's, as I tell a lot of fans out there, there's always things I'm coming along to learn as sort of ultimate truths about this sport. And Bill Walsh, a man that influenced Coach Carroll, a man that mentored Coach Carroll, was a guy that had that same feeling that 10 years in a league 10 years in one spot for any head coach is just about too long. It's time to move on, and players are just going to stop checking out, listening to you. A guy like Schottenheimer who had also been in a couple different places, also had this feeling, Marty Schottenheimer. So it's one that's been shared by a few different head coaches, and I think it's one that there's something to it. And maybe there's not even a real good explanation for it, which is why it's been hard to necessarily see at all times. Mr. Dogs is an OC that's never OC'd a single NFL game, and a head coach that's never head coached a single NFL game. Of course, they picked us to finish last. Yeah, I think people this year, we can't feel too mad at publications if they're going to push us to not potentially having a great season by their outlook of, I think, those factors. And I don't think they're unfair. We can disagree with them. We can, as fans, go, I think we'll be better. But even in my outlook for the team this year, I'm not going to be sitting up here saying it's going to be a 12-win season next year. The potential is there for the team to get there, but at the same point in time, what's the most likely scenario to play out next year is there's going to be some ups and there's going to be some downs and there's going to be some team building and there's going to be some learning moments. And you've got to go through those points, I think, to get to the place where you can feast and be at your best. But yeah, I don't think that there's been years past where you go, come on, you guys, really? But this is one year we go, okay, I can get it a little bit. Can't get too mad at it. Super Zeke Freak says if he's against a pass weak team, that's what he exploits. If it's a run weak team, he runs 55% of the time using 2 blocking tight ends, pulling guards, etc. Yeah, a little bit of that thing that we had with McDonald, to your point. Great point, Zeke, on that. Playing to your opponent, and specifically playing to your opponent's weaknesses. There's that bravado, stick out your chest, pound your chest, We are what we are. We're going to do what we're going to do. And then there is, hey, you see they got their underbelly exposed right over there, right? Yeah, but we do what we do. Yeah, but I mean, they're showing their underbelly right there. We could just stab right in there. No, we do what we do here. We don't do what we don't let them dictate to us. We dictate to them. Yeah, but I mean, it's just right. I got the sword right here. I could slide it right. Look, who's going to run our team? Are we going to let our opponent run our team, or are we going to run our team? Can I do it just once and show you? No. We will get back to that in the third quarter for one play. Otherwise, we're going to do what we do. Why do we do it for one play? Because we got to keep them honest. Okay? Okay. Go after what they're weak at. Go after that underbelly. Tommy says mesh play was always my favorite play on Madden. Seriously though, as someone who played in cornerback a bit in college, it's hard as hell to cover, especially in man. I said zone at first, too much cocktails. No, I get what you're saying on that, Tommy. It's brutal, man. Because it is, I think, tough on both man and zone coverage. In zone, you've got your outside corners driven off by usually a deep route. If it's not a 9 route, it's a post route that's taking them out of the play. So everything's left in space there. The linebackers are going to be usually locked in on what's going on with the running back. And if they get pulled in on play action, they're out of the play anyway. So you're down to the numbers game of your guys on the outside staying with those guys on the outside. And you give any receiver 5-6 seconds, which is, that's the other thing about those mesh concepts and those plays to get over to one side of the field, they're going to get open. And then you got to try to avoid your defender. You got to hope the offensive player doesn't pick you. You got to hope if you do get picked that the referee will actually call it, which they don't typically call at a traditionally high rate. It's a brutal play design. And then it's got little offshoots of it that once you lean to try to take that away, bam, we can come back and hit you this other spot. Steve Gookian says, thank you, Mouse Davis. That's right. Another forebearer. Another forebearer of this offense. That's the right way to say it? Forefather of the offense, I guess. That's a better way. He was a forebearer. The offense. The Godfather. That's right, Brian. Never go against the family. Never tell anyone what you think. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez in the house. What's up, Jose? You doing, man? How you doing? Tommy says, it's exciting. We got all the cornerbacks on the roster right now to run every coverage formation, 1 through 6. Man, zone, cloud, big guys, small guys, fast guys. It's exciting. All the tools. Oh, we do. Yeah, it's got to be appealing to McDonald, too, a guy that wants to run a lot of different things to he can kind of bring out in the field whatever tool he wants to bring out from a coverage standpoint to fit to what you're talking about. And I got to think it's going to help because he's a guy that will be a little bit, I think, different from what we had with the prior regime where you were a starter, you were out there. There wasn't necessarily, I'm part of this sub package formation personnel grouping. Kyle Van Noy wasn't exactly a starter for them, but he played close to starter snaps, but kind of a, guy they flex in their formational packages. And I think there's a benefit to that. I think that's where the game's going at times, where it is both going to a positional state and also to having, guys that can take away certain specific things on the field. Free Truth says, I think Waldron was handicapped. I agree. Yeah, I think he was too, Free Truth. Zeke says, I have zero confidence in our two tackles to stay healthy. Well, we'll see with Lucas. I think that the worry there and concern is very valid. I wouldn't push back on that at all. I think last year with Cross, he had a turf toe, and it's tough he went down, but he was healthy in college and did get through his first season good. And after he got back off that turf toe, he held up good. So we'll see where he goes with that. But when it comes to Lucas, there's definitely going to be some concern and worry there. Zeke says Olu gets his ass kicked in run pro. Yeah, he's more of a pass protector than a run blocker, I'd say, Zeke. And I will say it's hard a little bit to come to conclusions on him from last year because just wasn't given as much time to really play. But the team seems to have a lot of confidence in him taking big steps forward this year by not really addressing harder the center position this offseason. Michael says modern. Yes, current is key. Thanks, Pete. Yeah. Brian says, my wife and mom are in heaven. Couldn't call that. I'm sorry to hear that, Brian. The bot says, who do you got starting left guard and right guard? The bot, I would put Christian Haynes as your starting left guard. And as your starting right guard, I think it's going to be Anthony Bradford. I think both of those guys' athleticism and ability to move in space could be kind of the nose, you want to buy a nose. That could be their nose past the finish line to get them the starting job over Lincoln Tomlinson, who's not going to have any of the mobility there, and Sa'atua Lumea, who is a rookie. He's got maybe a year of needing and development there to be ready to be a guy who could be a starter. So Haynes is ready to go. He was known as one of the more ready to go guards, interior linemen in this draft as far as you can start him immediately. So he should be out there left guard. And Bradford, I think, will take some big steps forward here. Another year, having a full season in his belt, another year in the weight room there, an opportunity, I think, to fit to an offense that's going to fit to his skill set from a standpoint of being athletic and mobile. He's going to have to get a lot better in pass protection. That's going to be the key with him. But those are my two starters right now. Tommy says, isn't Morris more of a 5 or 7 tech? That's how he was used at Michigan. So they used him in that way. Michigan, Carroll's plan and the way that he was used here last year and the little bit of sample size we got Tommy before he went down to injury was as a 3 tech. They asked him to gain like 10, 15 pounds, get up to 295, 300 pounds. So they transitioned him inside back to 3 tech. But we haven't heard this year that they're having him lighten back up and move back out to outside. And this, to me, when you hear Draymond Jones being talked about as being kicked outside, to me tells me that that's the guy they're looking to move outside more than it is going to be Morris. I think Morris becomes your third 3 tech, the third 3 tech in the depth chart order. Spaces, do you think Olu will start this season? Yeah, I do. I like Olu. I liked him coming out. I like him in a spread-styled system. I like him in a mobile-based system. That it's going to fit him very well. He wasn't the most athletic guy as far as testing numbers coming out, but you go to the film with him, and he plays really fast from the position. He's very athletic from the position. He gets to those blocks time and time again. The kind of blocks that Grubb's going to want in his offense from his interior lineman, he's going to get to. And the real key here is that you're going to throw 60% of the time. And what Oluwatimi does best, I'll give Zeke certainly completely some line here where it's, he's going to struggle at times in the run game, pushing guys off the ball or getting much push at all. But as a pass protector, he's really good in all facets. Ski says, the Hawks Nest, why don't we just combine all of our 3 techs into one big 9 tech? It's so simple. Kind of Power Ranger style. I don't know. We would probably have to create a human centipede, and I don't know if the NFL would sign off on that. No one's tried it, admittedly. And we would have, maybe it could be tried, and we just have to force a ruling on the field. You know, officials just throwing flag. Like, what are you throwing the flag for? I don't. Officials throwing up. Oh. You got your little human centipede comes out on the field. Oh. The crowd goes collectively. So I guess it would be the horror of it, Ski Nation. Scientifically, there'd be a few evil doctors out there willing to stitch it up, but I think it would be the trauma of actually seeing it on the field that would be the hard part of that. It'd be a monster, though. I'd give you that. Who's blocking that? Who's even looking at that, much less trying to block it? Tommy says, you know who I actually can't wait to see is Kenny McIntosh. Yes, I am a UGA fan, but I've been waiting to see this dude be the pro-size we always hope for. I as well, Tommy. I'm very enthused to see what he can bring to the table. He had me hyped up last year in some of the training camp cuts we were seeing from him. His skill set was very unique coming out of college football last year. There weren't many running backs outside of a Jahmyr Gibbs that could kind of do what he could do. And another guy, much like, I'm going to say this over and over with Grubb, just another guy that just gives him a weapon to use in varying ways that not every team has in their hip pocket. And many teams have this kind of player to be like kind of forefront option, where with Kenny, it's like, well, he's your third back. Before you get to the first 2 dudes, you'll get to him. But I think he's going to have a good year this year, Tommy. And I think he ends up settling in as your third down back. The Bot, what do you think Pharaoh Brown's role will be? I think that the team's going to run a lot of 12 personnel, and he guarantees them the ability to continue to run 12 personnel throughout the season and have it be a strength for them, a strength in both your ability to attack in the passing game off of it and your ability to go at them in the run game. Have 2 tight ends on the field that can really run block and get downhill on guys and can handle and control defensive ends, can throw outside linebackers around in space. That's what you have with these 2 tight ends in Pharaoh Brown and A.J. Barner. So I think he's the guy that fits in behind it. I think the team's probably not going to be running a lot of 13 personnel this upcoming season with the receivers that they have on the outside to use. So there's going to be a lot of times where he's going to be, I think, on the bench a little bit, and this is as much as anything kind of an insurance policy, a guy that you bring down for goal line situations where you're going into 3 tight ends because you just want all those bodies down there, and you just got a heap of great blockers down there if you want to go heavy. So he gives you that too. It's a role, and it may not be a big role, but it is an important one nonetheless. Insurance policy, goal line guy, 3rd and short, 4th and short. You want your tight ends on the edge. You want to run a pitch play to the edge. You want to run that pitch play to the edge, knowing your guy at the point of attack, the tight end trying to nail down that defensive end block, is going to be able to get that done. You need to know you got the blocker out there to do it. And those are 2 guys, I think, in Barner and in Brown, you would know they'd be able to do that. So I don't know if the role goes much further past that point of things, but up to that spot, I think, yes. Yeah, Flyzone agrees with me. He says, Kenny McIntosh can be a 3rd running back. I think he's going to be a 3rd back. 3rd down back. Ski Nation says you can have the same head coach for 10 plus years. It's not common, but John Harbaugh and Bill Belichick exist. Indeed, they do. Let me always put a little bit of the nuance angle into this one, Ski. I wouldn't say that it's that no coach can't exist in a place for a given 10-year stretch, but I would say it is something that an organization would be smart if they have a coach that's had some success through 7, 8, 9 years in the program to just kind of take an assessment and a pulse of things to go, is the message still resonating? Is this still going well? Or rather than leaning on well, he's been here for so many years, he's built up so much goodwill that we're going to let him ride out through the process to see if it's really fully, truly at the end. This comes down to that place I say always is that, there's the outliers that exist, but you don't factor them in as the commonality when looking at what the general rule of thumb is. And I think that for the Harbaugh and Belichick that do exist, there is also a good share of coaches that end up being in their space for too long it's those teams that do just what I said, where it's kind of living on the old, living on the history rather than on the here and the now. But you can find them. I mean, it's not impossible with it or whatnot. But I think in general terms on this, again, the only guy in this to Ski Nation, to my point, it's not just me saying this. This is one of the greatest coaches of all time, Bill Walsh. One of the greatest coaches of all time, Marty Schottenheimer, Hall of Famers, who've come out and said this thing and said, I think it's kind of the way that this just kind of goes. And I lean into a little bit of there on the general outlook of what you see by and large with the majority of coaching situations, that does seem to be the case. Tommy says also hot take. Oh, sorry, Tommy, I got lost here. My chat updated. Hot take, Grubb will be more impactful this year than Mike will be. He has more to work with and will shock the NFC West with his style. I like it, Tommy. Bold take, but I do like it. I think that there's a lot that would be a reason why I could think that this is the way it does go. You've got specifically the fact that, like you say, the offense has its talent in place. It's got continuity there. In a lot of ways, it was super efficient last year, just wasn't on the field as much. And you've definitely reinforced the ranks of where you were weak last year in those places on the offense that you were weak. And good reason to believe he's going to be able to really hit the ground running with that, I think. You're right. When it comes to the defense, it's so many working parts and changes in terminology and what your responsibilities are pre and post snap and the flipping of the coverages. And to me, there's a lot of up and downs in that and how long it's going to take to kind of find the smooth sailing there, and that's the part that you easily could see for taking 7, 8, 9, 10 games into the year, maybe even the whole first year to kind of get that all fully implemented. Noah says, who's going to be our guard combination, you think? I believe it'll be Haynes at left guard and Bradford at right guard. I think that's the settling in when it's all said and done. The draw will be that once you do that, you've got 5 really athletic linemen, and Grubb's going to, I think, really have that appeal. He'll come down to, I think, a bit of the issue for him will be Bradford's issues in pass protection versus maybe flipping over Tomlinson to right guard and having him there with his veteran steadiness. But I think the athleticism will win out because he's going to like the thought of being able to pull these guys in space over the refinement you might have, or a little bit more of the, rounded out skills of a guy like Tomlinson. Yeah, fly zone is understandable why they got us marked in the back. Doesn't mean we'll land there, but understandable. Tony Wright, my guy from Atlanta, how you doing? This is good evening, Brandon. Congrats to you and your Seahawks for having a decent draft, as you did get the best defensive interior defensive lineman in the draft with your first pick in Byron Murphy. Well, thank you, Tony. I don't know if you saw my Clips channel. I might have been one of the only people that really did support your Falcons on the Penix move and understand why that one was done. I think you had overall a solid draft as well. There weren't any picks that I was really out on with what you guys did. And, it was kind of right down the line for me with you guys. Like, so it was all right. It was all right. I think there was a little bit of, after the Penix thing, a little bit of a draw to the need factor of things at times in some of the picks and how it felt a bit. But the players gotten should be good players for you guys. And that's the bottom line. And that's just the bottom line. Tony says, it didn't seem like your squad had many picks this year. Well, we've been having like 15 picks the last couple of drafts, Tony, so this was bound to feel a little bit lessened. And we didn't have the second rounder, but that was our Leonard Williams trade, that we re-signed him and kept him, so we essentially traded second round pick for Leonard Williams. But yeah, not as many picks this year, that's for sure. Mr. Gain, my brother from another mother, how you doing? He says, that bad man is in the chat. Hello, Hawks Nest family. Apologies to B for being pretty stoned when I was on the call with him last week, laughing out loud. Hey, I'm with it. I ain't got no problem with that. I don't got no issues with that. Let's go, man. And I had a great time on that. We're going to do that definitely again here in the next month. For members of the channel, we'll be doing another call-in show. I want to keep doing that like once a month over there on that side of things. So it was great chatting up with you, and hopefully we get more folks back jumping on in the next one as well. Tommy Eaton says, the Hawks Nest, do you see us running 12 or 13 personnel much anymore? I'm not sure. I could see Grubb going 11 or 12 personnel. He's an offensive line coach at heart. Yeah, he's going to, I think, be showing you a lot more 12 personnel than some of the 12s are expecting. See what I did there? I think that people are kind of thinking 3 wide receiver, 11 personnel, or you're going to get four wides running. I think it's going to be a lot of 12 personnel at times. I don't think, though, that we're going to run as much 13 personnel as we've run the last couple of years. That will come at the expense of 11 and 4 wide receivers. But the 12 personnel is a part of what he does and wants to do. Because he can attack in a variety of fashions on the line with having those two, especially when he's got the 2 tight ends on either side of the offensive line. You know, he really widens out his line and then can kind of read off the leverage of have his quarterback or the offense read off the leverage of the defensive linemen's. Just looking at all times to try to find places where you can get a numbers game to one side of the field. It's what also the multiple pullers do to one side of the field. You get the feeling post-snap at times of, and then we're going to lock this one. And it's like, man, you got all these blockers out to that side. How's the defense going to get? They don't have enough guys. Much like McDonald's offense is spoken about in the way where his defense will make you feel like there's 13 or 14 guys on the field. So too does this offense at times make you feel like you got 13 or 14 guys on the field with the way that they can pull blockers into one side of the field to really attack you at the point of attack with extra guys. Fly Zone says it was a nightmare that Geno Smith didn't have his right tackle for a whole season, and it seemed like Charles Cross was playing kind of hurt. I know Tariq Woolen was injured, but he was still playing. Yeah, I think Cross probably did come back from that toe injury, but I don't think he came back at 100%. Your point, that everything that we know about the turf toes is that it's a thing that tends to, if anything, take at the very least a whole offseason to fully heal. Understanding that, yeah, probably didn't come back at 100%. Still ended up playing fine when it all was said and done. I think some people were speaking about Cross this season like he was playing bad. He didn't play bad, but it wasn't maybe as much a big a jump as we had hoped in year 2 for him as a top 10 pick. Tommy says, poor Morris. They're like, okay, gain 20 pounds and play 3 tech. Now they're like, wait, new coach, lose 20 pounds and play 5 tech. Guy is going to have an eating disorder before he retires. Seriously. He's coming off an shoulder injury. He's like, on, off. What do you want from me? Cool Breeze says pumpkin cake. Yeah, she's giving me a little pumpkin cake. Look here. She's super sleepy today. She's been playing all day. Justin Naponelli. There we go, Justin. That took me 4 times, but I got it figured out at the end. He asked, do you see the Seattle Seahawks going 10-7? I don't at this point. And I'm hoping people don't hold it against me too badly, but I have my feeling on this that this is going to be a year of transition for us. I say this is where I stand on what I think the record will be around is also that I want to put a little bit of an asterisk beyond it because I think that this year has a very wide spectrum of potential outcomes for your Seattle Seahawks, more so than we've seen throughout a large part of the Coach Carroll era. So I think this is a team that could be down around 7 wins, 6-7 wins, but also could be as high up around 12 wins, Justin. My bottom line when I look at it is it's probably around 8 wins to me because I do think that it's going to be a year of transition. And I keep coming back to, and I've said it a lot, so I'm sorry for folks on the repeating side of this, but on both sides of the ball, you're going from 2 of the most simplistic attacks in the NFL. An offense that is stagnant post-snap, very little pre-snap motion, very little creativity built within it, strange route concepts that don't really accomplish much. Defense, you don't throw to the middle of the football field. You have defensively a team that does not change, is a 30-second rate in what it shows you as far as changing its coverages pre to post-snap, which is, of course, the big common element with Mike McDonald. You've got a lack of blitzes. You've got a lack of stack fronts looks that you show on a common basis. You don't run a lot of different types of coverages. You just come back to, again, I'm going from the most simplistic to now the most complex, and not just on one side of the ball, but both sides of the ball. Is that happen overnight? Kind of, does that happen in one off season that just takes root? maybe the talent's there. That's the part that I think is the real tug of war here, is that the talent's there to be a 10, 11, 12 win team. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. You've drafted great. You've spent your money well, made some good trades. They're good enough to get there on a talent front. They're really young, and these are new schemes. So which side wins out? I don't know on that. Kind of hard to say there, Justin. I'll go with 8 kind of as the middle ground on those two places I just talked to you about between that spectrum. But it wouldn't surprise me to see them on either end of that either. Bases 10-7 sounds realistic to me. I could see it. Certainly could see it. Nation says the Hawks Nest Human Centipede, laughing my ass off. Some people might have gone Power Rangers. I went Human Centipede. Addicted to Hawks. There's two kinds of people in the world when talking about putting a human man structure together. There's the human Power Rangers people, and then there's Human Centipede people. Addicted to Hawks. Hey, Brandon, 812s. It's nice to catch a live stream. What's up? How you doing, man? It's good to see you, Addicted. We got Holiest Hand Grenade has celebrated 10 long months here in the Hawks Nest as a member. Thank you for that, Holiest. It was nice getting some fight for democracy with you the other night. We're doing well. He says the Grub Hub. Got to eat up, man. Got to eat up. He's got enough for everybody. Ain't nobody going hungry in this offense. We're going to have a lot of fed bellies. A lot of sauce all around the mouth, you know. A lot of popping the top button on their pants, you know, loosening out the belt, one latch. Everyone's going to eat in this offense. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Jerry Glanville's offense in Atlanta. Red gun, Jeff George. Oh, yeah. It was wild, too, with Glanville, Randall, because he was running an offense like nobody else in the NFL was running. You did have your Bills hurry-up offense that had some spread stuff kind of in it, but it was more about moving fast and getting a lot of plays off and letting their quarterback kind of just read things there a little bit. But he was going to tell his quarterback, look, you're going to take a 7-step drop. You're going to have your 5-man protection. That's all you got. You know, I want you to wait on that first read and see if it opens, and then you can get down to the check down eventually there, Warren or Jeff. Jerry was a colorful one there, Randall. Randall with another $2 dono. Thank you for that, man. He says, Geno played wide open offense at West Virginia. Both of these two quarterbacks have a history of playing spread offenses at college. And not only do they have the history of playing spread concepts, of course, Randall, Geno, of course, put up prolific numbers when he's playing in a spread concept with West Virginia. That's a great point. As well with Sam Howell, the second to final season, when he was playing that spread concept and he actually had legit almost NFL talent on the outside to throw to, he had a prolific year. Still had a good year in his final year before being drafted, but he went to a whole different offense and it wasn't as good. So both of them, you could say a little bit in the case of Geno and in Sam Howell, they're going to an offense that fits their skill set best of any kind of pro style offenses that are out there, which you get people excited for some of the upside that may exist in both of these two guys. Go back and watch that highlight reel of Sam Howell in his sophomore season. You'll be blown away. He looks like a top 10, top 5 quarterback. He's making crazy throws all over the place. Randall with another $2 dono, man. Thank you for the triple dono nod, Randall. You're awesome, man, as ever on that front of things. I really appreciate you. He says, is K9 or Charbonnet's skill set a better fit in the scheme? I think from a sure overall production standpoint, K9 is the guy that's the better fit because there's a lot of inventive ways that he finds to getting his running back the ball in space. We were talking about a little bit at the top of the show, Randall. You get a simple play like shotgun with read option, kind of look at a shotgun, where as a defense you're really expecting this to be either a play action pass to hit something on the outside or an actual read option give to the running back to the interior gap, and then you've got your edge who's going to try to hold and make sure he's keeping on the quarterback in case the quarterback keeps it, of course. What happens now when as they did on a play again, going back to this Texas game, it's just the most recent game I have in my mind and kind of doing some of the prep for this, Randall. But in the Texas game, you got this play where Penix in shotgun, he's got his running back to his left, takes it, post snap, takes about 3 or 4 steps to his left, draws up the defender, and it's kind of like a read option play almost, where he just removes the edge defender who's unblocked in the play with the pitch by getting him to take him, gets it to his running back, and now the running back has some space to work with at that point. And, whereas Dylan Johnson, wasn't the fastest and couldn't really, I think, necessarily punish you as much for some of the space he was able to give, Walker can punish you when you allow him that space to work with. So I think at the end of the day, K9 becomes the most productive. Charbonnet becomes very important, though, as much for those short yardage runs that he can provide, for being a hammer, for being able to have running power concepts that you can go to, that you're not forcing K9 into, because he doesn't fit into those power run concepts. Charbonnet does, and fits it like a glove. And so this is a true, to me, Randall, 1-2 punch of why you should have two backs like this in your system. If you could have the perfect back that was the blending of both, that's the obvious overall ideal, but that's hard to find. Get two guys that can be elite in both of these two structures of things, and K9 being the game breaker, the big play hitter, the guy that can be electrifying, and Charbonnet that can be that pure, unadulterated hammer, that guy that is not just a 3 yards in a cloud of dust hammer either, but a guy that can be a big play back for you as a kind of bigger back guy. He's got a little bit of shimmy and shake to his skill set as well in addition to it. So they're both going to find their share of touches in the system, Randall. But K9 and what he can do in space, and Grubb's ability to get running backs into space, is going to be, I think, too tantalizing for Grubb not to say, I'm going to get this guy the majority of these carries, and we're going to get this guy loose. Loose, I tell you. Thank you, though, Randall. The triple donation drop. Great questions in addition to it. Both will get a lot of carries, but K9 next year, Randall, 1,500 yards collectively in this offense to me. You'll run wheel routes to him, 3 wide receivers to one side of the field, run the wheel route on the back side of the play, get him targeted up on a linebacker with no safety help over the top. Easy wheel route win down the field. Where Walker at 4.39 is going to run away from any linebacker in the sport. And what you've done is you might have created with 3 wide receivers or trips to the far side. You create all of the defensive heads get turned to that side of the field. So I think with all those kind of touches he's going to have potentially in this offense, Randall, he's really going to explode. Charbonnet is still going to be really good, though. I don't want to make it sound like I'm not thinking Charbonnet is also going to find a lot of productivity here, too, because he will. You're awesome, though, Randall. Appreciate you. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. Appreciate you, brother, too. Says, I can't wait to see what Grubb does with Tyler. He can still get wide open and catch contested balls. Go Hawks. Well, I'm sure that there were some option routes built within the old offense. I don't think that they're going to be built as much within the offense as they once were. And I think that while Lockett took a restructure, ran the cut, to keep him here in Seattle and not have it come up this offseason where they were going to have to make a potential decision on him. I also think that the offense in Grubb looked at Lockett and said, this is a guy that's going to work really well within my offense. I have all these option routes. If you give me a veteran wide receiver who can read leverage and who can use, maybe not necessarily need to be the quickest and the fastest and the most twitchy to get open, but just understands how to play the position because he's a master of the position like Lockett is, I can use that in this offense. He doesn't have to be my number one option. And I think he's going to find productivity in this, what I think is going to be Lockett's final season. I still think he ends up around 900 to 1,000 yards. I think it's 5 to 8 or 9 touchdown catches and fits within his role really well within this offense doing that. He's, to me, just, this is going to be a fit. It's going to be a fit. And a lot of those receivers you watch, for instance, what Romo Odunze did, where he comes off the line of scrimmage, he's not always running full speed. Sometimes it's that waiting for those 2 guys up ahead of me to run the coverage off so that I can kind of slide myself behind that. And then that's that little knack and understanding of timing and how to not show your hand on your route, what you're intending to do. And he's got all of that. So I share your feeling where this offense is going to fit to Tyler really well and potentially elongate him out here in a further season into his career that may not have been the case there. He would have come back with the old regime too as well, no doubt about that, but maybe not as productive in his final year here as I think he will be this season because they will find a role and he will get his share of touches and he will be effective, I think, in those touches. But thank you, Ran the Cut. I appreciate that $5 donation. What's Tyler on? Almost straight seasons of about 1,000 yards, just short of it on a couple of the years, but right there every single year. You count on him like the metronome, man. Appreciate you, though. Really kind of you. Very kind of you, my man. Fly Zone says, I don't see Draymond Jones being good at defensive end. Maybe he's good with this new Mike McDonald scheme. I'll give him a chance this year. It's an odd move from my standpoint as well, Fly Zone. I don't know. I'm not all the way sure into the thinking of it. We couldn't find a power edge in the draft or in free agency we like. He did the job well enough last year, so we'll have him do it again. But you paid the guy $17.5 million per year. You made him the biggest, highest priced outside free agent that you've signed in Seahawks history because of the damage he was able to do in Denver inside. You paid for that for inside, and now you're moving him to the outside. Is this being done because of the Byron Murphy selection, or is this being done because it's the proper thing for Draymond Jones? I'm a little flummoxed by it, to be honest with you. I don't quite fully understand it. I got it last year when you didn't have an ability to prepare or do anything else against it. So last year you had, hey, maybe Darrell Taylor will develop against the run. We knew it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. We knew it. Maybe the team thought it was happening. It didn't happen. Hey, we've got Derek Hall coming in. He was really good against the run and setting edges in college. Derek Hall suddenly loses the ability to set any edges at all in the run game. Well, that was tough to anticipate. Oh, we got Uchenna Nwosu at still at least here with Boye Mafe, and they're both beasts at that. Oh, well, Uchenna Nwosu goes down to an injury, and that sucks. That's kind of tough at that point. Oh, what are we going to do? Well, let's just go for Frank Clark. We got Frank Clark. We can go get him out there in free agency. Denver's going to release him. We don't have to trade for him. Let's bring him in. He'll at least be able to know he's horrible. Oh, this isn't going to work at all there. Oh, what do we do? Well, I guess we're going to have to go with Draymond Jones. We got to put somebody out there, so just put Draymond out there. Now you got a whole offseason to figure it out and try to find a different option for a power edge out there. Hell, you could have Mike Morris just transition back out there if that's what you really wanted to do, because he did it well in college. But this seems to be their approach on this one, and I don't know how it's going to really fit. I think he is going to be kind of just an early down run defender off the edge at this point as well, because then passing downs, you're going to bring Uchenna and Boye Mafe minimum off the bench to then come play the pass. Brian says, Brandon, great info on Grubb's offense. I know I'll be watching it more before the season starts. I'll keep doing some more kind of unfurling on this, getting into more details with both McDonald and Grubb. I want to start first big picture conceptually on these guys, and then we can drive down to some more of the kind of nitty-gritty details. But thank you, man, and I think it is going to be a lot of fun to unpack these very complex schemes and so different from what we've been watching here the prior 14 years. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to try to figure this out. Tommy says, you think it's a coincidence that we signed Coach Mike to a 6-year contract, lock him up long term, but not too long? After about half a decade, it's time for a change because the NFL adapts. Yeah, I kind of like it. Because it's like you're not going to get to a place where you might get to where you're after year 3 or 4 and you're looking at some extension that has to be hit at that time, and then you're getting in a weird state of play at that point. So I like the 6-year contract. I think a bit of why the contract was also signed, Tommy, was the competition for Mike McDonald. Was Washington only willing to offer a 5-year deal at this amount of money? Did we then just come over the top of that to kind of sway it at the end of the day with a 6-year to the deal and then a little extra money as a sweetener? Kind of feels like maybe that's the way this played out, because we do know now that Washington's first choice was not Dan Quinn, but Mike McDonald. That tells me you get in a bidding war, you got to pay a little bit of the high price. Addicted to Hawks says, Bradford at left guard makes me want to take insurance out on Geno's injury chances. I can't see Bradford left guard. It's to me, it's Haynes at left guard, Bradford right guard. I just couldn't see Bradford holding up over there in pass protection on an island out there against the twitchy 3-techs in this league. That'd be tough. That'd be real tough. Tony says, that's so interesting. You have Haynes at his natural position in left guard and Bradford right guard. I got it flipped, but it's only because I'm banking on Bradford being more athletic. His Raz is insane. I give you that, man. It's completely insane. I mean, and I love him in a fit here and his ability to move Tommy with the mobility and athleticism he brings to play. But the real raw part of his game coming out was pass protection. And it's kind of a variety of things that gave him issues, but specifically the things that gave him issues would be the twitchy guys that, especially if they had some moves that they brought into the play on him, he got stuck. Now, he didn't have a lot of starts, really raw coming out. There's a lot of room there for him to get better and improve, but this is the guy that I would say to me would be a kind of a pattern case, a little bit of those kind of guards, Tommy, that need to be more on the nose tackles than on the 3-techs. Because against the nose tackles, they don't have to worry about the twitchiness. They just got to be super strong and powerful. They'll naturally be able to stay in front of them. They can anchor and root down. Get them on those left against those 3-techs over on that side, and you get a Bradford having to match up against the Byron Murphy type guys of the world, or and you go, oh, that might be a little bit of a tougher draw for him on that side of it. But he's got the athleticism to handle it over there at left guard. I'll give you that. Right, the guy says the Penix pick was the worst draft pick I've ever seen. That's the bottom line. Stone Cold stuff, though. It's definitely the outgoing thinking out there is that just the awful pick. So many, I think that's the majority. Kind of stand on that line of it, Rand. I have a little bit of a different look of it, though. I just think I think that Atlanta's season and whether they win the Super Bowl this year or not is not going to come down to one player. What we're really talking about, And I think that this is such a tough situation with the Atlanta situation because you have Atlanta's view of themselves and where they think their team is at and what they think their team's capable of. You have the outlook of people that are outside of the organization in other cities across the sport looking at it. And I just think that there's some different viewpoints brought into play. But my thing on this is that I just don't think that this is going to come down to a season where Atlanta's going to say, man, if we had Dallas Turner as an edge rusher, we would have won a Super Bowl. And I think that while there can be a lot of debate on this given point with Penix, it does kind of need to come down to a bottom line point on this a bit of, is the player that you draft this year or the next year going to be enough? Because the Cousins experience is probably a 2-year experience with maybe a third. Is the next 2 years a defensive player going to be the difference between you getting? Is another playmaker going to be the difference of you getting over the top or not with this Atlanta team as it's currently put together? My opinion would be no. But I think that they've also put together a very narrow manner here where they don't have a lot of room for error. It's not a high likelihood thing to happen. I'm not proclaiming that, I'm not putting a championship ring on them, but I'm also saying that Cousins comes in there and lights it up and a defense finally comes together and Raheem Morris learns in a second coaching staff how to do what he needs to do. And it all becomes synergistic and lightning in a bottle and it's all clicking together. And if that happens and occurs, what upends that is losing the QB and having a QB you can call upon, to me, in that situation that can keep the ship not just steadied, but at the very same place it was before, be able to still keep the offense booming and going. That to me would outweigh that. Well, are they one player of getting over the top or not? And it has to me come down to that a little bit when you say not taking Penix or taking player B. Does taking player B get you that in the next 2 years, the guy that gets you over the Super Bowl? Most people, what they would say to me on this would be, well, I don't think Atlanta's getting the Super Bowl anyway over the next 2 years. And I go, that's the thing here then. See, that's the part here. Then I go, that's got to be tossed out here for a second. Because I don't disagree with it. That I don't think Atlanta's getting the Super Bowl with this roster. But that's not what they think about their situation. And if their viewpoint is that they think the roster is ready to go, making the selection then in addition to that point is an understandable reason and decision. We can argue I'm in full agreement with the people that if we want to go back up the creek a bit to where we're at the source of the water, where the well got maybe poisoned a bit here to say, well, the Cousins contract, they're not really ready to do that. That wasn't the right 100% with you guys on that one. But once the ball starts rolling, once you start going down that path of the Cousins path route and that starts getting momentum, you got to take it to its inevitable conclusion, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean, well, we got to stock every last piece of this team up to any nth degree we possibly can to maximize. No, that is, okay, we're paying for this guy to be the superstar quarterback to elevate this offense. That position that's held us back in a kind of a main point the last couple of years. We'll spend the rest of our draft defensively to build that part of it, things up. And then we'll have our quarterback there ready to go on the other side of it. But like I said, I understand. I'm a little bit on the, I'm on the fringe on this one. Me and a couple of Atlanta fans are in this boat of things. Problem Child, a.k.a. The Truth. Thanks for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, we have 3 capable little go-go offense, maybe. Yeah. It's an attacking offense. Truth. And you do have 3 great, you maybe got the best trio of receivers in the NFL. And if you're going to talk about an offense, it's going to be a spread-based offense, starting with having the best, or at least let's say a top 3 trio unit in football is a great place to go from. And you corrected on 8. Okay, so I misread it there. Sorry about that, Truth. He says we have 3 capable running backs, maybe a go-go offense. I think you're going to lean heavily on the running game this year because of the capability of the running backs you have, specifically Walker, Charbonnet, and then you'll fit McIntosh in there within his touches. I think you could say that if we're going between this year and next year, you could say this year maybe will be a little bit more of a run-heavy year. Next year will be a little bit more of a pass-heavy year, because this year I think there'll be a bit more of an onus by McDonald to draw and say, okay, look, my defense is not going to be clicking on all cylinders this year. We're going to have to protect it a little bit this season. Not into the future, not in the long-term future, but until I can get these guys all on the same page and get this thing fully instituted, we're going to have to hopefully have our offense just controlling the clock, converting those third downs, moving those chains, tiring down the defense on the other side of things, and kind of protect the defense a little bit in this first year. And so you do have the backs to get that done. Truth, you do. And McIntosh can hopefully stay healthy through this year so that you can lean on him as that third guy and hopefully that third down back, because that would seem to be, with his skill set, the perfect ideal role. But at the end of the day, whether it's receivers or running backs or tight ends, you have so many targets and so many options to go to on this team to be productive. And it fits to what Grubb does and wants, being that he is a guy that understands how to hit different areas on the field, understands how to work everybody into the attack, doesn't need to just go to the backs and lean on the backs and lean on the backs and go back to receiver, to tight end, back to running back, go back to back again, over here to the tight end. Let's hit that other tight end. I'm going to go with a 9 route over here. Well, let's come back to a curl route underneath here. Well, let's run a fly sweep back this way. You're just getting randomized differentiations on every single play and going from this direction, that direction, getting the defense leaning here, going here. If he runs a screenplay very often, it's like those screenplays the Browns were running against us last year, where the quarterback drops back. He's going to do a pump fake to one side of the field, draw that super hyper aggressive defense to that side of the field, come back to the screen to the other side of the field, doing a lot of that as well. But the running backs will be utilized. The running backs will be a factor in this offense. Though Washington wasn't known for running the ball, where was the talent of that team? Dylan Johnson wasn't drafted. Dylan Johnson was a hard runner, but Dylan Johnson wasn't the most talented guy out there on that team versus the pass catchers that they had on the outside, and Grubb leaned into his strength. But I don't think that will take him away from leaning away from these running backs now, as he has this to as great a strength as any team in the NFL. For while he has maybe the best or one of the best trios in all of football as receivers, you also have maybe one of the best, if not the best, 2-back duo tandem as well in the sport. If not the best 3-back tandem in the sport. That's a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower for Ryan Grubb to work with. And I'm expecting he's going to be like a kid in the candy store this year. And he'll find a way, I think, to utilize these guys and not forget about one of them on the roster. Oh, I got Charbonnet on the roster too. He'll get them all, I think, kind of worked in. Thank you, though, Truth, for the double dip on the donation. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Very kind. Sentai Ranger Donnie, Hawks Nest, Brandon all. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hope everyone's well, despite the passing of the legendary Roger Corman. Yeah, Happy Mother's Day, and R.I.P. to Roger Corman. Man, lived up to just nearly 100 years old. What a hell of a life that guy had. Brian Myers, Brandon, did you see the article reporting Knight will be working at outside linebacker in fall camp? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. You're going to put him in the first position, and I think that they're going to, where I think that McDonald is going with his defense is to make things ubiquitous between his fronts, his linebackers, and his safeties up the middle. I mean, you're already with your split safety looks, do this anyway with the free safeties and strong safeties doing both equal kind of duties of the other. And then we know now with linebackers, like I put out in my video a couple weeks ago, Brian, of that you have between Tyrell Dotson and Baker, they're both going to play some Will and Mike. And you might not know playing and play out which one's the Will and which one's the Mike. Now you might think based off of that he'd instantly go to Knight and be like, well, we're going to train Knight up as both a Mike and a Will. But I think two things inhibit this. Number one, those other two players have had a history of playing both those two positions and are vets in this league, and so have more of a capability to play out more roles. The other part of this being that Knight really has his issues taking on blocks, and so putting him out there as a Will rather than as the Mike gives him not just less of an opportunity to have to deal with those blocks, more an opportunity just to use his athleticism and speed and run. So if he does come out in the field and he has to take over for one of these two starters, you're probably going to run less of those bilateral looks between the Will and the Mike, between the two inside linebackers. But eventually I think he'll end up learning both of the two duties. They're just going to put him in the first spot that puts him up for some success, let him fit into an early role, and then expand off of that, which is smart. It's what you want to do with a young player. Save the Geese says, remember when the 49ers sucked so they were able to draft Bosa, then their entire roster is healthy and they make it to the Super Bowl? They've been extremely lucky at times, but can't beat Mahomes, laughing out loud. They've had some great runs, man. They really have. And they've come so ever so close, have the Niners. And I think having the health that they've had hold up at times has been really good. I think they've gotten nicked at other times. I think last year the health went really well, but it did, of course, nick them in a major way in the Super Bowl itself, where you didn't have, I think, Kelsey with a single catch before Drake Greenlaw goes down to the torn Achilles heel, and then he has a torn Achilles heel, and Kelsey starts to go ham a little bit. So it's not that they've got the injury epidemic thing that hits them, that they'll have some key injuries, I think, that do end up kind of being that thing that pulls them back. Look, the previous year, Save the Geese, where you had Brock Purdy. They probably win that game against the Eagles if Purdy's not injured. And so it just, they have the untimely worst injuries at the worst time kind of thing go on, it seems like. But they're going through the end of their window here, and they're still going to be a strong team this year. I'm still going to have them winning the division this season, but they're certainly going through that period here where you're looking at them going, man, the cap's going to get tight. They might already be in a position as we lead up to the season where they're going to make a decision between Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk. And so while they're still running hot and still a really good team, it's a team that I think is starting to show a few gray hairs. Let's put it that way. Boys, hand grenade. What be? Only 8? Don't you know we're winning the Super Bowl this year? There we go. Exactly. So they tell me. Flyzone says we should have gotten Tyrese Knight later in the draft. We should have gotten Jaden Hicks. I would have liked another safety. I was definitely pulling for Hicks at that moment. He did seem to drop a little bit. Tommy Eaton says another hot take. The Eagle tush push is effectively the human centipede and should be banned for that alone. Kind of is. I mean, a big part of that play is getting up in the cheeks. So I hear. I wouldn't know, but still they tell me. But I do believe that play should be banned. I'm not a fan of it. It's not a visually fun play to watch. Doesn't involve really any strategy. Why don't we just have a freaking tug of war on the football field, Lampworks says, what is Meow Meow's name? Her name is Pumpkin. I'll see if I can get her to give you a shout out here. Lampworks. Pumpkin. Lampworks says, what's up? Are you just deep sleeping? Oh, she's deep in it right now. Oh, look at that. You got a little bit of her. You got that dreaming foot thing going. You know, and does this move, you know? It's like chasing down. She's chasing down a bird right now in her dreams. She saw a bird in the window today and went crazy. She almost tore the screen out. She's like, let me at the bird. But her name's Pumpkin. And she's a good girl. Yeah, Fly Zone. I think the Maya Pritchard is going to be on the outside for sure. So he might be a Trey Brown replacement. DJ Jones is probably more an inside guy. Mike Jackson's an outside guy. So DJ James is there to sort of give you got to push in with Witherspoon to maybe give Witherspoon more an opportunity to play to the outside, and become your slot guy, specialist guy. We'll see how they play that, but I think DJ is going to be more of your slot guy long term. Sentai says, speaking of the Power Rangers, an alternate cut of Day of the Dumpster is on the Adrian Carr YouTube channel. Okay. It's very specific. Oh, hand grenade, this pumpkin's world, we're all living in it. I know. Especially in the dream she's having right now. She's got a little rabbit foot going like this. It is Pumpkin's channel. I'm not going to lie. I can't lie, it is. Well, hand grenade, Mike McDonald is going to get us to 7 Super Bowls. I just got the suspicion. I hope you're right, man. Let's go. 15% of the time, it works every time. That's right. You tripping, Shorty? So draft K9 in fantasy is what you're saying? I would, yes. I always say the best running backs, if you're looking at fantasy, the backs that you want to target are going to be the backs on their first contract. You go to those second, third contract guys, and yeah, you might have a Christian McCaffrey gives you a balls out season, but you all have had your heart broken by those guys that are, he's only 27. He's only 27. You know, why is he falling off? But K9's going into year 3, which means after year 3, you can get paid. You can get paid if you get a great year out of you. And, you know, he's going to be looking to probably see if he can get the organization to do that. So you're going to get him in his best shape. You're going to get him a system that's going to use him at his best. He's been in a system that hasn't been using him at his best the past 2 years, and he's still cranked out a couple 1,000-yard seasons. And so I would definitely be in the favor of saying, yeah, I think K9 would be a smart guy to take in fantasy, because to me, the floor is that he's going to get you 1,000 yards and 8 or 9 touchdowns, and the ceiling is that he gets you 1,500 yards and 11, 12 touchdowns. Sato Lamez, yeah, he's good fly zone. I don't know if he can play left guard. Again, my issues with him is a little bit of the mobility stuff in their left guard, but maybe it's possible. I do like him a lot. One of my favorite picks in the draft from a value-based standpoint, for sure. Tommy says, Kenny McIntosh has Deebo Samuel potential. I always thought that watching him in every Saturday at UGA. Yeah, I think you could use him that way. Fly sweep guy, tunnel screen guy, bubble screen guy, run a little drag, have him go to the flat, throw it to him over there in the flat. He's got some instant acceleration that's really nice, and I can like some of the Deebo comps there. Yeah, maybe not as ferocious quite as a runner as Deebo is, but, you know, he'll run his ass off. He'll give you everything he's got on every run, too. What was Mike McDonald's deal? He signed a 6-year deal, like what, 10, 12 million a year or something like that. 6 years though. I'm not sure on the numbers. Tommy says, Hawks Nest, you know what would be good is if you can find some games Grubb had to scheme against that were similar to San Francisco and Rams style defenses. Interesting to see how he game planned against them. I've got some cut-ups I'm starting to put together for a future show on him where maybe we can try to show some of those coverage looks. With San Francisco, there's a lot of just more of the cover 2 stuff. Like they don't do a lot of the blitz stuff in what you see at times the Huskies dealing with. But we can probably find some cut-ups that are near to what those two different defenses do. Rams definitely defense prior has been a lot of the cover 2 shell stuff, and they're both different style of defenses in what they do. Rams are a little more creative. 49ers are a little more what you see is what you get. But I'll try to do that. Yeah. It's hard at times because some of the defenses in college are a little bit different, Tommy, than those pro-style defenses, You get like 3-man fronts where they're not even running a 3-4. It's, two guys running 5 technique and one guy over the nose or something like that. But I'll see what I can locate. I'm definitely putting the cuts up together for a future show for that. Ryan says, Pumpkin, what the hell was that, Dad? I know I just about dropped my drink here. I always knock my drink over. A problem child, a.k.a. The Truth, says Jones and Mike McDonald will shore up our edge, I believe. I think he did a really good job as a edge setter, to your point, Truth. When we were asking him to kick out there and the problems you were having with Darrell Taylor and Frank Clark and Derek Hall, he was able to put a stop to that out there, and no offensive tackle is going to push Draymond Jones at 290 off the spot. So I don't have a problem with him definitely in the role, in that knowing he'll be successful in that spot. And a lot of where Mike McDonald's defense starts with setting hard edges. It's a necessity. My thing is, though, then it does then theoretically take away those snaps you get from him as more of that inside guy. And my only thing is that's what caused you to pay him $17.5 million a year. If you were paying Draymond Jones and understanding he was going to end up being your hard edge, an early edge defender, essentially what you're going to do is pay the money that you spent on Draymond Jones to turn him into a Red Bryant role. We weren't paying Red Bryant the equivalency of $17.5 million per year when we slid him into that role. And that's where I just go, I don't know, it'll work. It'll definitely, but was that really the way for us to have to go to get that hard edge? And I'm sure he'll get some snaps inside, and this is probably a whole lot of really, nothing. But at the same time, he's training to play on the edge. Is he losing 10, 15 pounds this offseason? Is that going to remove his effectiveness if you do ask him to play inside now at that point this season? I don't know on that. So it'll definitely work. It'll definitely work, but a lot to pay for that just kind of given role you're going to have the guy slide into doing now. Especially because I don't think he gives you any kind of real pass rush off the edge. Great as a run defender, sets the edge, can be active over there, but how much is he going to be able to give you as a real pass rusher off that edge, being that he's not really a twitchy get-off guy at that point to make it happen over there. But definitely it starts with this defense too. I'll just say this too as problem child. The last point is with this defense, you need to stop the run. That's been the big problem the last couple of years. Needs to be a bit at the forefront. It's a bit of that at the forefront of this defense from a philosophy standpoint. So that does add up to why you do it there. It does. I do think Draymond's probably going into the last year, though, here in Seattle. I'll say that too as well. Randall McDaniel, thank you for that other $2 donation. I really do appreciate you for that, brother. You're awesome. Which side of the ball takes to the new scheme quicker? My belief is that the offensive side of the ball is going to take to the new scheme quicker, because the defense is going to do so many multiple things, and they've been so simplistic in their designs prior. I think the offense has had some of the complexities built within it. It just hasn't taken full advantage of those. So they're a little bit, I think, more ahead of the ball on starting this process. I think the talent level is also a little bit more higher on the offensive side of the ball, and that helps to push things along faster as well. So there's that. There's also, to me, Randall, the part where we come into play where I don't think there's going to be this great fear of working and utilizing the middle of the field. I know people point to with Grubb the fact that he didn't use the field a whole lot himself, or the Huskies didn't as well last year as much either. But when you watch the film, they did work their way into the middle of the field at times. They didn't just completely bail away from it. And with those wide hash marks, you are going to have a tendency to attack the wide side of the hash mark furthest away from you. And so that's going to cause you to not necessarily be in the middle of the field. Doesn't mean you're trying to necessarily not target the middle of the field. It's just that that's where the opening is on the field. That's where the open space is. So, I think that those two things factor in here to where you have that type of stuff, Randall. You have stuff where Grubb looks at the charts on guys like Walker and sees with Walker the effectiveness with him running outside versus running inside. And he'll look at those numbers and he won't say, well, I'm going to keep hammering Walker inside on power run concepts because I want to tire a defense out with this super hyper elusive back. He's not going to say that. Like, I got Charbonnet to do that. I'm going to get this kid to the edges. I'm going to get him to where he's at his best. Those to me are really quick and easy, simple adjustments to make that bring about really easy, good returns. And you are taking over an offense that wasn't bad last year, Randall. It was the 8th most efficient offense in all of football. And so there's a lot there to work with. Very talented group. And those things will all, I think, collectively help to raise it along. There's going to be the same kind of growing pains and you learning the ropes a bit that you have to have on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not saying that there's not going to be that as well. Especially we come with the option routes and having the communication on the same page between the quarterback and receiver. But even that you've got worked in your favor because in Gino's case, and he's worked with DK and Tyler and Jackson Smith and Bobo and Fant, all these guys for a couple of years now. You would think the continuity and the chemistry would be on the same page between them in making this transition in a way that's maybe unique when you would typically make this kind of transition to a different style of offense like they are. So I think the offense does take the big step forward quicker, faster here. I think the defense is going to have some rough, rugged road to drive over, some bouncy potholes they're going to have to hit through the first few weeks before they kind of get it figured out. I mean, if it took 10 games for the Ravens defense under Mike McDonald to find their footing, and he was taking over for Wink Martindale, which was going from complexity to complexity, how much longer then would you think it would foreseeably take going from a super simplistic to ultimate complexity? You would think that it would actually take a little bit longer, right, Randall? And that there'd be a little bit more of a process at play there to make that happen. So that's where I will be conservative a little bit in my outlook this season. And you won't find me bailing off or saying McDonald's not the answer, this isn't going to work long term, but that it's going to take time to implement this thing. You don't go from one end of the end of the spectrum to the other and expect that that's just going to be an easy hop, skip, and jump to get to the other side of it. Great questions, though. Thank you, you guys. Fantastic questions. And great thoughts as well there, Problem Child. Tommy Eaton says, look at it this way. Cousins equals probably compete for a division, but not Super Bowl. Penix equals possible future Super Bowl. To me, that is a worthwhile pick. I hadn't even put it in that way, Tommy, but that's a brilliant way to put it, man. Yeah. I think that's a great way to put it. And I just one more reason for me to be heartily kind of in favor of what Atlanta did here with this. I know they're getting railed on and people hate it for them, but I think in the grand big picture scheme of this, it makes just a whole lot of sense. Bison said that. Yeah, I thought Atlanta was going to take Dallas Turner too, but yeah, he is going to Minnesota. Tommy says what Brandon's saying. Also, in the Atlanta situation, much different than what we paid Flynn a ton of money and drafted Russ. The old difference here is Penix was drafted, but that was their guy. Yeah, you were willing to do it. And yeah, Russell was drafted a little bit later on, but you also had Tavares Jackson on the roster too, Tommy. And that's the part of that with it as well, is that not only was it a matter of you paid Flynn, but you had Tavares. You were going to have to commit to holding 3 quarterbacks on the active roster throughout the course of the season to make that happen. And that was going to harm you in being able to build up in other positions as you were looking for that team to be ready to kind of kick into gear and go. So yeah, I don't think you can be instructed just to, if you pay the quarterback, well, now we don't deal with that position at all. And I mean, look, I knocked on the Packers and didn't like it. To me, it's a little bit of a different situation from the Packers. To me, this is where we get to the difference. Because to me, when the Packers were going through the Rodgers years and they did the Jordan Love draft and they did it with A.J. Dillon and they were screaming for needing playmakers on the outside. I mean, absolutely screaming. And to me, that's where we talk about looking at one team in the Falcons and saying, do I look at them through a Super Bowl porthole? Do I see this team as, that's with Cousins there and one extra player to take them on the top? They are right there at the forefront of contenders there. No, I don't in the NFC. I'll go to the Packers. I'll go to the Niners. I'll go to the Lions. I'll go to the Eagles. I don't know at what stage I land in the Falcons. Now, conversely, with those Packer teams at that time with Rodgers, where they were getting this close, where they're going to 3 straight conference championships, you could go and look at them year by year and say, well, yeah, you are kind of one player away from getting over the top. Having one of those games you played the Niners where you had the one extra skill position player on the outside that could that could give you some production and help would have been kind of useful. But that's in my opinion, the difference of these two teams and where they really truly stand as we look out at them. Brian says the Falcons have a correlation to the Montana Young Niners going forward. Yeah, kind of. Exactly. Fly zone, what Baker Mayfield's done has been very impressive. Been able to reclaim his career, which not a lot of number one overall picks can do if they don't take to that first stop. Or first 2 stops, for that matter. Or first 3 stops, for that matter. Zach's going to send some people to the Shadow Realms as well as hand grenade. Yes, he is. Lose the Hawks Nest. Grubb with DK Lockett, JSN Fant, the O-line potential, and K9. Gino and Grubb are going to eat. Oh, yeah. Gino's going to grub out. I think I'm going to have that shirt made. Gino's going to grub out. I can see it, man. It's so much firepower. Few teams in the league have put together this kind of offensive potential. And Grubb's going to have so much to work with and utilize. And now that they finally, for the first time in really 10 years, got the offensive line to a place where it's going to maybe be stabilized. And if not a position of strength, at least not a position of pure weakness. Carlos says, Gino had 600 yards and 8 touchdowns in a game at West Virginia. It's on YouTube. Pretty nuts. Check it out, folks. Yeah. That was Gino back in the spread offense the last time he was in one. Megan Roger in the house. What's up, Megan? Good to see you. Says Hawks Nest, thank you so much for giving me your head cold. Rest in peace to Susan Backline, a.k.a. Chrissy Wheeler, first victim of Bruce and the shark in Jaws. Ooh, yeah, that's a scary scene. That's a freaky scene still to this day, Megan. That holds up. Hey, it's super contagious. I don't know what to tell you. You know, it's sweeping the world right now. You guys in Australia are going to get it eventually. That's just the way it works, you know. America gets a cold. America sneezes, Australia gets a cold. I think that's how that whole line of thinking used to be talked and spoken about. It's a known thing. Hope you're feeling better. Demi-virus. If the Falcons lose their 2025 first round due to tampering with Cousins, the Penix pick this year makes a little more sense if they originally planned to use it on a quarterback. Another great point. You guys are always bringing up the awesome standpoints on this that I'm right in alignment on my thinking with as well. We are hearing about the fact that tampering thing is a very real problem for the Falcons, and really they're looking at the true potential of losing their first round pick next year. So, as you say, when you take Cousins this year, is there a built-in kind of objective to where you say as a team in the next 2 years, we got to go get a quarterback? We've got to get our QB of the future. I've got Cousins at 35 years old. This is not the long-term answer here, or as good as he has played. Yeah, you probably do. And knowing that it's going to be taken, and knowing that you have Penix fall to you, and them loving Penix's talent, that's the part of this, is that it wasn't a matter of them just taking Penix just because, but because they loved his talent. To me, this is where there's a lot of sense to it and logic to it. Yeah, Demi, great point. Brian says Pumpkin's daydreaming about schedule predictions. She just might be. You know she's daydreaming about salmon one way or the other. Rand the Cut says the Winer's window is almost shut. Ours is opening. One window closes, another opens. And indeed, you hear that? You hear that whine, folks? That's that old San Francisco wood, you know? That dried out old San Francisco wood. It's a little moldy. What you're hearing is that wood groaning and whining, and you know where it's coming from? You know where that whiner whining is coming from? It's coming from that window sliding down. Such a tight fit. Oh, just got it little by little going down further and further every year. Almost closed. Just a little bit more. Well, we got the Niners out for 2025. I think they're sitting $24 million of dead money. About to sign up for a Brandon Ayuk contract at $30 million a year. About to get rid of George Kittle. It's closing. It's a closing. But when is it going to shut? Lewis's Pumpkin's the star. She is the star. She's deep in sleep right now, too. Say what's up. Everybody's talking about you. Can you at least give them a what's up? You say, what's up? That wasn't a what's up. That was a, Give me a what's up. Give me a what's up. So sleepy. She had an active day today. She did a lot of bird watching. It was very stressful. Flyzone says, I still don't get the Colts pick with Latu, but I think he'll be good. I think it'll be a very productive pass rusher for him. I do think that what they did there is that they went for a need on the team rather than the value of the pick. I think that that's a very stark example of where you look at a team and you say, is this a team picking to need or is this a team trusting to value? And on one pick, you have, in my opinion, a Colts team who's saying, we desperately need edge rushers. We desperately need to get better with our pass rush game. Who's the best edge rusher we have on our board? Latu. Okay, well, let's just take him. He's got a neck injury. Yeah, but he's the best pass rusher we got on our board. Take him. Versus Seattle, who stacked at the 3-tech position at that point, who doesn't have a need for that at that point, but who takes Byron Murphy. And that's the difference between one player getting the best player to do a certain thing on the field and the other team getting the best positional player at his position in the draft. One team driven by the need factor, the other team driven by the value factor. Does it make the Latu pick completely miserable and horrible for the Colts? No. But what sets the stage for a tremendous draft and what sets the stage for just an average draft? Average drafts, bad drafts are on the back of need. Great drafts, all-time drafts are on the back of value. And I think on those two picks between the Seahawks and the Colts there, between Latu and Murphy, you got to see the difference between two different organizations' outlooks for those picks. Usually the Colts draft very well. So it was odd that the Colts general manager kind of went outside of his normal self on this one. But I think he did nonetheless. And we got to take advantage of that situation. Flyzone says Chris Ballard was mad during the interview about the draft. Laughing out loud. He's probably pissed because he got caught with that comment where he's laid the bear a little bit there where I included it. I've got it. It's where he comes out and he says, we just got the best damn edge rusher in the draft, and he's not saying we got the best, defensive player in the draft. He's saying we got the best pass rusher in the draft. And his choice of words there, I think, are telling. Because if he thought Latu was the best defensive player in the draft, he would have just said that, right? Why go to the specific best pass rusher in the draft? Tommy says we had to do so much weird stuff the last few years with Hurt just to try and stop the run. It really messed everything up. It's going to be nice to see some more cohesive concepts. Yeah, we're plugging holes in the dam, trying to keep the boat from going under the waters at times there, especially in regards to the ground game, Tommy. It'll be a new world this year, a new day, a new dawn. I'm feeling good. Addicted offense was fairly decent last year considering the Band-Aid O-line. Defense is a lot of room for improvement. Yeah. Offense is pretty legit on this team. But yeah, it's definitely the D needs a wee bit of help. Addicted Hawks says, what's the over-under on Westover making the 53-man roster? I don't know. I don't even know how to find that information. How do you even learn that? Okay. Addicted Hawks, did Julian Love have a poor coverage rating? I thought he had a satisfactory year plus some clutch plays at the end of the year. Yeah, Julian Love was pretty good overall last year in his play. I think he started out the year really in a tough stage of things, and that kind of maybe colored a little bit of people's view of his season. But he ended up actually fitting out pretty well when it was all said and done. He was the 23rd highest rated safety in the league. His coverage grade was 80.4, 72.8 overall. So he was he had a solid season. Had a share of, I think he had a couple of interceptions last year as well. Let me see here. No kitty. I hear you. Credited for giving up a good share of yardage last year. Out there for a lot of plays. 937 plays, but I think he played pretty good football for us overall. 4 interceptions, 6 pass breakups. Definitely would like to get the yards down. He was picked on, I think, a little bit early on in the year, especially when they were trying to learn how to use him. Yeah, you get start of the year against Detroit. He gave up over 100 yards in coverage. Excuse me. Over 100 yards in coverage there. A couple games at the end of the year had a few that got past him. For the majority of the games, I mean, 13 yards in coverage, 11 yards in coverage given up, 12 yards in coverage given up, 7 yards in coverage given up, 0 yards in coverage given up, 12 yards in coverage. You know, he's just got to eliminate those games where he gets the real bad moments, I guess. He's not giving up a lot of big plays as far as, you know, shot plays. It's just he was getting dinked, but then you dinked and dunked to death. But then you go, is that a system thing at that point? Partly of causing that? Yeah, maybe a little bit there. He has fit to this scheme before, though. He played it in this basically similar scheme with Wink Martindale. So he's going to be ready to hit the ground running when McDonald. He's probably going to be the furthest along of any of the defenders, especially in the secondary. So it's got the defense coming around week 4 or 5. I hope you're right. I'd love to see it. Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, sure is fun to speculate about the new scheme, coach, etc. It really is, man. It's to kind of be able to unpack something that is new and so varied and multiple and complex. You know, it's going a little bit from eating, you know, naan to sitting down for one of these 4-course meals where it's like, this is going to be octopus with, you know, fish eggs. And you're going, okay, I've never had it before. Let's try it. I'll give it a shot, you know. Here's some whale snout. It's been parmesaned with spice and pepper. Okay, let's go. It'll be fun. After years of eating oatmeal, just oatmeal too. Just oatmeal and water, oatmeal. You know, after years of having a little bit of just kind of that very bland kind of stuff, it's going to be very rich. And I'm going to enjoy these bites, Randall. I am. But it's fun. It's fun to think about how they can put this together. And also, when you think about it, to me, it's also, I've said, forefront, cutting edge, offensive and defensively. You're trying to push the ball. You're not trying to go with the flow and do what everybody else is doing. You're shooting for the moon here. You're taking a big swing. And you might miss, you might swing right through that ball, but if you hit it, you might also send it into the upper deck. Randall also with a $2 donation. I appreciate that. He says, Chris Ballard is the Dave Ramsey of the NFL. That's so perfect. Oh, that's so perfect. I think he's gotten to that point because he's always been credited as like one of the smartest guys in the room kind of general managers. And he has gotten to a little bit of a point at times where it just seems like his reputation has outpaced the actual production of him as a general manager. What has he really done with Indianapolis there over his time? And while he's got some hits of picks, you've also got a good amount of misses in those picks as well. And certainly they spend their money even weirder than we've spent our money in recent years. But I like that. Yeah, Dave Ramsey, NFL. We'll get your budget right. Get your budget right. Fit within your means. Stay within your means now, Randall. Okay? Don't expand outside your means. Stay within inside that box. Okay? You want to put 25% of your income into the bank. You're going to put another 10% of your income into your savings account. Okay? So one goes to check, you don't touch either of those two now. Okay? You're going to eat crackers 350 days of the year. Saltine. Dave Ramsey. Let's go. Mm-mm. Well, hand grenades is wonder how beating the Rams and Niners twice a year is going to affect the trout population. Zone says, I heard John Schneider, Byron Murphy was his first player on the draft board. Ooh, I hadn't heard that. I certainly could see when they came up to pick Fly Zone, that'd be the number one guy they had on their board overall. I could see where they got to it on that front of things. But in the whole draft, I'm sure he had guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. higher, and I think there'd be a few guys they might have had a little bit. I think J.C. Latham would have been higher. Brian Meyer says Johnny Newton, Zerzon Newton, having a second knee injury, most likely why he fell. Those injury concerns, man, Brian, I get teams not wanting to touch it. I don't like touching it either. You got already enough risk with this stuff and things that could go wrong without walking into somebody that might be damaged goods walking in. So that makes a lot more sense why he might have dipped and fell there. Space says, do you think we should move on from Draymond Jones? I don't think that there's necessarily a need to do so this year, Space. He provides you a good depth on the interior of the line. He provides you a power edge that can set the edge, unlike what you really have on this team in other places. Uchenna can do that stuff, but he's a little undersized out there on the edge. Mafe can definitely do it, but then that's it. So having another guy that you can call upon with insurance this year on that front's nice to have. I certainly don't like spending $17.5 million on it, but it is what it is there. I think he is a guy that by next year you're moving on from him. I think you're looking to trade or release next year. And then there's just more money to save at that point too. That's the part about moving him now or getting off him as well. Space on top of like he can fill a need on this hole. He can fill a hole, a need here on this team is moving off from him doesn't exactly save you a ton of cap space. Tommy says, I think Mike is going to coach the defense more like Bill Belichick did, make it a game-to-game thing based on the opponent, 3-4, 4-3, bare fronts, whatever's called for. Yes, I agree. He's a lot in that Belichickian mindset of I'm going to attack the weaknesses of the opponent, and by attacking those weaknesses opponent, that'll be then dictate the fronts I run and how many games I run with those fronts. Yeah, well said. Philip says it'll be interesting to see if Walker and Charbonnet will be on the field at the same time. I do love, Philip, those fullback Charbonnet looks where, you know, you're really challenging the defense there. It's really great, especially down the goal line. And Grubb likes to run this type of stuff where he'll have a halfback go down to fullback, have kind of an I formation look out of a goal line kind of front there with the offensive line. And then just it's a quick give into the fullback on a dive. Touchdown. I mean, who's stopping Charbonnet with 1 yard and him having that kind of build-up speed there from just a yard out? So I'd love to see some of that. I bet you will. I bet you will. Tommy says, yo, what Mike did in Michigan was the most impressive. He came in, set the scheme, and then left, and they dominated ever since. Kind of amazing. Like defensive consultant magic. Definitely that is maybe that I think you make a good point that that's probably more impressive than even what he's done with the Ravens because of the fact that he did go in there and not only teach the players, but taught the coaches. Those are two different kind of skill sets of a coach. Teaching the coaches, teaching the players. Two different things, two different ways to get down the messaging across and try to show them the pathway. And he did it so well, like you say, that not only did he get both the players and coaches up to par on the system, but he got them up to par to the point where he could go in there and then leave, and then the system didn't even miss a beat. And that speaks to how well he did of a job there in his short period of time. Yeah, great points tonight, guys in the chat. Absolutely fine points. Megan's the Hawks Nest. I'm with you on the second, third day of the draft, and I have media interviews for Migraine Awareness Month coming up. Oh, yikes. Hang in there. Hang in there. Tommy says, I think we should have drafted Penix, but from our standpoint, we already have Penix comp, Geno on a roster, so no need to move up. Maybe Grubb can teach how well it is to get rid of the ball. Hopefully so. Hopefully he's mixing that in there. And look, Hal did it well when he was in North Carolina in his sophomore year. But you're right. Geno's got a lot of some similar comps to kind of right-handed Michael Penix a little bit. And it would have been interesting, Tommy, to see if Penix had fallen to Seattle, if they would have taken him. I think there was really no chance he was falling to them, where even if you didn't have a team like the Falcons taking him, I think the Raiders end up taking him in front of Seattle there a couple picks later. But would have been fun to see if what they had done if he did land to them with Grubb here and all of that. Flies, we didn't sign Julian Love to a contract. He's on the final year of his deal right now. It was a 2-year deal originally. King Bomber had a dream where week 1, the first play of the game, Byron Murphy got a sack and proceeded to terrorize the quarterback for the rest of the game. God, I hope it's true. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We need a Seahawks version of Aaron Donald. I'd love to have one. I hope he can be that guy for us. That'd be great. That would be great. Yes. I know. Yeah, the medicals on Newton explain a lot of why he felt. I mean, the tape also was a little mixed at times. There's some good skill sets there with him, some good ability there with him, but outside of even the knee injury, I did end up having him beneath Byron Murphy on my board and in the second round. But glad that we stayed away from him with that foot situation. Explains too why the Rams passed on him with the opportunity to take him there at 19 as well, especially when they came back around to Braden Fisk and kind of reaching for him in the second round. Yeah, they probably had some of those worries a little bit about that foot. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. It's so good to see you in the house. Garth Knight, what's up, my man? Says, Brando, I know this is off topic, but what is your favorite navigation app? I'm falling out of love with Waze. I just do the app that's on just the Apple phone, the main app that comes with the app on the Apple phone, and then my fallback is Google's. So it's one of those two that I lean on to. Google's is pretty good. But I just do it for the ease of the Apple app one works just really well with the deals. So I haven't used a lot of the other navigation apps out there, Garth. Can't beat Google though, man. I mean, they got everything kind of. Some of these apps are almost too much, where they start having you try to shave 15 seconds off your drive and have you do take a right, go left, go right. I could have just gone straight, but that would have added 15 seconds. Thank you, AI. Appreciate that. Does explain a little bit more of the push to Murphy, Bomber. Once you did get past Murphy and Newton, Fisk was a far drop from those two players. So, understandable. Kings is also, Brandon, have you seen the draft room article? Very interesting stuff in terms of some of their prospects and how they had them ranked. I hadn't seen it yet, man. Is it on TheSeahawks.com? I'll check it out for sure. I'd love to see some of those. Those articles are gold. But if it's on the Seahawks, I'll check it out after the stream. Let me know. King Bomber says one of the players that went in the top 10 wasn't a first-round graded player for Seattle. Uh-huh. 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 Gotta be McCarthy. Gotta be McCarthy. You imagine McCarthy in a spread-based offense throwing 70% of the time with deep shot throws built within. I almost guarantee a King Bomber was McCarthy. Your house is. I think there's a chance Murphy might play some fullback snaps or even halfback if it's within the 3-yard line. Yeah, he may. I mean, you don't really want to expose your D lineman that way if you can. But maybe Mike's like, I don't care. Why not? And he did have a couple of those snaps at Texas. He's in the fact that they had 3 high-graded players when it was pick at 81, one of which was definitely Haynes. I'm going to look forward to looking at that article. It sounds like there's some nuggets in there, man. Ooh, I like that. Brian, I'm not old enough to remember when we had a 6 preseason games and a 14 regular season. We cut preseason in half and not much time to teach and set the scheme and pick the right starters. No, it's the new part of coaching that I think is the new skill set that was one that wasn't a necessity back 30 years ago that becomes one now. How efficient can you be in your training methods? How can you truncate and take something that should require you to have multiple off-season programs and two-a-days and padded practices and all of that and squish it down to be able to get it all compactly put together in a very short amount of period of time? That's the part, that's a whole new thing that wasn't there before. We used to have all the time in the world with these players, even throughout the course of an off season, to keep them where you wanted to keep them as far as physically and ready to play. Whole new skill set. Young Bido Games is Pumpkin going ham on the clean job. Yeah, she is. She's now gotten too tired after the cleaning and she's going to do the leg dangle move. That's the ultimate in cat relaxation. I'm going to just throw my leg over the side of this. It's kind of like, ah. Tommy says, underrated thing to think about is the Tyler situation. We owe him a ton of money next year. I think we are still on the lookout for a wide receiver before the trade deadline, so we don't need to in the 2025 draft. You're paying him this year, Tommy, but then when you get into 2025, you're able to get out from under the deal very, very easily. So the money to be saved is next year, but that was the whole thing here with it, is that you said to Tyler and going to him, we might have to move you this offseason with where our cap is unless we can kind of restructure you. He says, okay, well, restructure me, but let's set this up in a way that I'm here for sure this final year. But then, yeah, the team gets that we have a pathway to get out from under the contract after next year because we're going to want that flexibility. So he's here this year, but I think it is his final year. I think he retires after this season. And then you save a good amount of money next year when he retires. Yeah, King Bomber, Fontanu, Latu, and Newton are the 3 guys that you look at that there are definitely some injury concerns on those 3 guys by the outlook of teams that had some teams scared off of them. Have a good night there, Megan. Appreciate you. Brian says Penix falling to 16 was our best chance at a trade down and acquiring a second round. Might have been, Brian. I think we had a second round option in the trade. I just don't think that we wanted to move back to let the team come up and get that Byron Murphy. I think like the Rams probably would have offered us their second round pick to, considering the Rams, I believe Byron trade up to get Braden Fisk in the top of the second round. So I think that they would have perfectly been happy with giving us a second round pick to come up there and get Byron Murphy, but I think we just love the player so much. Admittedly, I don't know for sure, but that's my feeling. That's my sense of it. And Bomber, yeah, we don't have a lot more room here to acquire much of anybody else. We're kind of stuck up against it. Fly Zone Kayvon Wallace is on a 1-year contract. He'll fit in here and he'll compete for the starting role, but I wouldn't outline him as being a guy that's due to be a starter. He's probably going to end up a backup on the team, and only with the team probably for a season. Yeah, Tommy, this will be Tyler's last year. Everything's set up in this way. Both team and player have set this up, so it's not a crazy or I think they're both on the same page with it. And he's going to kill it in real estate, to your point, King Bomber. He's got his extra career after he's done all set up and aligned. Not that he probably needs to with the money he's made. Phillips and Snyder's wanting to draft quarterback bad. Next year, Phillip, I think you're getting your QB next year. And I agree. I think by then he's going to be chopping at the bit. King Bomber says, yeah, Brandon, you should check it out. Maybe a video stream topic. Love the breakdown analysis going into it. As I read the first round thing, I was thinking how happy Brandon would be. I'd love it. Yeah, I'll absolutely do a video around it. That stuff is, like I said, they did that one, it was, I think, a year or two ago. They had that Dave Boiling article that came out, and it gave you some similar stuff. Like, you learned that they liked Arnold Ebiketie just a little bit more than Mafe, but they were both about the same place on their board. You had a little bit of a feel for some of the players they were looking for in the first round. It was definitely a little peek behind the curtain. So I'll check it out. I'm looking forward to that. That sounds awesome. I love those details. We rarely get very much of that stuff, King. So, you get little glimpses of it. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Real nice. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. No. Tony says, thing about a QB is it's never a good time and never a bad time to draft a quarterback, laughing out loud. Such an investment, but it's like insurance just to have it, no matter what the cost. You just don't want to get stuck without a quarterback. Luckily, we've avoided that mostly. Yes, we have. And that is the worst probably pitfall to be into. I tend to be one where I don't think there's necessarily a bad time to draft a quarterback. There's an ideal time to draft him, I think. And so I agree with you. Maybe there's not a bad time to draft him, but is there an ideal time to get him for where your team should be set up? And not all teams are set up in a position to be able to have the patience to do it at the right time. I'll give it that. But I certainly there's that ideal time versus that, okay, you guys drafted him. You got your one. Guys, it's not the lack of preseason, it's the CBA. It's the combination of less preseason games with massive restrictions on structured padded practices. Double whammy equals more injuries, less info. Yeah, I was kind of trying to say it that way. I guess I wasn't saying it as clear into that. It's just that, yeah, the CBA has pulled away these padded practices, has pulled away the amount of time in the offseason and the programs that you had with these players. They get true time away from the facilities. That's what they wanted. That was at the forefront of their negotiations. But it's made it harder to get these players ready to play come game day. And as you say, with that becomes more injuries. It's the part where the players kind of want this, I guess, where they're sort of asking for this, but at the same point in time, they don't seem to understand that it actually does damage. They think the less practicing actually preserves the body in some way. Less wear and tear. Yeah, but you're doing those practices. The reason they did it for years was to prepare the body right for game days so the body didn't get smashed and broken, so that it was built up. It had the calluses on it to be able to handle all that. And that's the part where I think the players get a little bit lost on this one a bit. But yeah, the CBA is the main problem with it, and it's just pull back the time the teams can train. But it does come down to that new coaching skill you have to have, which is, how do I teach a 9-month program in 2 months? How do I do that? Tommy says, yeah, the Hawks Nest, what I mean is I don't want to go into 2025 draft obviously needing a wide receiver 3. I expect JSN to be 2. I just want us to not be forced into a position of BPA draft for need. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. This is also, I think, the part that would help Tommy by letting DK remain here and not opening ourselves up to the trade talk with him, where you have DK, you have JSN, you have Bobo. You are you going to get a receiver at that point? You'll look somewhere, but you're not then driven to find a top end guy that you have to go grab or overpay for, which I think Tommy could end up being the the case you're talking about, or the foreseeable situation that you're talking about, could play out that way if you found yourself moving DK this year and then Tyler retires next year, and now you're just going and reaching for receivers, and probably multiple ones at that, to try to fill a need. And that's where we get into that spot of going and reaching for needs in drafts rather than trusting the value. Emerald Hayes says, how long is the leash on Geno this year? A 1-3 start? I don't think so. I think it's going to have to be more dependent upon how the offense is functioning more than it's on the win and the loss record, because the 1-3 start could be as much about defensive missteps and blown coverages and problems in onboarding this defense than it's Geno causing the issues. So it's more about how is his productivity, how is the supporting cast working around him. I don't think that Sam Howell is as close as some fans think he is to Geno and where Geno's at in his game. He's not. There's really not a guy pushing him in that way to have the team drawn to go to Sam Howell. It's more with Geno about a year-by-year experience here with him as to whether they keep riding with him in and year out. But no, I think that he remains, unless he just completely falls flat on his face in this new offense, he remains your starter and throughout the year. He'd have to fall on his face, though, Emerald Hayes. Like, right on his face. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, how long until a team lets AI do their draft? I think that's going to be a very long time, Randall, before that occurs. A really, really long time. There's just too much. It's for the same reason, Randall, that it's been hard to get analytics put into the NFL versus other sports. Analytics is taken to baseball. Analytics is taken to basketball, but and while it's taking on pretty good here in football, it's been a slow process onboarding it because it's so hard to get the analytics right. I think it'd be equally, and not even more so, harder than Randall to get the AI right as it applies to this type of stuff, and to try to get it to balance all of the right things that you're trying to balance in making these kind of picks. I don't think, unless the AI system was so good in proving itself through running models before the draft and showing how it could do so much better than the person, I don't think that we're, but probably that's like a 50-year away thing, Randall, I would say. The human eye on this and the human touch on this one is going to be one that maintains for a very long period of time. The analytics will have its factoring in, and in a lot of ways, analytics almost has some bits of AI there built in within that data, but never to where I think a computer's just outright picking for teams and they're trusting that over a general manager. Great question, though. At some point, the machines will be smart enough to where it'll be silly not to, but we're a lot longer off on that type of stuff, I think. Great questions, Randall. Dig the Hawks. Brandon, I think you're right about Schneider and the Rams trade. Hawks love Murphy, but still would have loved to have a lower first round and a real number 2 pick on our team. Yeah, and of course, I think that's a little bit of why they turned it down, is that if they had traded with the Rams at that point, you're getting a second round pick, but you're getting the second round pick in the back of the second round. So while you do fall to 19 and you're still in a place to take a real prime player, is that second round pick as good at that point? It's good, but it's not as early second round pick. It's not in the top half of the second round. But yeah, I do think that the Rams had the second rounder on the board for Seattle if they would have made the move there. It's just Seattle liked the player too much. It would be interesting to hear exactly what they had offered at some point from John on that one. Space's bottom line is we need more Bobo ASAP. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that, man. Tommy says also, this community is so awesome. You all are so knowledgeable about football. It's way better than my water cooler discussions at work. All they know is names, no concept of franchise building. I've said it once and I will say it a million times, Tommy, and I believe in the bottom depths of my heart about this channel is that I've got the smartest group of thinkers in here because people have gravitated to a place where thinking is at the forefront, thinking deeply about this stuff at the forefront. It ain't about any one of us being the smartest in this room and looking at the team and how to build teams properly and what the struck ways and all of that. It's that collectively that brain power comes together in the most beautiful of fashions, in my opinion, in order for us to come to some conclusions that are absolutely fantastic and built within a lot of logic, reason, and intelligence to arrive there. And so I agree, man. I think the community here is just amazing. And I'm really blessed and really lucky and honored to be able to have you guys all in here and able to kind of have these chats function this way, as it's a tough thing in online circles to kind of get into this kind of flow state of things. I love it. Brian says, Geno has no leash in a new system and staff unless Hal just kills it in the preseason with this offense. That's my outlook of it as well. And unless Hal's just back like a duck to water in the spread, Geno's going to have him still be miles ahead of him in so many parts, especially for the stuff that's neck up when it comes to quarterbacking. And that would just lead me to believe that Hal's got to wait his turn and Geno's going to have his chance. And that's going to be the way it is. That's just the way it is. Geno's going to play again. King Bomber says, yeah, I'm jealous of people who get to be in that room watching. I am too. I'm not a guy that likes to talk about. I'm straight jealous of not being able to stand in the Seahawks war room. I'd be there the whole time. They'd be like, who's the guy just smiling like an idiot in the back? Yeah. This would be me. Like every time I'll be over John's shoulder. just happy, and it'd be awesome. King Bomber, personally, I sort of wish we had the Sam Howell draft capital to get ourselves another linebacker like Colson or somebody to put us in a better situation. But I get why they made the move for Howell. Yeah, I don't know if and I guess it depends on what you look at as far as draft compensation there with Howell and what you had to give up for him. Because I've heard some people say it's 4th round. Some people say it's a 5th round pick. Would that have been enough collectively to get you up into the 2nd round? It might have been, maybe. But like you say, I get their thinking on it. It makes sense. Tommy says, Pumpkin's got the NFC West champ look on her face. Supreme confidence. Just going to sleep off the Rams 49ers this year. That's right. Look at the way that leg's dangling. Look at the confidence of that leg dangle right there. That's a confident. That's a winning cat right there. That's a cat that knows we got the division sewn up. Ante Petrich says, who would you rather have as our next franchise quarterback in next year's draft? Unfortunately, since Atlanta took my all-time quarterback and Michael Penix Jr., would you rather have Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe? Shedeur Sanders all day long. Jalen Milroe is not an NFL quarterback and is not going to be an NFL quarterback. Jalen Milroe, in my opinion, is a college quarterback. Now, maybe DeBoer is able to turn some top end on him that I wasn't seeing last year, but that Alabama offense is one that hasn't been as restricted of the quarterback in recent years, especially when you had a guy like Bryce Young there. And then watching what the offense and what happened to it with Jalen Milroe back there. When you're seeing a college program like that protect a quarterback in that way, this is a little bit of what I said about the whole McCarthy thing. It's telling you something about the player. The program is telling you something about what that guy can do and what he can't do. So Shedeur Sanders all day long, even with his daddy coming with him. Bomber, with the news that Draymond Jones is playing outside linebacker and the fact that McDonald likes his bigger-sized edges in pair with the signings of Jonathan Hankins, do you think that Cameron Young might be moved to defensive end as he weighs less than Murphy does and he's taller? He weighs less than Murphy. You're gonna have to let me know what you mean on the weighs less than Murphy. So Murphy came into the combine weighing 297 pounds. Cameron Young came into the combine weighing 304 pounds. So he's got about 10 pounds on Byron Murphy. I think the other thing I would say on this is, in my opinion, King Bomber, Byron Murphy came into the combine and probably gained 10 pounds from his playing weight. I would reckon to guess that Cameron Young probably knocked off 10 or 15 pounds off his playing weight to get this 40 and his testing numbers down to a good place. But Cam Young is a one tech, nose tackle. So he's not a guy that is going to have the mobility to be playing as a 3-4 end even. 5'1", 140. It's not going to happen there with him off the edge. He's a nose tackle, 100%. I think it really comes down to King is it's with Cam Young, they just don't know if the guy's going to be a player. You sign Jonathan Adkins there because you're like, look, we don't want to rely upon the fact that we got Jaron Reed as our main nose tackle who's getting older and we ran too many snaps last year. We can't do that again because we can't trust Cam Young. We got to have at least a guy in here who can be functional at the position so that we can load balance Jaron Reed if it comes down to that. It's not that they bail out on Cam Young completely there. It's just that they get the reinforcement to make sure that it's not all on that development or nothing. Dig Doc says, did the Seahawks pick up a kickoff punt returner as a UDFA this year? Thought they picked up a free agent receiver who could do this? They did. So right now you have the two guys who would be your kick returners if we started tomorrow for your Seahawks, because it's going to be two kick returners now back in the way the new rules are set up. So Laviska Shenault will be one of your guys, and Dwayne Eskridge will be the other one. So those are your two kick returners as it stands right now. We'll see if both make the roster. Maybe one has to go and the other one can stay. But I would say that they're going to go with those two. And then if you ended up cutting Eskridge because Chenault's going to probably make the roster, then you probably go with a guy like maybe, I think one of the guys we drafted actually has a background. I think it's maybe, who was it? Oh, I'm totally spacing. Somebody that we drafted's got a background in doing the kick return. I don't know if it's Pritchett or James, but somebody does, I think. So one of those guys could fill in if it's one of those two guys get cut. But yeah, you're thinking of Laviska Shenault. So no, we won't be picking up any UDFAs because they got that covered. Oh, there's the wide receiver from Tennessee. Yeah, that's true too. I don't think he makes the roster though. I know my shirt's kind of weird right now. I don't know why it's bending down here, but it looks weird. Tommy says, okay, chest out, Brandon. What's the shirt say? I've almost seen it all. I can make it out, though my OCD is kicking in. So it's just got the C. It's just C with the 12s on it. I'm slouching a little bit today. I'm having a low energy day. It's crumbling up my shirt as I'm doing it. I don't know what's up here. Space says, would you like to see JSN go to number one wide receiver after Tyler leaves? I'd like DK to remain the number one wide receiver. And then you work in a guy like JSN as the counter puncher in there. And both can find, I think, a tremendous amount of productivity at that point. I think JSN eventually, we come to find with him is that he's a slot guy. And slot guys can be hyper productive in there. It's not like a scarlet letter to throw it on him. You know, Cooper Kupp and Amon St. Brown have been great at the slot. But I do think that he's mainly the slot guy. And I think it gets to be kind of hard. You can be number one theoretically from a production standpoint as a slot guy in this day and age. Are you a true blue number one at that point? Are you a guy that's commanding double teams? And not necessarily. But I think he'd be very productive, hyper productive in this offense especially. Cardo says, how do you even prove that an AI can do better than human at drafting? I don't know. I mean, the only way, Ricardo, really you could prove it is by trying it out one given draft. So probably what happens is we get to the point 50 years from now where AI progresses so far where it's so smart, where there's just this tantalizing option of doing it, where you just go, this thing's so smart. We got to try this out at some point. And you have all these NFL teams like the guy on the bridge that's going to jump off the bridge in the water. And everybody's like, I don't know. And he keeps edging a little closer. Like, I think it's deep enough we can jump. And so it's just going to take one ballsy one in the deep, deep future. But somebody eventually, with probably how this does progress, get to that spot where they're like, let's give it a try out in the year. Let's see if we can be trendsetters on this. Marcelo, hey, Brandon, if Geno balls out, would you extend his contract for a couple of years? Assume team-friendly contract like he's already done? Thanks for your work. Well, thank you, Marcelo. Very kind of you. Yes, I think if Geno Smith is to have a balling out kind of year, I think that he's heading in at that point to, let's take a look here. Let me make sure I've actually looked at his contract situation to be sure on this one, though. So So Geno Smith would go through 2025. So yeah, if you got through 2024, he goes into the final year of his contract there in 2025. You do have a signing bonus on the hook at that point, but you could absolutely restructure the deal quite easily, and you're adding the 13.5 signing bonus on top of whatever new money you put together, but you could put a couple of year contract extension together very easily for him at that point. And yes, he has proven a willingness and shown a willingness to take a discounted deal and not have to command the highest price contract. And if he's done it once before, why would he not do it again? So if he goes out there, throws for 4,600 yards, 36 touchdowns, and looks like he looks, I'm not going to have an issue doing that. But I'm also, Marcelo, one of those people that's a very pro-Geno guy versus so many in the Seahawks fan base that are anti-Geno. But I'll ride with him. I trust in him, and I think you give him a better supporting cast. He's got a lot of potential to make some noise. More noise than he's even made so far. Addicted Hawks says, Brandon, oh, sorry, I forgot. Asked, how did the move to San Diego go? Hope the road trip went smoothly. It was a hell of a 20-hour drive that I don't want to ever have to do again. And there is nothing going on in the state of Nevada. Nothing. But it's over with now, which is good. Got here by the time that the draft started, which got everything set up, and everything worked out perfectly with it, man. It was awesome. Awesome. Brian Myers says the D-line is going to be a dogfight. Surprise releases and trades incoming. I could see it, Brian. One of the benefits of having a stacked up defensive line like we got is that you find yourself with first world problems. And man, our rotation is just too damn deep. Just too damn good. You remember the other thing that's notable is that they probably offered the second to move up for Bowers. Another team said no. I got to check out that article. Emerald Hayes says, position of need, where would the Hawks make a trade at? It's a good question. Really good question. I would say I guess the place that I would go to would probably be the edge. You have Uchenna Nwosu coming off of an injury, Boye Mafe, Darrell Taylor, and Derek Hall with Draymond Jones theoretically playing early down snaps as an edge there for you in the run game. So if you have Darrell Taylor be Darrell Taylor, what he is, if Derek Hall doesn't take a big step forward this year, if one of your two guys in Uchenna and Boye gets an injured, you're going to need to go get an edge really quick, right quick. I think that would be the biggest position that could jump out that you would need. And that's also the one you could actually go find. Like you might have a need for a guard. Are you going to find a team that's going to trade you a decent guard? Probably not. They hold on to those things like gold, like a special kind of gold. So that's where it also comes down to the position that could potentially be of need, but also the position that you could address. Inside linebacker is probably another one where you're not super deep, and that same thing could hit you there, Emerald Hayes. Philip Castle says, Brandon, with these UDFA linebackers make some noise on defense this year. Ro Torrance. Ro Torrance is a cornerback, Philip. ASU outside cornerback. He's got linebacker size, but I would be shocked to hear that they're looking to move him into the linebacker. But if you've heard that, let me know. I have not, to be honest with you, dived in as much to the UDFAs. And just to be completely honest with you on it, I don't necessarily go super hard to the UDFAs past kind of the guys that I think are going to have the best chance to make the team, because so few of these guys end up sticking, and you end up going through a lot of tape for a guy that's going to be a fringe NFL player at the end of the day. And it's just, you have to kind of put the time and the place on the stuff with the channel that's going to be the most maximally impactful. And I don't know. I don't get the feel that there's necessarily a big desire on the deep dive on the UDFA stuff as much. But I'll try to look at a few of those guys if I can. Trey Osborne says, I'm a huge Ryan Grubb fan. I seriously feel like the NFL hasn't seen a Ryan Grubb style offense because he uses everything, including 2 wide receivers in the backfield with the quarterback. He confused so many teams at UW. Great points there, Trey, all the way around. This is also why I get excited about him, is that he's not rigid in his approach. I inherited this scheme from this guy who inherited from that guy, and it's all been about in the same state for about 25, 30 years. Instead, you have, as we were talking about at the top of the show here today, Trey, a scheme that kind of started out from this place to where it was maybe in the 80s to how it's progressed through time, how he's taken and onboarded it and continued to progress it and continued to evolve it and continued to update it. And what you like about him, as you say with it, is that he uses everything. I think that's a great way of putting it. He is not going to say that there's certain kind of plays we're not going to have in this offense or certain stylings that we're not going to have in this offense. He is going to throw all of it at you. And why does it confuse teams? Because we can't lean to any tendencies. I can't look at your route concepts prior to the snap and go, oh, I know what they're doing here. It's going to be the mesh, or they're going to run the post here to this. Or you just don't know what they're doing every snap to post snap. And so you just end up in a lot of confusion. And that is what this does, is when you're willing to do everything, you open the door for that confusion. When you do limited things, when you're into kind of a small box of items that you're willing to do, well, that's the point where you're confusing Jack Diddley Dandy. It ain't nobody unsure about what you're doing. And that's why you get teams like we saw last year, especially in that Ravens game that we played Mike McDonald's defense, where they're just calling out our player prior to the snap. They know right where it's going to go. But yeah, he's going to be, I think, a really good player, a really good coach. And I think he's got as good a chance as any of these spread coaches coming into the NFL to find success, Trey, because he's not as beholden to those wide hash marks. He's not as beholden to the short passing game as some of these other spread concepts. He will work all levels. He understands what he needs to do in pass protections to keep his quarterback clean, which can be another thing sometimes in the spread stuff, that you can have your quarterbacks get unduly hit or take too many hits or be asked to run too much. He finds protections within there for the QB. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation, my man. I appreciate you for that. He says, would you rather sit a draft war room or booth with an offensive coordinator? The draft war room. I think with an offensive coordinator for a game, Randall, there would be too much data coming too fast from too many different directions to try to kind of make sense of whatever was happening. But I think in a draft room, you can get a sense of some of the more slower pace to it, where it's like, we got these deals and these deals, we got this, we can do that, we're not doing that, we're going to do this, we're going to that. Oh, you can see the reactions of the team, Randall, to what other teams do and how they pick. You can get a feel for maybe how John and some of the rest of the scouts and people in the room might be kind of feeling about the teams out there that sort of pick dumbly or what they would consider to be stupidly. So the war room, I think, would be way more interesting, way more going on. And it just I think it would inform you a little bit more on overall across the league, what's going on, how drafts really run, how many deals really come down the pike for a general manager when their pick comes up, how many options they truly do have to turn over. You picture in your mind, Randall, it's call after call after call. And it's like, we got 5 minutes and I need more than that pick. You got to give me more. We got 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm telling you right now, I need the extra 5th rounder, Bob, or this is not happening. Get back to me in 36 seconds. Terry, I said to you, we're not doing the deal unless you give me the 3rd in next year's draft. You keep coming cheap on me with this. I don't have the time for this. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, I'll talk to you in a second. I got Billy's on the line. Billy, what? What do you want? Okay, you're going to give me the... Okay, well, Bob's willing to give me the 3rd and the 5. You got to give me the 5 and the 3rd. Okay, you got to check on that? Check on that. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A picture. Maybe it's that you just get like 3 offers and you're sitting on it for 5 minutes and staring at them. Could be something like that too, Randall. But give me the draft room. The draft war room would be awesome. The conversations alone in the background between the scouts would be worth the price of admission, regardless of what's going on with John. Just what the scouts are discussing on what they're seeing as it plays out. I appreciate you though, brother. Thank you, man. Rick Hatch. Thank you, Rick, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. A little off topic, but why do college players who know they're going to be drafted skip the combine or do not participate in drills? going to be drafted, skip the combine, do not participate in drills. It's good. It's a great question. I'm trying to want to give this the right answer on this one. Because I think there's a couple of different scenarios and a couple of different reasons why players do this, Rick. And it also has to do a little bit with where the player is due to go in the draft. So let's unpack this, Rick. First, you have a player A whose tape is so unbelievably great that the hay is in the barn. There's nothing further they can do to elevate their stock. It is as high as it's going to be. They can only harm themselves by testing. An example of this would have been Marvin Harrison Jr. in this last draft. Harrison, widely considered the best, did none of the testing. Still the number one wide receiver taken in the draft because the tape was just so good, Rick. And remember with this, Rick, too, these players are being informed prior to the process about where they're likely to be going in the draft. In fact, they probably know more now than they ever have, the players coming into the draft, about where they're truly likely to go. We know Byron Murphy, for instance, was told prior to the draft that he was not going to get past pick 16. That was his floor. He's not dropping any further than that. And what plays out, Seahawks didn't let him get past 16. That was where the floor was at. So, you got what I think happens here, Rick, is guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. or a guy like Junior Colson, who from Junior Colson's standpoint, he might be saying, and this is a little bit of a different player. That's why I say, Rick, there's a couple of different situations this plays out in different ways. Because you could get a Junior Colson type player who also I don't believe tested, who's saying in his mind, I know my testing numbers aren't going to be good enough to elevate myself into first round status. The hay that I've put into the barn is that I'm a second round middle linebacker. That's where I'm going to go somewhere in the draft. Maybe it's early second round, maybe it's late second round. I'm going to go in the second round. And if that's my ceiling for as far and high as I can go, if I know I'm not going to run a super fast shuttle or a super fast 40, then what's the point of testing? We come back to, again, even though he's not a surefire first round pick, top 5 player like Marvin Harrison, he's still slotted to know he's going to go where he's going to go. It does come down to usually, and I think NFL teams treat it this way, Rick, that if you're not going to test and there's not an injury at play causing you not to test, then it probably means you're trying to hide something. And if you're trying to hide something, that's typically going to knock you down boards a little bit. It is in the player's best interest to test. They are advised by everybody involved to test, to do both the combine and the pro day. But I think that they get advised that they're going to go to a certain spot in the draft, and there starts to be a little bit of maybe, you go out there and run your 40 and you're supposed to be a receiver and you keep coming back with 4.6 times and you're like, man, I don't want to put a 4.6 40 on my name. Better to have the question mark, right? Better to, a woman you're dating or keeping the veil down. And we'll just never lift the veil up. Who knows what's underneath there? Maybe there's a 4.3 underneath there, maybe there's a 4.6 underneath that veil too. So I think, Rick, it does come down to being kind of a variety of reasons on this, on different players and every different reason is kind of pursuant to themselves. But I think the bottom line comes down to two things. One, the player tends to know where he's going to go and that there's not a lot of way for him to improve himself. Or number two, it's that he's trying to hide the fact that he's not going to test well and knows that that's only going to harm his stock. That's all it can do. One of those two, I think, are the main scenarios for why it plays out that way. But thank you, Rick. I appreciate that donation. Kind of you, man. And Bomber, also, do you have a favorite within the linebacker number 4 to make the roster? Plenty of UDFAs and late round picks from last year and this year. I don't have anybody off last year that stands out to me that's got me very excited. Radigan, obviously, I think is the guy that's likely to be the 4th linebacker on the roster. Admittedly, I haven't done as much of the deep dive on the UDFAs. If I'm going to look at a guy in a roster with the college guys, it's like, if I'm going to look at UDFAs, it's going to be potentially for me a 3-hour deep dive, and again, coming back to it, I know that there's a little bit of a pull from the fan base to say, go check out these UDFAs, but is it better for me to spend 25, 30 hours collectively looking at UDFAs and scouting them out that aren't likely to make the roster, or work on my Byron Murphy first round pick video? And unfortunately for me with it, sometimes on the channel on this, I got to kind of make the pick between where to put the time at and the energy at versus having because there's just so many hours in the day. And I'll try to look at some of these UDFAs, but it isn't a high priority for me because, again, coming down to it, while we've had some UDFAs make the roster, these guys don't typically tend to have impact. These guys don't typically tend to make the roster. And especially now as you have a roster that's going from being in place in a space of being rebuild mode last couple of years to now kind of well-rounded out and ready to roll, it's even less of a chance for those guys to go. And I feel like the guys that we've kind of highlighted at the top that I've looked at and talked about, George Holani, Nelson Cesar, Westover, Ro Torrance as a cornerback. These are the guys that I think have the best potential options of making the team overall, but everybody's going to have really long odds here. Outside of those guys I just mentioned. I will try to look if I can, though. Yox Brandon, Sanders or the kid from Texas? I would take Shedeur Sanders over Ewers, but I'm not a fan of Ewers. He's not my favorite. King says, wonder if Young makes the roster, then you think we'll carry 6 nose tackles? Yeah, because I think they're going to consider Draymond Jones kind of an edge, King. So you're carrying your 2-3 techs, and then you're carrying your 3 nose tackles. Jaron Reed's got a background of being able to play 3 tech and nose, so he can flip between the two at that point. He becomes the flipper. Between the two. So I think that's how they count it. And then you end up holding, you probably then end up carrying 5 edges at that point. Though maybe the plan here is at this point is if Draymond gets healthy through camp, you let go of Taylor, Draymond becomes your 4th edge, and you run the numbers game that way. Yeah, Chris, Ewers is, I can't do Quinn Ewers either, man. Boy, that is going to be a tough, I'm going to have a hard time selling him to you guys if that's who we pick next year. With my lack of, he's going to need to have a hell of a year to turn me off my spot on this one. Flyzone says, I still can't believe Pete Carroll paid Jason Myers a big contract. He wasn't a good kicker for us. He just highly fluctuates. He has his great year, he's his bad year, he's his great year, he's his bad year. He's up and down every single season, and you can time him with a stopwatch on that good to bad year. Luckily for us next year, Flyzone, it's due to be one of his great years. So you'll have a good year for him next year. Unfortunately, for those of you like yourself that are looking to say, let's get off this guy, this is costing us too much. He shouldn't be the 10th highest paid player on our roster. Unfortunately, you're probably going to have a hard time moving off of Myers for the next 2 years with the way the contract is structured. Sean Carnage, Pritchett, was that the guy then the kick return stuff? I know one of the guys we had was a good kick returner that we drafted. Person thought Nix was overrated. See how he does in the pros. Wish him luck. Yeah, me too, man. He's in a great landing spot, Chris, with Peyton. I think that's a great marriage between player and coach. That definitely helps. As we know with these young quarterbacks, and it's sometimes all about the right landing destination. Brian says, I don't see Sanders as a first-round pick. No way. He's got the talent. This final year, though, as I always say with these quarterbacks, Brian, that final year is the one that will factor in heaviest. Does he take the step forward? Does he progress like some of these quarterbacks progressed even in this last year? And getting even better and solidifying themselves as a first-round prospect? Does he just maintain? Does he maybe take a step backwards? Guys like Will Levis did this. We see all types, and it's always hard to predict on these QBs, but the hard thing that is not to predict here is that the final year is the year that factors most into the evaluation of these college quarterbacks. Angry Whale Watcher. I love that name. I'm looking forward to some improved defense 100%. You are going to see it. Just be patient with it this year, Angry Whale Watcher, because if it doesn't come immediately, it will come within the long term. You're going from the simple to the complex. That's going to take some time. And if just wait in and give that a little bit of patience, you get to the other side of it, you're going to be very impressed and very happy with the results. It just won't be, I think, an instantaneous turnaround. Flyzone, I'd like to extend Geno Smith if he has a baller season, but his O-line will be bad. It might be. It might be a little bit more improved. And this offense is also designed, Flyzone, to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as humanly possible. That's going to help Geno out a lot for an O-line that has at times faltered. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, can you refresh my memory? How much money, free agent money, did we have to spend in 2025 after cutting Diggs and Adams? Top of my head, I'm spacing. Let me get up the data on that actually, because I can't quite remember exactly the number on that, but we can find it out. So the Seattle Seahawks right now are sitting on $36 million of dead money coming into this year. Jamal Adams is taking $20.8 million up as his dead money hit. And Quandre Diggs is taking $10.26 million up with his dead money hit. So collectively, $31 million in dead money between Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. Trey says, hi, Brandon. I'm looking forward to us playing the San Francisco 49ers and Rams and all the teams we've never been able to beat under Carroll, because the way that Grubb calls plays and audibles really is strategic. He is. I think you're going to take away a lot of the, to your point, Trey, built-in easy advantages that McVay and Shanahan have had in going at Carroll in recent years. As soon as Carroll kind of lost Wilson as kind of the great equalizer against that Niner team, he struggled to have many answers there against Shanahan. In fact, I don't think they was able to beat him after he lost Wilson. And certainly McVay completely had the other side of Carroll in their battle over the last couple of years. I think Carroll was 5-10, his teams against the Rams here since 2017. So nowhere to go but up here, Trey. Nowhere to go but up on this side of things. And those Seattle beater plays that exist against our defense all have to be thrown out with these smart offensive coordinators in McVay and Shanahan. And on the offensive side of the ball, going against these defenses, you're getting now complete unpredictability, where before you could say you were getting almost maximized predictability. You were creating too many plays where the defense was going to have too good of an idea of where the play was going to go, of what your intention was going to be. And that should hopefully bear out some both good results in the short term and great results in the long term. Brian says, Xander seems more like a one-read quarterback who can put up big numbers in that system. I see a step back in production this year after losing weapons to graduation and transfers. Definitely possible there, Brian. I think he does get aided a little bit from the fact that there's not as many true blue quarterbacks that are going to maybe ascend this year. I was very impressed by the tape I saw from him last year. I'll also say that we had plenty of those guys that went in this draft, Brian, this last draft, that were, at times, a lot of them were one-read guys. I mean, Nix was a one-read quarterback. His whole highlight tape is one read. Penix could do multiple reads. Jaden Daniels could sometimes do multiple reads, but was mainly a one-read thrower as well. Pretty typical of what I think you see from college quarterbacks on that side of it a little bit. But there's room for improvement with him. I'm not saying that I look at him, certainly not in the way, Brian, of a blue chip quarterback in the realm of Caleb or Jaden or Drake May from this year, in my view of him as it stands. That's where he's due to be drafted by the outlook of things, but I don't think his talent level is proven to be there quite yet, to your point. Dig Docs, Brandon, I hope you grow to love San Diego. My wife and I wanted to move to San Diego in 1999, but didn't like the programmer market there. Think you will love it. I've been here before. So I was here 10 years ago. Back in the day, I did like it a lot. The vibe here is ideal. The weather is perfect. It's not too crowded. You know, I love my Seattle, but it's gotten to the place over there where it's a sardine can, and there's too many fish in that damn sardine can. It can hold like 12 fish and you got 36 in the thing. You know, we're getting to the place where they're putting 500-story units on top of the Alderwood Mall. Like, it's getting to be a bit much. But I love San Diego down here. I love where I'm living at in this particular area, and I won't grow to love it. I already love it, man. This is my joint. I like being warm. I hate being cold all the time. I'm with it. Helps us also make a note, have no problem with Gino, has the quarterback say it out loud. There we go. King says the Rams rumor wasn't from the Seahawks draft room report directly, but there were several reports that the Rams were attempting to move up in the draft for Bowers, which probably included a second. I would think so. King, I would think so at that point with where they'd be looking to get up. So I did hear that they were maybe looking at Bowers too. I've heard some of that in the background as well. Nick says, been watching some 2013-14 Seahawks games, and we were consistently getting flags. But when the defense is that good, it doesn't matter. Reminds me of the last season, only we've been just bad on defense. Yeah, the flag situation was always a part of what you got with Coach Carroll. And it wasn't just necessarily a purely negative thing. It was having a defense playing fast and furious and loose and not getting those guys thinking about too many small details, instead just getting them on the big picture front of things. If a flag happens, hey, it happens. We move on. We're not going to get stuck on it. He wasn't the kind of coach that was going to beat you up about it. Now, the bad side of it, you become one of the most highly penalized teams in the NFL. On the plus side of it, you get that fast, loose team that can play with a little bit of a wild, reckless abandon that can also work in its favor. And we certainly saw the benefits of that in the first part of the era of Carroll here. And then we saw the negative part of it, the detriments of it as it got down through the back end of his time here. It's a sword that cuts both ways. And Philip Castle, you're going to love Grubb with the trick plays. 16 trick plays last year on 985 snaps. And that's one trick play a game approximately. He also runs a lot of fake trick plays within that. Brian, the refrigerator Perry Murphy, once played running back. Can't wait to see him on the goal line. They might do it. They might do it. Brian says, War Room all day, every day, B. So cool. Oh, that'd be great. You talk about just on the edge of your seat the whole time. Even when you're like far away from your picks, because you're going to hear about all the deals and stuff you're hearing about in the background. John trying to move up. That moment you'd have where he's trying to make the calls. And oh my God, that'd be great. Someday the NFL has to mic it up. If the players get mic'd up, why don't the general managers get mic'd up? That's what I say. Chris says, I think the UDFAs that could make at least the practice squad are Caesar, Greenfield, Hanoli, and Westover. Surprised Greenfield wasn't taken over Jarrell. Greenfield's one I'm definitely intending to take a look at. And those are my guys as well, Chris. Those are the three guys that I'd be putting on the list. I just haven't had a chance to take a look at Greenfield, but I'll take a peek at him. Addicted Brandon, thanks for the free agent $30 million. How would you like to see Schneider spend it next year? Well, I do want to get a DK contract extension done. I think that there's going to be room to add in potentially a real impact player via maybe trade or free agency at that point. Where that guy comes from, we'll see. Some of this depends a little bit on, to me, the development of the edge rushers, because I think Maffei's really coming along, but we probably could use a little bit more of an impactful guy out there as we go forward. And that may be the place to address and attack as we go into the future if we don't get the further development from a guy like Derek Hall. So probably somewhere in there, the trenches would be kind of the short answer, I would say, on. I don't know if there's an opening to take care of center guard or whatnot in the future through that way as well, but those would be probably the main ways I would look to do it. Yeah. Kind of some of that answer is going to be based on how this year plays out with some of these positions a little bit, because we are talking kind of a year out a little bit from when we actually have that money to spend. Ryan, you have yourself a good one. It says Wednesday streams for schedule, I hope. Can't wait. We will be back on Wednesday 100%, Brian. So you better believe it, man. You better believe it, brother. I will be back. It's good talking to you tonight, man. You take care. Brian says, I've always had a soft spot for the Niners since Montana, Washington, but it's not hard to root against them since Seattle was moved to the NFC West. Yes, sir. That transition we all had to make a little bit. I didn't hate them until we got here, but then, yeah. Now they're on the hate list. It's the way it goes. Nick says, Brandon, good to hear you had past exposure to San Diego. I'm jealous. Yeah, I had a good time here before last time as well, and it's a cool city. It's not like the rest of California, where there's some spots in California it's like, ugh, you couldn't pay me to live there. But here it's just kind of opened up. You got room to breathe. It doesn't feel as packed. It's, it's like in Washington, we got our freeways and you got your two freeways. You got your 405 and your I-5. And it's like there's 4 lanes on each. And that's all you got. And out here, man, they pack out like 7, 8, 9 lanes on a freeway. So traffic, even if there's a lot of traffic, is always moving, always going. You're not in those just kind of sitting there staring in traffic going, what am I doing with my life? The Bloody Grimoire. How often do you have that San Francisco sourdough? There's San Francisco sourdough here? Hold on. Just wait a second now. Well, that's up in San Francisco, I think. There's nothing here in San Diego. You got the Boudin Bakery. There's a donut shop in downtown. That's the place to check out. I want to get back down there. I haven't been down to downtown yet since I gotten back. But no, that's north, Bloody Grimoire. I'm down south. I'm on SD. Philip says John mic'd up could be a bad thing for the PR department, but the entertainment value, Philip. The entertainment value would be amazing. Cussing, doing shots. Fly Zone says 37th pick. It seems like Derek Hall was a waste of a pick. Yeah, bear with it, Fly Zone. Bear with it on that. When you look at the history of second round edges and taken, at second round edges, if you go back for about a 10-year period, don't typically have much impact in their first year. So come back this next year. Let's see if he can come a little bit and take a bigger step forward. But his story is not written as of yet, Derek Hall. And it does fit the historical norms when it comes to second round edges and their production in the first season. Nick says, am I crazy to think that it's wild that Jerry Rice's son almost went undrafted and Terrell Owens' son did go undrafted? I mean, I know it's not guaranteed for them to be great. A little bit, because the NFL is not swayed away from pedigree. If anything, if you've got pedigree, if you've got a father that played in the sport, if you've had family that played in the sport, that tends to drive NFL teams towards you, not push you away from drafting you. And when it came to Rice, his game had some things that were some issues that would pop up, but he didn't have anything that looked like a death knell that made you think he's not going to make it in the NFL because of this, or this thing will be ultimately the factor that holds him back from that. I can't speak to Terrell Owens' son because I didn't take as close a look at him, but certainly Rice deserved to be drafted. I think I had a 4th or 5th round grade on him. And the tough part for him especially comes in, I think, Nick, is that he didn't fit well with Caleb Williams. Though that was not a skill set that sat well, those two guys between each other. And that, I think, caused for a lack of production between him and Caleb, and get him into a better system where he can play on time and let it rip. I think he could be a lot better. But NFL certainly wasn't on board with that one. That was a yikes. Stay classy, San Diego. That's right. It is classy. It is classy, San Diego. It's a great line for it. It's true about this place. They're not as nice here as the Pacific Northwest. Like Pacific Northwest, Seattleites, all that. Like, we're nice people. You talk to people down here and they'll be like, me. They got a little bit of they'll have a little attitude, but the weather offsets it. And there are some cool people too on the other side of it. Brian E says, Mammoth Lakes, baby, nothing better. God's country. That's right. That's right. Dude, actually, I was confused by Rice and Owens' fell so far. Sometimes the NFL is a mystery. Sometimes they don't make a lot of sense. I don't know what to take from within that. I didn't get anything in the pre-draft process I heard about, especially from Rice's standpoint, that would have made you think that there's some red flags here that's going to hold teams back. There's no medical issue. There's no, he's a head case or not coachable. It was a deep draft for wide receivers, so there was going to be some guys that end up dipping and falling through, but you're in the 7th round. You need a wide receiver. There had to be one of those teams in the 7th round that needed a wide receiver. Brandon Rice doesn't fit to your scheme or system, or your receiving core is better. Your 5th guy is your receiving guy, the guy in your roster. I can understand the Seahawks saying, hey, our 5th receiver is better than Rice, but not every other NFL team is as well stocked up in their receiving core as us. Philip Castle says, okay, Brandon, we'll call my Jets on Hall, I guess. We'll cool my Jets on Hall. Let me show you on this too. I used to have a little stat that I could bring up if I can locate it. Let's see if I can find it here, because it would sometimes indicate just this. I probably lost it. It's somewhere here. I'll find it like after the stream. But this thing showed. Here we go. I found it. I got you, Philip. As always, I like to tell you guys, make me prove my case. If I tell you guys something, make me prove it to you. You know what I mean? You know, I shouldn't make you guys trust my word on it. So this is rookie edge production. And I can't see it real well. I'll try to make it big here over my face so you can kind of see it. This is rookie edge production since 2017 with second round picks. Okay. So, well, good 6-7 years here of this kind of production to come back from. So DeMarcus Walker, Tanyan, can't say your last name, 1 sack, 2 sacks in the rookie year. 2018, you had 2 edge. These are edge players, by the way. So Kimoko Toure, Taekwon Lewis, 4 sacks, 2 sacks, 2018. 2019, Banagu, 2.5 sacks. He was the only edge taken in 2019. 2020, you had 3 edges taken. Yetur Gross, Mastos, Darrell Taylor, and AJ Epinesa, 2.5 sacks. 0 sacks, of course, for Darrell Taylor, who was injured his first year, and AJ Epinesa had 1.5 sacks. 2021, Deo Adebayo. All these are hard names on this. I don't know what, and I guess if you have a tough name to pronounce, you're going to be a second round edge rusher. He only had 0.5 sack on the year. Carlos Boogie Basham had 2.5 sacks in 2021. We go to 2022. I don't know why I have Ben Bangu in there twice. He shouldn't be in there. 2022, we've got Boye Mafe, 3 sacks. Sam Williams, 4 sacks. Drake Jackson, 3 sacks. And Nick Bonito, 1 sack. So again, you see from many years of this kind of as a baseline, it's not easy for these guys in the second round. For whatever reason, I'm not saying I have any way to determine why it's this way. You could say, well, this is part of why they dropped, is that maybe a lot of those guys in the second round are raw edge rushers and they need the extra year of development, or they're maybe not as strong as they need to be. They need to be in that NFL weight program for a year to get themselves from a body standpoint up to snuff to be ready to roll. But for whatever reason, you just don't tend to see typically grade A production out of second round edge rushers right out the gate. But sometimes it does come with time. So it's not to say I guarantee that Hall is going to be an awesome player, but it is to say there's reason to give this guy a little bit of that time for the development factor, because he might reward you for it. I wasn't a big fan of Cooper DeJean. I don't know why people thought he was going to draft another cornerback. Well, we don't know where the feeling is on Tariq Woolen. We don't know where the feeling was on, this is before we took the 2 corners out of Auburn, which in itself, Fly Zone shows there was a draw to go take cornerbacks. We just didn't take them early, but there was certainly a draw to go back and get cornerbacks again. I think Cooper DeJean was a guy that they were very interested in. I don't think they flew him out to Seattle just as a smokescreen. It was about taking him in the right place of the draft, and they didn't happen to find themselves picking in the place of the draft to be able to have the opportunity to take him. But I think the team was very interested in him and liked the thought of long-term potentially pairing Cooper DeJean with Witherspoon on the outside, I think. But hard to say on that. Nick says, at least you won't get that negative 28 midwinter temperature down there like you did live north of Spokane in the mountains and always frigid. I'm not going to miss that part at all, man. I hated being cold. I hated it. It was awful. Just, I'm not a guy, I like to be warm. I'm not a layer guy. Takes too many layers for me to warm up if I need to do that. Fly Zone, the Eagles did have a good draft in with Quinyon Mitchell. They needed secondary help. Yeah, they needed 2 cornerbacks. They killed it this draft. Had definitely an A draft and did a great job of picking the value. But I think Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are going to upgrade both of their outside cornerback positions immediately and help that defense potentially become very ferocious, because they've put a lot of talent in that defense over the last couple of years. Now it's just about it developing and coming forward. Rockman Drums, I've been watching old Seahawks games, get the football fix in. I love it, man. It's a good way to go. It's always good to go back and check out some of those old games. I do the same thing. Space says Mafia went from 3 sacks in 2022 to 9 sacks in 2023. That's where I say with this patience, it can be rewarded. Where you look at Mafia last year and you go, wow. He looked good against the run last year, but he didn't show us he had this as a pass rusher last year. And that's that development thing where guys aren't going to be just what they are coming in the league. There is room for that development to grow and get their grown man strength and get some pass rush moves down and refine their technique. And now you got a really good player in your hands. Predict the Hawks. Brandon, interesting stats on second round edges. Thanks. Nick Bonito only got 1 sack. That is a surprise to me. Kind of small though. Hope Hall has a great sophomore year. I think Nick also got drafted there, addicted to the Hawks at the time when they still had Von Miller and then they had Bradley Chubb on either side. So that was also a little bit in that case with Nick Bonito about was he going to get the snaps until halfway into the year when they traded Von Miller. So I think that did come into play on that one just a tiny bit. And remember too, they had, I think Randy Gregory in there for a time. I can't remember exact details on that one. But yeah, it stood out to me when I was doing some research on that the second round edges just, it's a bit of a struggle there for them in the first year, historically speaking. Philip Castle, Garrett Greenleaf's going to be one I'm going to take a look at. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with the tackles. And Stone Forsythe better be having a hell of an offseason because he's going to have a couple of tackles really pushing him this year. Dick Docs, I like to pair Cooper DeJean with a well-grilled pork chop and a chill Chardonnay. Oh, wait, that's Grey Poupon. Chad Pieces, hello, how your day going? Chad, I'm having a great day, man. Having a great day. We're having a great stream and talking Hawks, and it's always a better day when you're talking Hawks. Bison said, I think the Cardinals drafting Darius Robinson 27 is a reach. I didn't mind that pick for them. I didn't like the Cardinals draft as much as others did, but he is going to provide them with a player that I think gives them an ability to help stop the run. And in this division right now, as we go into the future here, there's going to be a lot of teams trying to really work the running game. So you got to have guys that can set hard edges and can be a factor against the run game, or you're just going to have teams like the Rams and the Niners next year just run right down your throat. Chad says, let's go Hawks. Mike McDonald and Ryan Grubb's going to dominate this year. I love it, man. Let's go, Chad. It's definitely possible. I'm going to be calling for patience a little bit, Chad, just because it's such a whole new system, a whole new scheme, a new coach for the first time in 14 years. But these guys are really talented coaches. They're bringing cutting-edge philosophies into play and what they want to do and how they want to accomplish it, and that's very exciting. And hopefully that turnaround can happen really, really fast. Roxanne says the Cards used to be in Chicago. Oh, wow. So they did Chicago. They did St. Louis. They're down in Arizona. I guess Albuquerque's probably next at this point, Roxanne. Chris says, I was kind of hoping we drafted someone like Tippmann over Hall in 2023. He's a good center. He's a great center prospect. Would have made a lot of sense there, Chris. Phillips says, old Stone better bring it, Brandon. He better. You got the 7th round kid. You got Greenleaf. This ain't like last year where it's like, I just gotta whoop Curhan. I just gotta take Curhan down. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, considering the Hawks NFC West rival, what draft pick stands out as the biggest threat to the Hawks? I mean, I guess if I really went through all of the picks and was saying, what's the pick that I like the most of these teams value-wise, and a guy that could be the big problem guy of these drafts that was taken, because Jared Verse, Braden Fisk with the Rams, okay. I didn't like Ricky Parasol. Dominic Pooney will be a good offensive lineman, but is that really the kind of guy you're talking about in these terms? No, not really. Cardinals Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously is going to be a tremendous issue to deal with. But the guy that I think was great value for the Rams and the guy they picked that I could see being proven to be a real big problem from a playmaker standpoint and taking the ball away is Cameron Kitchens. And that was a great pick for them. I think that's the one that we come back to look at, go, man, they got him in, I think, the third, fourth round. Just great value to be had there. Great value to be had. Not quite yet, honey. Not quite yet. Chad P., if you look at Ryan Grubb's videos when he was with the Huskies, he killed it for the offense. He did, man. He put up prolific production over the past 2 years. Number one passing offense and number two passing offense the past 2 seasons in college football. That is amazing production, especially considering where the UW program was prior to Grubb coming in there from an offensive standpoint. Trey, I don't like the Rams, but I fully respect Cooper Kupp because his story about growing up with nothing, him getting drafted in the 3rd round, and how he tore apart the NFL in his first year. Was he underrated? I mean, he was taken in the 2nd round, Trey. You know, he was underrated in the respect of there were teams that didn't have an outlook on him of being a drafted guy because he was an Eastern Washington guy, not from, we're not even talking like a small school. You're talking a tiny school. So there was a report out here. I remember listening in the Spokane radio to a local guy that covered the Eastern Washington out there and talked to a Seahawks scout at the time who looked at Cooper Kupp and was like, well, we don't even think he's a, pickable player. We don't even have a draft grade on him. That's how bad they missed on that guy who was then taken in the 2nd round by the Rams. So, he was underrated, but not underrated by everybody. I think the Rams definitely saw the value in what he was going to bring. Chad says Mike McDonald's going to build the wall for Geno, and he's going to confuse the offense with our defensive line and safety. I love it, Chad. Let's go. And I agree. Phillips is the guard for Utah. I think he'll be pushing hard too. He's strong and very good with mobility. He is. Yeah. Sa'atua La'amue is really got some good potential. You want to take those guys in a spread system, and a lot of times you love to have them as guys that played on the outside as tackle position in college, and you kick them inside to guard at the pro level, and then you actually get that mobility you're desiring from the interior of your line. He will provide that. And I think he's going to really push in there at right guard, especially with Bradford. And it's going to be a nice dogfight between those two guys. Dig Doc says, Brandon, Kitchen's interesting choice. You mentioned Harrison. He makes me nervous for sure. Harrison's, I think, the obvious one. That's kind of the easy one to Dick Docs, I think, of all the picks. But it's also kind of the easy one because he is the top 4 pick. He is the consensus best wide receiver in the draft. He's maybe the best wide receiver we've had come out in, a couple of years. But the Kitchens one gives them a playmaker back there who could be really dangerous. There's some Ed Reed traits within Kitchens. He's not as good a player, maybe. There's a reason he dropped to the 4th round. But the playmaking and the ability to take away the ball from the secondary and kind of freelance back there and just read it and have an innate feel back there, he could be a bit dangerous for us as a player in that realm. That one got my attention from the Rams. And yeah, Philip, Lemua's got a big-time mean streak. That guy will finish. He's looking to put you in the soil. He's looking to turn you into a potted plant. Chad, do I think DK will be traded? He says, I hope not. Well, I'm with you in saying I hope not. If I took a poll on the fan base and what they wanted on this, I think easily 85 to 90% of the fan base would say that they would want to trade DK, even if we got good draft capital back. But there are trade rumors that have continued to percolate throughout this offseason. How much there is reality to these rumors, how much they're just being created out of thin air to create clicks. We're in that day and age where it almost becomes damn near impossible to make the determination of one to the other. I don't know. I do hope they hold on to him. We do need him. I think he's better here than going somewhere else. I don't think that we're going to get the draft capital back in return that's going to make it make sense in the long term. And so I hope we keep him. But I got to say, Chad, there's so many of these rumors it does become hard to just say flat out, no, this is all complete rumorville. It's all rumor mongering. There's nothing to any of it. It gets tough to say that. It does. We do need Monfos on our line, Rockman Drums. And with Haynes and Luamea, you have added 2 very nasty offensive linemen that will play to the echo of the Wickle. Play to the echo of the whistle. We're late in the stream there. The words start to run together a little bit. Nick says if Grubb gets hired as a head coach over the next few years, it does wonders who he takes with him. Yeah, he's going to definitely take his offensive line coach with him. And I didn't see how much of the staff was comprised of on the offensive side of the ball, former Husky guys. I think there's a couple there maybe, but some of those guys went with DeBoer to Alabama. So they definitely take probably a couple with them because they'll be able to give those guys promotions. You know, well, you're an offensive line coach. You want to be an offensive coordinator. Chad P says, what do I think of Byron Murphy? I think that he's a real fun player with a lot of potential, Chad. He's not in the realm of an Aaron Donald type, but a guy with an upside that transitioned to being the guy that could be a top 5-3 tech in this sport. He's really good against the run and the pass. He creates quick pressure. He's high effort. He knows how to use his hands and knows how to use chain together pass rush moves. He has counters. He can get free at varying points of a play as a pass rusher in different spots, you know, both right at the snap and then with a little bit of wear down power or a quick little rip move that he whips out to get off of you. Really good mover in space, highly athletic. So a really good player, you know, and with a really good player with some real true upside to him. Mr. Kane says people that want to trade DK are like slinkies, not really good for much other than bring a smile to your face when pushed down the stairs. I'd go with that. I'd go with that as well. Yeah. God, I hope that we do not trade him. I'm going to be such an angry YouTuber if we move DK. I'm going to be pissed, Mr. Kane. Pissed. Rockman using a fullback this year would be nice too. You get a little bit of that at the goal line. Probably not much else outside of that, though, or short yardage situations. Jazz says, I think we're going to trade for a quarterback. We might. I think they feel pretty good about the room where it stands right now, but we'll see. Nick, I wish John Schneider just come out and say DK isn't on the market and squash this nonsense. Me as well. I don't. Where I partly feel like on these rumors to sort of like prepare the fan base for the trade. Start to get them already ready for it so it's not as much of a shock. You've been hearing about it for a month and a half. You've been hearing about it for 2 months. I hope not. But I do worry about that part of it. Phillips says, sorry, Brandon, I got in the habit of looking over UDFA guys. Got surprised once. Since then, I always check them out good. I would love to be able to. It's my issue with it, Phillip, is, and it's the problem I come into with the channel right now with it, where it's just carving out the time to be able to get the stuff done where it's like, it's not a matter of like, well, I'm just off stream sitting here watching movies and sitting on my butt eating ho-hos and, you know, doing nothing. It's like, as soon as the stream finishes up today, it's, you know, download the stream, get the clips filled up for the stream, go right over to the Byron Murphy video, finish putting the script together for the Byron Murphy video, put all the rest of the cut-ups together for the Byron Murphy video, get them put into the proper order so that they're set up, work on the thumbnail for the Byron Murphy video that I have coming up beyond that, start to get everything put together we start to begin the process on Wednesday's stream and figuring out the topic for that and the thumbnail for that. You just get to that spot where you're like, well, where's the spot to, you know, grind out 20, 25, 30 hours on UDFAs, you know, and that's where the time just isn't as much as ever now. I run into it where I got to make my decisions between, you know, this or that. And I got to be kind of sometimes a little bit cutthroat about it. But I don't mind. I'd love to take a look at him closer. I would. Trey says Grubb bringing Huff back to Seattle was a grand slam. Yes, it was. That was a great move. Huff seems like he's an awesome offensive line coach. Chad, I heard Byron Murphy was good and he'll do good. They were putting him up against Clowney. I don't know what you mean on the Clowney thing there, Chad. Clowney's a defensive player. You mean they were comping him to Clowney? Phillips says, yes, mean and nasty fat guys get even better if they score, as John Madden used to say. Roxanne says, on the 8th day, God created Jake Bobo. On the next day, Bobo created evolutionary theory. Dogs, Brandon, I wonder how many people who want DK to be traded preferred Locke over Geno. Yeah, there might be some overlap there, Addicted Hawks. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Brian says, Brandon, since you're in San Diego, if you ever make your way to Mammoth Lakes, be sure to stop at Schatz Bakery in Bishop. Best bread ever. I'm a bread man, so I will definitely stop by if I'm in that way, in down that area. I loves me some bread. Loves me some bread. I'll check it out. Sure. Nick says, that's a great point, getting us ready for a trade. What happened with Wilson? I don't think we would have traded him, and he was gone. Yeah, that's where it's, you hear little rumors, and then Carol will say, well, we're not going to trade him, but you heard the rumors, so you're kind of like, well, it could happen. And, you know, the worst thing they would want to have happen with the DK trade is they blindside the fan base and they just piss people off. And so you would kind of like, let it leak out a little bit. This might be happening. Tell Pittsburgh to leak out a little bit of the details on this so they could prepare their fan base. I think there is some of that goes on. I hope it doesn't. I really don't. But the fact that we keep hearing these rumors from different places and they keep popping back up so specifically, and you're getting actual specific offers that are being pushed out. And yes, we are in that clickbait area of things where so much stuff is being drummed up out of thin air, but we're also in an era where teams play this kind of game at times. You know, it's like a political game almost. I hope it's not. I really do. I hope it's just a bunch of clickbaiters. Those dirty clickbaiters. Bunch of slinkies, Mr. Kane. Bunch of goddamn slinkies. Docs, I'm a bread man. Wasn't the hit song the Blues Brothers movie? I'm the bread man, but I'm the bread man instead of the spoon man out of a Soundgarden video. So instead of it being 2 spoons, I got 2 loaves of bread between my fingers. Bread man. Save me. Bread man. Butter flying all over the place, you know, hitting people in the face. Trying to walk to Pike Place. Give me some donations, man. I'm breading it up right now. Bread man. Philip says, hey, Brandon, did you notice a lot of the players that were taking the draft came from that side of the country? Which side of the country? Which side? Brian says clickbaiters, trolls equal slinkies. That's it. We're forever, Mr. Kane, we're forever calling them slinkies. Bunch of slinkies out there. Chris says, you need to block feature in the chats if the words DK and trade appear in the same sentence. I thought about pushing down on it a bit, Chris. The problem comes into play with this stuff is that, you know, you get new people coming in that aren't aware of the stuff, and then they get the rules on it, and then they're like, why? I don't understand. Like, because they haven't been here to see the discussion of the discourse and how long it's gone on. And, you know, when there is stuff being talked about out there in the online world like this, and the rumors are going hot like this, it is a topic of discussion. It's one I don't like, and that's the nature of the beast at times in doing this, is that there's stuff that's, you don't want to really to have to talk about that's just like, ugh. But I can't deny it is out there, and maybe it is just being completely just dreamed up. But I don't think I can really put down drop down the wall on that one and say, okay, you just can't, because it's going to be a never-ending fight. It's going to come up for the next month until we get some solidity. That's where somebody else said above, if we can just get maybe John Schneider coming out being like, all right, look, he's not on the market. We're not trading him. He's going to be here long term. He has another great year. We're signing him to a contract extension. Just come out and say that, John, this thing all goes away at that point. But until that time, then it's kind of valid wonder on it. And he is coming, whether it's this year or not, he is coming down by next year where there's got to be a decision on this one way or the other. The team's not just going to have him run through, I don't think, his final free agent year and just go, okay, well, if he leaves in free agency, you know, whatever. Rockman Drums, I play Spoon Man on my drum streams. Let's go. Chad says, I'm sorry, I had to take a phone call. Did you say anything about Byron Murphy and then putting him against? I don't know what you mean, Chad, on putting him up against Clowney. Chad, Jadeveon Clowney's an outside edge. Byron Murphy's a defensive tackle. You're going to have to elaborate on a little bit what you mean on that one. I'm sorry, man. They both play on the same side of the ball. I don't think you compare him to Clowney. No. Clowney's an edge. Clowney's an edge, and Byron Murphy is a 3-tech. Clowney is a guy you would very, very occasionally kick inside, but who should be 99% of the time out there on the edge. In fact, probably shouldn't be kicked inside very much at all. You're not going to kick Byron Murphy outside at all. So one's a guy inside, one's a guy outside. I think that's I think that's not a good comparison. No, I can't go with that one. Roxanne with the $10 donation. Thank you, Roxanne, for that donation. I appreciate you. She said, this is the worst time of year. NFL talking heads have nothing better to do but float BS rumors in their fantasy worlds in hopes of claiming to be the first and right. F those people. Go Hawks. Yeah, F those people indeed. Those people that drum up and create stuff out of thin air because, they're trying to play like you talk about, Roxanne, the gamble game here on this one where, low chance I'm right, but if I'm right, I look brilliant and everybody will come to me and I'm the new oracle. That's the upside of it if you're right on these kind of things. But you also are, at times, just as you say, creating BS rumors out of thin air that aren't based on anything. And that does drive me crazy with it. The fact that this rumors come from few different places annoys me with it. And it could be just we got some piggybacking going on. One false rumor guy jumps onto it. Another false slinky jumps onto it. Another slinky jumps onto another slinky. And soon we've got a super slinky on our hands. And it's out of control. It's taking out villages. Whole villages. But F those people's right, Roxanne. If we come out through this, we come to find this was all just a bunch of clickbaiters, then, it's going to be real annoying with them. Like, these people need to shut up. One thing's for sure, though. Everybody wants DK. And he's ours. Everybody wants him. Ain't no NFL team out there that would turn down taking DK tomorrow. That's for damn sure. Again, part of why I say that should lead you, if you're John Schneider, that should inform you quite a bit when you got everybody burning up your phone line for DK. Hey, we want DK. Hey, we want DK. Hey, we want DK. John, that probably should tell you something. And it's not that you should trade DK. There's probably an opposite message there that's at play by the nature of that action you're getting on that player. Roxanne, thank you for your donation, all of your support. Also a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a great night. And F those people. Absolutely indeed. Roxanne Slinky's LS. That's great. Mr. Kane, you got the winner tonight on that one. That's the winner tonight. Chris says this could be a decent time of year, at least for 2,000 to 4,000 fans laughing out loud if we still had the Sea Dragons. Yeah, sadly, no Sea Dragons. It's tough. It's tough. It'll be a quick couple months. We'll get this turned around in July. We'll be cooking. Yeah, the Jadeveon Clowney one, I just can't see on that one, Chad. That one's just weird. You can even take it a little further down. It's like, even if you're trying to be like, well, Jadeveon Clowney wasn't a technician coming out. He's just freak show, power, size, length, explosiveness, straight line explosiveness. Murphy's a guy that's great, both with some explosiveness, but hand usage from a technical aspect, from a leverage win aspect. They're just completely different players. Raphael says, still alive is crazy. You know how I do, Raphael. You know how I do what I do. Fly zone Peyton Wilson dropped because of injuries. I wonder if he's great value or not. I wouldn't have taken a flyer on Peyton Wilson. We learned fly zone, and I'm not kidding you on this. He does not have an ACL. There's some kind of new technology they put into his thing where there's no ACL left. The new technologies, I don't know if they put like little electrical cords in there to like whatever it is they do to serve as the false ACL. But I'm not taking a guy who's got no ACL and also has shoulder injury issues that could also factor in for an inside linebacker position. Like I can't take that risk. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I really appreciate that, man. This is Brando. What's the best food you've had since you've gotten to SoCal? Also, would Pumpkin love lasagna like Garfield? Knowing her, she'd probably try it, but she's kind of picky as an eater a little bit. Whatever she likes, she'll eat a lot of it. I don't have to tell you that when you look at the size of this thing next to me. But she's a little more picky on what she will eat. You know, I'll do a little bacon. I don't really want to do cheese. She's not as much like some cats are big cheesy, not a big cheese. No. She's a little picky for that, Garth. I don't think they would. I have admittedly not done a lot of run around. We went out yesterday, did sort of a Mother's Day dinner out at a place called Jake's out here in San Diego, down by the water in Del Mar. And that was good. It was a good burger. It didn't blow me away, but it was solid. I was really actually impressed. There's out here where I'm at, kind of near Poway, there's like a make your own pizza place. And it's like $14 you get this pizza. And it's like, every time I get the pizza, I'm like, I'll eat half of it and put the rest in the fridge. And every time I order it, I'm taking that whole thing down. You know, it's not a monster-sized pizza, but it's so delicious, and it's really they freshly make it in front of you and everything and run it through. So, it's not that one's not the new hotness. There's definitely a lot of other extra places to go check out. I haven't gotten out much to either of their Garth, so I haven't done much exploring yet. But that's the one thing I love too about this place for Spokane, where Garth and Spokane, everything is a grease pit. Food doesn't matter. All the ingredients are like the cheapest you could possibly go find, right? To just get everything as cheap as possible, but the taste is there as well and the cheapness. Whereas out here, like, they really do love food, and they like making it good and tasty is a point of emphasis. So I'm going to really look forward to exploring the different spots out here and going through them, man. I am. A lot of good places to eat out in San Diego, especially compared to Spokane. Gar says, I miss the Sea Dragons. I kind of do too. I was maybe going to do some Sea Dragon coverage this year. But if we could just get an alt football league, it'll be worth it, because eventually that alt league will have a Seattle team. And I really like having these alt leagues, these kind of minor leagues that we can utilize for these players. So as long as we can just keep the alt leagues going, let's make it happen. Chris says, one of the worst clickbait offenders is chat sports. Indeed they are, man. But it's also that dirty game that works. Look at their views, look at their subscriptions. I don't think that they've said one truth in their life on that channel, but they get watches. They make it work for them. Yeah. Nick says, we're about halfway through 2024 already. Football is on the horizon. We're getting closer, Nick. It's close, man. It's close. Mr. Kane says, be back after the small chronic break. Let's go, Mr. Kane. Let's go. Nick, also, Wilson's close to 25 as a rookie. There's that as well. An older rookie. But I mean, are any of you guys drafting a guy with no ACL in his knee? Or any of you guys wanted to make a guy like in the first 3-4 rounds that pick for you? Because for me, I'm like, ooh, that alone would make me be like, no. And then you got the whole shoulder thing. And then he's 24, 25. I mean, it's close enough. And it's still old, Nick. Yeah. Still super there. Yeah, chat sports is clickbait as it gets. Like they've insulated them in the clickbaitness of it. They're just like, they've owned it. They're wrapping themselves in that blanket and holding it comfortably close, and they don't care. Their comment section must just be blistering. Brian says, CYA, hope I don't miss Northern Lights tonight. Let's go. Have a good night, Brian. It's good talking to you. Good chat. King Bomber says, chat sports takes every single rumor and turns it into the biggest thing ever. They do. They really do. They've gotten they got their niche, man. It's like good for them, I guess. Oof. Nick says, is no ACL the way of the future? I don't know. Maybe the new tech is the way it's going to go with it. Where they're like, rather than I mean, if you guys ever watch the ACL and surgeries too, like they're brutal. Like they pull the thing back up and then they stamp it back in there. Like they take like a bolt and they bolt that son of a gun back in place. It looks brutal. Like you watch one ACL surgery, you're not watching a second one. So maybe the new way is we'll just take the whole thing out and we'll put a robotic something or rather in there. Maybe he's got R2-D2 in his knee. Chad says, sorry about that. I probably was misunderstanding what they were saying. They might have been saying it that, Chad. I mean, they might have been making that comment. I'm trying to think of where they would be at with that. It's hard to say. And yeah, DK better stay. David says, I hate chat sports. I don't watch them either. I've muted the hell out of them. I just get angry looking at their thumbnails sometimes. Like, that's not happening. That's not happening. No, chat sports. Stop it. Stop it. Nick had a good one. No ACL replacing it with a banjo string. You should have this big meaty ligament. Instead, you just got this like thong like string going over the knee. Oh, no. Papa Smurf, did Largent win anything with the Seahawks? You got to a conference championship. You got a variety of division titles through the 80s, but the team was only 10 years old. I mean, when Largent arrived here, he was arriving here when the team was just becoming into existence, Papa Smurf. It's really hard for expansion teams to go out there and be championship-driven teams, I would say even within the first probably 15 to 20 years of their existence. It takes time on that stuff. It certainly wasn't because of lack of Largent productive that they didn't win it. He did everything he could. King says, I used to watch them too a long time ago. Then they started making every video out of utter crap. Some random guy says the DK can be traded. DK is getting traded right now. Chris says, we do have arena football. Can't say I've gone yet, but it's there. At least I got the Mariners first place. Now announce the Sonics are back so I can give an ish about B-ball again. That's right. When is the NBA going to announce this? It was supposed to be 2024. We're supposed to get the Sonics are coming back thing. Jason Russ says, R2 need to. Beep, 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 beep. Chad says, are you going to be posting more podcasts on Spotify? I listen to it every day on Spotify. I will be, Chad. Yep. I'll be posting this one onto it as well, for sure. Thank you for listening over there. We get great views on the audio-only version podcast. I love it, man. Love it. But yes, 100%. I will be 100% doing that. David Gabriel says, does San Francisco losing make losing Super Bowl 39 easier to live with? No. Lost Super Bowls always sting. And the two lost Super Bowls that we had, I think I would say even for other NFL teams out there, were particularly brutal. It's one thing to lose a Super Bowl like, somehow the Broncos lost the Super Bowls in the late 80s where they were just getting the doors blown off them. And you're like, well, we just weren't as good as that team. It didn't come down to a play or the refs or this or that. We just weren't as good as that team. You have the Hawks with the 05 Super Bowl where it's the officials basically steal it from you, and then you got the 15-14 Super Bowl where you have it all come down to that kind of final play, and that one of the more famous play calls in NFL history. Mr. Kane says, Chad Sports lost me when they reported on a rumor that they made up. And when someone called them out in the comments, they doubled down saying, we didn't say we were where the rumor came from, laughing out loud. It's always good when you use the, who's your source? Ourselves. Who's your secondary source? Ourselves. We got the epitome of journalism going on there, don't we? It's kind of the nature of the beast with Addicted Ox, because at the end of the day, it's why I've created a bit of the Clips channel, for instance, because at the end of the day, with YouTube, it's about getting the content out on a daily basis and having daily stuff coming. That's the thing with Chat Sports is they can create and invent anything, so they can come up with a constant content, whether there's content there or not. And so that's a little bit why I run that Clips channel to try to I'm running a little bit of a test run on that channel to see if it kind of confirms a little bit of some suspicions on that one. But yeah. It's frustrating to see a channel like that that's sort of devoid of any kind of real integrity, but is rewarded for it nonetheless. I think at the end of the day, they get exposed for what they are. And I bet as much as they have a pretty big subscriber count, I think their views to subscriber count is extremely low. Where people will sub and then ignore. Garth 9, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, I'm old enough to know clickbait works because I grew up with it in the grocery store. The Star and Sun both know where John Bonet has been for years. Yeah, you got that. You got the alien bat babies, right? You got the Grays meeting with presidents. You got all of the celebrity innuendo and all that. And yeah, those things sold, Garth. You're right. Not a lick of truth in it, but would sell like crazy. Sell like crazy. Those aren't as much a mainstay though now. Online sort of took that over, didn't it, Garth? Like you don't see those on the front lines as much as they used to when we were back in the day. But yeah, ClickPay works. It does work. It's an effective tool. You know, you don't have a lot to feel proud about, you know, basing your stuff on the back of it. Yeah, so you go, well, we do such great work here fooling people. We do such great work here gaslighting people and business, like, you know, that's your sort of claim to fame at that point. But hey, you know, some people don't have any sort of care about that. They're like, we don't care. As long as we get our clicks, as long as we get our views. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you, man, for all the donos. Sun and Star Days, National Enquirer. Don't miss those days. Yeah, Chad, hopefully the Sonics come back soon. We're hearing the rumors they're supposed to be, but they're taking their damn time about it, is the NBA, you know? Chris says Chat Sports likes their own comments way too much and spends half their stream trying to get super chats to do shots of booze. Oh my God. They go down to the bottom level of kind of, you know, like they're just like this far away from just having girls in bikini tops talking about football. And not the next day, like, DK's going to be traded. He really is. And they'll have him like bouncing up and down. Like that's the next evolutionary step for Chat Sports. That's their next spot, right? Bikini clad girls talking about rumors based in absolutely nothing, jumping up and down. Trust me, bro, is the best source possible, says Flag. Chris is probably large subscriber base buying subs. That's also a thing out there, I think. Yeah, I think there are those people out there, and there's some pay for play stuff with YouTube where you can pay to promote your channel, quote unquote, and some people have done that to get the subs off of it. That's another thing. Just that feels dirty to me. You know, you earn it, don't pay for it. Yeah, earn it, don't pay for it. Papa Smurf says, who's your top 5 Seahawks all time at any position? Largent would be my number 1 guy in there. Cortez Kennedy, Walter Jones. Walter probably ahead of Cortez. I'm thinking. Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner would probably be 4. And 5 is the tough one for me. 5 definitely is that's definitely the one where I run up to some big time difficulties there. There's definitely a draw to look at the new guy players, the Legion of Boom guys. But can I put a Cam Chancellor or Earl Thomas over a Kenny Easley or even a Jacob Green? He doesn't get the love from the fan base that he should. The guy with well over 100 sacks over his career. So I probably have to go to more of the 80s guys than I can go to even the LOB guys on that. Wagner would be the guy that would make the list. But those would be my 5. Chad says, when do you post on Spotify? I'll by tomorrow morning I should have it posted, Chad. I got to download it tonight and get some clip stuff. I'll try to get it tonight if I can up, but it'll usually take me within about tomorrow morning. I think tonight is I just want to get on when I get tonight rather than, because back to that time frame thing, like I got to get, I want to start getting this Byron Murphy video out and working on it. So I've just got to get some heavy lifting done on that. All that stuff was so much fun. Elvis is alive and she had his baby. Had some ugly chick on the cover. They did make it fun and funny. You always laughed your butt off looking at the covers. They had fun with it at least. Chat Sports is dead serious about it. Hans says, LOB, what's up? Missed the start as usual, but we'll rewatch it. Thank you, Hans. Let's talk a little bit of Grub tonight. A little bit of Grub Hub. Trent Cybots, you may have given Chat Sports an idea to help save their brand. Hey, maybe, man. You know it's coming, you guys. Once you go down that dark road, once you make that deal with the devil, all the darkness is possible at that point. Chris is like Hooters. You're going for the wings, right? Yeah. All the guys could tell themselves they're going there for the football knowledge that they're there to gain. Meanwhile, here's their head the whole time they're watching the video. Not retaining a bit of the information being said. Not that they needed to. Marcus says, please warn us you're going to do the bouncing ta-ta dance. Chad's got his playoff rating Super Bowl ready. I hope you're right. Roxanne, Marshawn's definitely in consideration on that fifth spot. The fifth spot's the hard one to fill. Largent, Cortez, Walter, Bobby. Hard to, on those, any of those are hard to argue for me. Those guys got to be solidified top four. It's that fifth one that gets tricky. That's the tricky one. Post Eminescence says fair. John says big Cam fan, but need to give Bobby first over Sherm, and then Cam talking about longevity. Yeah, and that's where it comes down to. You do have the top three are in place. And as much as we can love Cam or Sherm or Earl or other guys, Largent, that's a GOAT receiver when he retired. Walter, considered a GOAT left tackle in the sport by some when he retired. Cortez not a GOAT, but that's a no doubt about it, a Hall of Fame defensive tackle. So then you get to those back two spots. And hard not to give it to Bobby. That's a first ballot Hall of Famer as well. And so then it's that fifth guy, and that's the tough spot about it. To me, when it comes down to it, I'm not sure if Cam or Sherman gets in the playoffs, but to me, it's between Sherman and Kenny Easley. Kenny Easley was the better player. Maybe not by a wide margin, but just at least by a little bit. Kenneth Walker, the K9 is a beast. He's the next Marshawn Lynch. Walker reminds me of a little bit of Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith. Do you think Walker will be good this year like he did last year? Yeah, I'm expecting him to be a breakout player. In fact, he might be, Chad, the guy that I'd say is most likely to be a breakout player for this team next year. And in that I see him being, a guy putting up 1,500 total yards next year and really being a centerpiece within this offense. Black Sabbath says Bat Boy is a clone of Jim Morrison, Elvis and Tupac's DNA. Now they're raising him a la 3 Men and a little baby on Galapagos. Exactly. Hans B, did you talk about the Draymond position move on the D-line a bit? Yeah, a little bit, Hans. I don't know what really to make of it, to be honest with you. So I don't understand it as much as anything else. You're paying $17.5 million to turn Draymond Jones into Red Bryant. I have a hard way of explaining that one to the fan base. You pay a guy $17.5 million in free agency. He's the biggest free agent contract that you've made in the time of Schneider here, spending the most money on this guy. And you paid him to be a defensive tackle, and then you're going to move him to the edge one season after paying him that money. It doesn't quite add up to me. I understand that he's going to set the hard edges for them and be that early rundown defender for him. But like I said, you weren't paying Red Bryant the equivalency of $17.5 million back 10 years ago to be in that role. So I don't quite understand it. I'm a little bit flummoxed by it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate all of your support, brother. You're awesome. Chat Sports just confirmed Jim and Tammy Faye Baker reunited and are thriving in heaven. There you go, man. There you go. It's a thing. It's a real thing. And that's not a baseless rumor. They've got at least 4 or 5 sources that they won't reveal, Garth, but they are true and tried sources. 100% real. Saros Don Palestine says another insane stream. Good morning from GB. Seahawks. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Sonoris. Good to see you in the chat as well. Very kind of you to say. Tammy Babe Baker. You bring out some of those old references, Garth. I did not sleep with that woman. Joey Galloway. He certainly is a good one on that list, Chad. Not enough for the longevity quite, but definitely had the hell of a start to his career here. Be hard to put Joey, though, ahead of guys like even Brian Blades and Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett. He was good, though. Like that was our quarterback of the future, is playing for Oklahoma, by the way. Sophomore quarterback. General Booty. Yep, that's his name. General Booty. These parents in this day and age, man, they are willing to be creative on some of these names. Maybe a little bit too much so. General Booty drops back. That pass was ass. Addicted to Hawks. Brandon, I wasn't in Seattle when Easley played. I know he was good, but did teams stop throwing at him like they did Sherman? I thought Easley was a big hitter. Well, Easley is a safety. Sherman's an outside corner, so they both played two positions. And yeah, my opinion on it is that Easley was more dominating, even though Sherman was very dominating as a corner. I think Easley was more dominating as a safety than Sherman was as a corner. Sherman's got a right to be considered up there as one of the better corners in Hawks history, but and Easley, you have a guy that had 17 interceptions in a 2-year period. 2-year period, 17 interceptions. And like you said, he was also a big hitter. He could play the free safety. He could play the strong safety. He was a ball hawk. He was also addicted to Hawks, a grade A returner. So I know for a lot of folks, it's a little bit before their time with that guy, but you got to know that, to me, that's where we can't do too much of the recency bias thing where it's got to be just players that have played current that you put on those lists. It's those old guys got to be factored in too if they were truly great players. Marcus's top 5 is too constricted. Top 10's better. Top 10's a little bit easier, to kind of easier to fit guys in at that point. There's still going to be some debates in there, but it gets a little easier. It gets a little squishy in there at 5. It's a little bit tight. Yeah. Sean Alexander. Some good names. Eugene Robinson. All these guys are good. We get a top 10 list. Those guys are definitely going to be in the discussion on those spots for sure. Han says, I think they will use him like Evero. So from a 3 tech to the 9, even maybe. But hey, no one knows what Mike's going to do. The one thing that stood out to me in the report of it, Hans, was that he was training to play the outside. So if you're talking about training the outside, I transition that to mean that, okay, if I'm Draymond Jones, I'm usually going to play at about 285 if I'm going to play inside at 3 tech over the course of the season. So if I go into an offseason and I know I'm going to play on the edge, I'm probably going to get down to 270, 275. Okay, but then doesn't that remove some of my effectiveness by them playing inside at the 3 tech? Yes. I'm not going to, the whole point of being at 285 at the 3 tech in the first place and being at that weight, because that's the weight I need to be at to be effective. But I'm dropping weight to play out on the edge. That's the part where I come back to going, I don't know on it, Hans, with that side of it, where I go, I think once he goes out to the edge, he's on the edge. And Mike Morris becomes your 3 tech inside, and we don't see a lot of Draymond moved to the inside at that point. But we'll see. It's early on, and we got to just see how it plays out in action, I guess. Ski Nation Hawks Nest, General Booty drops back. That pass was ass. Legitimately made me laugh a lot. We got some jokes here at the Hawks Nest occasionally. Max Strong, super underrated. 15-year career, retired a Seahawk. Yeah. Big Doc, Brandon, thanks for the info on Easley. 17 picks is impressive. Made me nostalgic for Paul Krause of the Vikings in the old Purple People Leader days. Yes, sir. He was a hell of a player, was Easley, and had a great career on top. It wasn't just that 2-year run, of course. He did have his career cut short a little bit due to having some issues with his kidneys. But he is a Hall of Famer. That's the part where the NFL's recognized him as this greatness as well. 32 total interceptions in his career. So when you go to Richard Sherman and you look at his stats as a corner, given a lot more opportunities to get those interceptions and picks, he's got 37 interceptions for his career. Plays a little bit of a longer career than Kenny Easley was able to play, because Easley was only playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons. But in 7 seasons, he got you 32 interceptions. Sherman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seasons, he got you 37 interceptions. 11, yeah. So some stats they didn't track as well, like forced fumbles, but good player. Hell of a player. Hell of a player. William says, hey, B, are you ready for the schedule this week? Oh, you better believe it, man. Me and Brendan are going to be doing a live schedule reaction on Wednesday to the schedule coming out. So I'm hyped for it. I'm ready for it. I'm hoping we get set up really well. Not too many 10 a.m. games. Let's get some prime timers in there, right? Let's not get this too early of a bye. Nice mid-season point bye would be nice. Yeah, I'm super hyped for it. Super hyped. Garth with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you for that, man. He says, per the National Enquirer, Sean Alexander will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and he's Mormon. Oh, it's funny because it's true. Funny because it's true. Yeah, Sean's going to have a hard time getting in. Hard time. Even though he's up around that 10,000 yard mark, it's... There's a bit of a stack. There's a bit of a log jam in there, Garth. Those running backs at that spot. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Ski Nation says, I'm old enough to remember when we traded Max Unger and our franchise fell apart for 87 years. Chris, does Sean got a lot of kids? Has he been active? Has he been just pumping them out? Fly Zone says the owner wanted to move us to LA. That's the reason we wasn't good in the 80s or 90s. Yeah, I mean, Bering bought the team, I think, like 87-ish. So you had a lot of the Nordstroms, the Nordstrom family was kind of running the team throughout those late 70s, early 80s. But, yeah, you're right. Once you did get to the point of Bering, he was pretty dead set on the team not being good so he could bury them down in LA. Hans says, I agree with the weight. Just thinking he kicks out in 4-man fronts like Nwosu, Reed, Williams, and Draymond and put him inside with the base 5-man front like Mafe, Williams, Reed, Murphy, Draymond, Nwosu. It could be. I would say he's already a little bit slightly undersized and there's a 3-tech at like 280, 285 Hans. So if he is going to lose 10 pounds, there's already times where he gets at 285 swallowed up at the point of attack as a 3-tech. So if he loses another 15 pounds, is that kind of just a bit too much at that point? We come back to the bottom line on this with it, Hans. Like, let's backtrack this out a little bit, okay? Last year, you spent the biggest free agent contract on this guy at $17.5 million. You did so not because he was a base defender out on the edge who was rocking it as a 5-tech or rocking it as a 7-tech or rocking it as a run defender. You didn't sign Draymond Jones because of his run stuffing ability. You signed him because he was a penetrator and a disruptor and he could get to the backfield and he could do so out of a 3-tech position. I look at this a little bit in that their view of him as a player and their view of him as an ability and to be an effective to what they signed him to a contract has been changed in their time with him here more than it's about just him being purely well suited to that outside role. And I think that that's the part to me that gets me, especially when you put it in tandem with having picked Byron Murphy. These would seem to be indications to me, Hans, that they're looking to kick him out of the 3-tech, especially with this word now that, you know, they're having him train, quote unquote, train to be an edge guy this year. So it may happen where you get even if we're talking Hans being infrequently like small sample size of snaps that he's getting kicked inside. I still kind of go, not really a fan of this. You didn't pay to do this. And we've got a track record at times in our history here in Seattle, a very odd one and a very frustrating one, where you go out there and you have a player who's doing something on a team in a certain way and you go, I love what that guy's doing on a team. That guy's a badass. That guy's tearing it up. And you go and you take that guy and you bring him into your house and then you go, we love what you did with that team. What you did with that team in that specific role was awesome. And he goes, great. And then you go, you know what we're going to do? What? Move you into a completely different role? Have you do something else completely different? It's the Jimmy Graham. It's the Jamal Adams. It's now the Draymond Jones. It's this weird left turn this team takes at times where they don't seem to understand what makes a player really tick and what makes them really good. Draymond on the edge last year was not dominant. Draymond on the edge last year was not setting the world on fire and stopping the run. Did we at any point in time really ever stop the run last year? Not to my eyes. So it does come a little bit of like, okay, so that signing was a bit of a failure then. We shouldn't have spent that money then. More than it's like he's going to be so impactful off the edge to that side of it. And it is a little bit that stuck in the craw feeling at times of this team of, this isn't hard. There's some things that are really hard in this sport. There's some things that are really tough to get right. The thing that should be pretty easy to get right is that if I'm targeting a player on a team doing something good, and I like that thing he's doing good, I'm not going to move him here to my team to then move him out of that thing that he did well. That seems counterproductive. That seems like you're setting yourself up to have the $17.5 million be a complete fail or be mostly a failure. Because if you're just needing a guy to be a hard edge and set hard edges on the rundowns on early downs, you don't have to spend $17.5 million to go out there and do that. I mean, you could have gotten that in this draft in probably the 4th round. Or paid for it on the open market. You know, you can find that specific skill set on that open market. But that's, for me, Hans, what really drives me crazy with it is just it's just that moving them into something different than what you were attracted to this thing that they did. You were attracted to this thing that they did as a player. Then you're going to have them do something different. It's like, what? You know? You go, why would, you know? William says, hey, B, who would you like to see the Seahawks play first? I would love to see an opening week Sunday night game, Detroit Lions, back in Detroit, primetime game Sunday night, first game of the year for us. We've had some epic contests the past 2 years. Detroit's really good. I'd love to see that. Chicago in the opening week with Caleb Williams, maybe catching one of these young quarterbacks, or New England, catch one of these young quarterbacks in week 1. That'd be just ideal from a kind of a selfish, just get us to an easy win in the first game kind of standpoint of things. Those would be my top picks. DVD Forever, hey B, way off topic, but as far as the running backs drafted this year with us taking none for the first time in a long while, where did the Oregon Ducks running back go? He was a strong, short yard, dominating factor. He went to, I got to look up where he went. I don't remember off the top of my head. So you're talking about Bucky Irving of Oregon. He went really, really deep into the 4th round of the draft. So almost the 5th round. It's going to be hard, DVD Forever, if you're 190 pounds and 5'9", to be a really good short yardage back in the NFL. And I think that's what really held up against him, is that he didn't test well enough from an explosive standpoint and all of that. That's why you see him almost as a 5th round pick here in this draft, even though he was very highly productive with Oregon, in that he's just not going to be able to run as strong at that size at the next level and get away with that as much at the next level, I don't think. So that's why he probably dropped down. And yeah, I don't think the Seahawks like this draft as much as the running backs as maybe some of the other teams. And quite frankly, DVD, it was a little bit of a weaker draft for running backs this year all the way through. So it does make sense that they didn't go to that position, because it was weak. It just was. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. Garth, you always kill it, man, on this front of things, and I appreciate you for that, man. I dig that about you. He says, according to The Sun, Clay Bennett never wanted to move the Seahawks to OKC. An alien abduction case on Unsolved Mysteries changed his mind. You make the call on Unsolved Mysteries. A billionaire owner goes out to Seattle to take a team. Is it merely a billionaire owner in his greed and worship of his homeland? Or have aliens come in to take over? We're going to tell you today on Unsolved Mysteries. Robert Stagg. Clay Bennett was a simple man of a billionaire quality who just wanted an NBA team. He wasn't aware an alien was going to make him steal one. Cut to the gray alien head, Garth. Big eyes, bulging. Chad, what do you think of Kobe Bryant for the Hawks? He did great last year. Do you think he'll have a role this year? I don't know where you get he did great last year. I'm not sure, Chad, where you got he did great last year. He didn't play last season. Barely played last season. When he did play last season, he didn't play particularly well. There's not much of a future for Kobe Bryant on this team. The team doesn't know what they want to do with him. They don't know if he's a cornerback. They don't know if he's a safety. They don't know if he's a free safety. Maybe this is a problem we see coming along here, like with Draymond Jones, where the team just doesn't understand on certain players what position they should be playing. So I don't even think the team knows what to do with him, Chad, much less what his future is in the sport. But I think he's a fringe guy to make the roster at this point, probably. Hans says, yeah, that's true, B. Bad signing if they really did turn him into an edge. Just thought about Mike McDonald dares to drop even a nose in coverage, but agreed. If you let him play edge, agree. Yeah, I can see that you find effectiveness with him too, to your point, Hans. Like, they can find some effectiveness with some moving around a little bit there with him. But if it is to that point of where you're having him change his body style and now he can't do the damage inside that he was able to do with the Denver Broncos at that weight, height, build, size, that's where I just worry about it, where I go, okay, I know you need this in the defense, but we're just kind of just burying now $17.5 million for almost just about nothing at that point. You can get out after the contract after this year. It does tell you, Hans, that you're going to get out of the contract after the year. We don't have to go, what's the prediction on what's going to happen with Draymond Jones after 2024? Like, he's gone at that point. He's gone. You're not going to continue to pay him up at that high rate of a price just to be an edge run stuffer that occasionally might flex in here and there, into the inside, I would say. It reminds me of when we needed a tough running back and got Lacy instead of who I thought we would get fit and Blunt. Blunt would have been a great fit. Yeah, definitely. He was a good back. I think Bucky's a little different than those two guys, though, DVD. I mean, those guys have easily, both between Blunt and Lacy, that's 25, 30, 35 pounds those guys have on Bucky. William says, hey, B, about the Packers week 1? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I kind of would like a little bit of a build-up for that if we happen to be good. Like, that could be a fun matchup mid-season. But I'll be good with that, too. We used to be on Sunday Night Football every other week. It felt like we did, man. Not last year, though. I like Sunday Night Football games. Those are fun games. Chris, that was a tad Howard Cosell. That was starting to go into Howard Cosell. Robert Stack is tough because it's just such a deep voice. I wish I could do a Robert Stack, though. He's fun. Chad, what do you think of the two Auburn guys we picked? I think they are our wide receiver or cornerback. I'm not sure, Chad. You're going to have to rephrase that question, my brother. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. As far as what do I think about them, they're fine. Chad, you picked them at the back end of the draft. So, when you get into day 3 of the draft, when you're into 4th, 5th, 6th round of the draft, it's kind of hard to count on any of those guys. They're flyer guys. They're guys you hope can develop. They're guys you hope can develop into roles. But they are now into day 3 for a reason, being that these are more of a take a shot on guys and hope it can work out kind of situations, I would say. DVD says, dang, he always looked bigger in the game. Am I maybe thinking of a different running back for Oregon this year? Maybe they had a larger third down back. I don't follow much Oregon ball. Well, I think to your point, they did do a lot of utilizing Bucky Irvin up the middle. So, I mean, they did utilize him to go and hit inside a lot on his runs. He's got good contact balance, but yeah, he's really, really undersized. And it does, even on the college level, at times you could see it hurt him where he just couldn't, on some of those inside runs, take the glancing contact, keep his feet, get the extra yard or 2 or 3 to go forward. It's like you're going to get hit, you're going to be put down because you're kind of light inside in there, and he doesn't have that pure speed the typical light guy would at 190 where he's 4'4" and he can get the outside and really cook. So there's just some things missing in his game, and this is why we get to a place of him dropping down to the 4th or the 5th round. I'm hoping to see some more Kenny McIntosh this year too, man. Hopefully we do. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5, man. You were unbelievable with all this donation and supports, brother. He says, all jokes aside, does anything beat the old school Unsolved Mysteries music? It was probably Phil Spector or something. Oh, no, it was so catchy. It was so catchy. And it's like the X-Files music, Arth. You can play that for a certain generation of people. You can play just like the first 5 notes of that music and it will draw some kind of memory into their mind of it. But I wish I could use the Unsolved Mysteries music. It'd be probably clipped on the copyright side if I tried to, but that was classic stuff. So there's a meme of that too, Garth. Like some of these things where like the music completely outpaces a show or like a video game. Like if you guys ever remember the old GoldenEye game, And whoever did the music for the Golden Knight game was just ridiculous. Like, if you go and listen to that song, you're like, whoa, this song definitely outpaces this. It was a great video game, but it was like the music was insane for that video game. Sometimes you get that where those guys kind of go ham on that, you know. But it probably was Spectre or some famous guy. Like, I just got hired for a weekend to come in there and put something down. I just, you know, one of those brilliant musician guys that can just, you know, I just put a couple notes down over 15 minutes and gave it to them, and I guess they figured it out. Thank you, though, Garth, man. I appreciate you for all your donations and support. I want to thank, too, folks, the sponsor of this show is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now actually has some specials going on. It says $100 on this promo. No, it's up to $250. So right now, special offer from Underdog Fantasy to my people out there. If you click the top, the description link section below, or you use my code NEST on Underdog Fantasy today, they will match you not up to 100, not up to 200, but up to $250 of your first deposit when you use my code. Some great ongoing contests happening throughout this off season. You got baseball, got basketball. Football's on the horizon with some of their seasonal lines. This guy getting up over 1,000 yards. You think this guy will be beneath the 900 yards? Put together a bet. Put together a couple different items and options on that, and see if you can go out there and get yourself some money, win yourself some money. Go head to head with somebody else. Don't go against the house. Go up against some other fan. You got him beat. You got him licked. But use my code today, Underdog Fantasy, with my code NEST, and use that. Go out there and win yourself some money. So they will match up to $250 of your first deposit right now, up to 100%, $250. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for their support of the Hawks Nest here throughout the course of this year and off season. It is very much appreciated. Chris says, I would love more Sunday night games and dump Thursday games off of the dump. I'd love that too. It'd be cool to get 2 Sunday night games, like 5 and have like a super late game. That'd probably be too much, but. A DVD, are you shocked at them keeping Taylor? Mind you, I said last year was going to be on a breakout year, but what if it's new coach making me right? But 1 year off, or is Taylor done? The team's really cash strapped right now, DVD, and they're going to be looking for some very serious ways to create cap space. The $3 million that Taylor is on is one where I think there's going to be a draw to get out from under that contract. And you saw Mike Jackson, for instance, on a similar kind of deal, DVD, last week. It was announced they restructured with Mike Jackson to get him lowered off of that $3 million contract. Because Mike Jackson kind of realized, I think on that, and his people realized on that if I stay on this contract, I'm very likely to put myself in the crosshairs to be released. So with a guy like Taylor on the books for that amount of money, and that you can save that amount of money, and then with a guy like Nelson Cesar coming in that I think can very much push Taylor, I think it's going to be very hard for him to make this final roster. Outside of him maybe taking that same kind of Mike Jackson discount, reducial of cost, if you will. Kayvon Wallace, Rayshon Jenkins, they're good players, Chad. I think Julian Love is your starter, so Kayvon Wallace is your backup at the free safety. Rayshon Jenkins is probably your strong safety. It's a little bit of the designation doesn't really matter because this defense has its free safety and strong safety both do similar things within it. Rayshon Jenkins is signed to a 2-year deal. He's got it within his skill set to do all of the things you need to do with this defense. Be single high, be a cover 2, come up and play in the box. He's not going to be outstanding in any one realm. He's just going to be like a league average player for you. So in regards to talking about either of these two guys or giving either of them too much sunshine, they're league average players. That's what they give you. And that's fine at the cost you're paying them. This is why you don't pay safeties $50 million, because you can pay much less a price and get good league average play, and that will be perfectly fine. Greg Kemp says Bucky Irving's testing numbers are basically LaShawn McCoy. Yeah, I mean, I could see, I guess, a bit of that. They're right there with each other on the size front. I felt like McCoy had a little more speed, but he's from one of these old camps where 4.5, so it wasn't super fast. Yeah, but that's where. So for me, it's LaShawn McCoy's got the 1.52 10-yard split, and that's where he has that short area, just pure explosiveness. Where he had a 1.54 for Irvin, so Yeah, I guess he was pretty close in the same place. He doesn't feel 154 in the field, though, man. He doesn't quite feel that quick. We'll see with him. See how they use him. He's an interesting player. He's got great contact balance, swivelly little hips, good change of direction. Like says, the Unsolved Mysteries theme used to scare the hell out of me. It scared the hell out of a lot of people. They had some freaky stories they would tell in that thing too, man. They give you make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Roxanne celebrating 34 months. Oh my goodness, Roxanne, we're getting almost to 3 years with you on the Hawks Nest as a Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that long time support. I really appreciate you, as well as I know big time donator on the channel. In addition to all that, one of my OGS's says, if you need some good mystery theme music, hit me up. I can make you some. But I digress. Go Hawks. Yeah, I want to use it at some point, for one of the uploads, Roxanne. I don't know which way I'm going to use it on, but doing something like that with one of those kind of, unsolved mysteries, a little narration kind of vibe to it, and something in regards to Seahawks history, but with kind of a little bit of a fun, funny flavor to it, I guess a little bit, I'm still thinking on it. I'm still sort of turning it over a little bit, but I'll hit you up if I get an idea on something for sure. For sure. Thank you for the 3 years of support on that. You're amazing. Amazing. Flag says, I don't think Anthony Bradford had a full season of worth of starts in college. He was thrown into the fire last year. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. He was coming out. You knew he was going to be raw. It wasn't a surprise he was raw. You draft him for that athletic ability and the fact that once you refine it down, you can't teach the size, the length, the athleticism, the power. You can teach the technique stuff. Hans, he was the best right tackle for a while in the season. I was excited to see Curhan go to the bench. Did I miss something there on the... maybe you're talking to somebody else there in the chat. Sometimes it's hard to tell if they're conversations between you guys or you're referencing directly to me. Always remember, guys, too, if you can, just HN Hawks Nest, because sometimes there's such good chat going on between you guys, and I'm reading it like it's to me, but it's individually you guys talking. So it's sometimes hard to know necessarily if it's a question for me or you're referencing to me on it. If you can put an HN, a Brandon, Brando, B, just something on it gives me a bit of an indicator, because then I can just pass quicker through the chat if you are trying to reference me in on it. Garth Knight with another $10 donation. It's like the 15th dono from Garth today, just holding it down for the Hawks Nest tonight. Says, I wanted an unsolved mystery episode with the classic music that delves into the who, what, why, and when with Pete and John. I'll settle for Twilight Zone music, as Addicted Hawk mentions, if necessary. I'll play with it in the background. We'll see what maybe Garth, some of the music picks I can go with. If I just do a little bit of a tiny clip of it, I can get away with using it. And so I can come back and just kind of keep tiny clip putting it in a little bit. But yeah, I like that. Maybe something between Pete and John, maybe like who made the calls on these deals, Jamal Adams, Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney, who made the call on these deals, I like it, man. It's a great idea. I think we can put something together like that, but I'll see what I can get away with on the upload. I definitely want to use something on the Unsolved Mysteries feel kind of. Maybe we'll just do that move. I'll have Roxanne Garth just change the one chord, just alter the one chord within the Unsolved Mysteries, and that'll be enough to. That'll be enough to just allow it to get under the copyright and stuff. But man, thank you so much for all your donations. I really appreciate you, Garth. You're unbelievable in your support, brother. Unbelievable. And it's really appreciated. Hans, you need to think Bradford barely played 2 seasons of career. Yep. Yeah. So Bradford, definitely, I'm on board with the fact there's a lot of room there for him to grow. He's not a finished product at all. DVD says, all right, B. This is the first stream I've been able to catch since moving out and being newly homeless since the 6th. Just want to remind you how amazing you are and your interactions with your fans. Well, thank you, DVD. I'm sorry to hear you've been newly homeless since the 6th. Hopefully you're able to lock down some housing, and it's not too bad out there for you. You're holding up okay, man. And I appreciate the kind words, but I do hope you are doing all right out there. That's always scary to hear a little bit in this day and age, and I know it's hard for so many people out there in this day and age. So, just hang on and keep fighting on that side of it. Glad you're able to catch the live stream, though. We'll keep these cooking throughout this offseason, I promise. Flag says the guy barely played in college, being Bradford. He will most likely get better. Relying on a 4th or 5th round lineman is a crapshoot. Yeah, I think with Bradford, what you got to take is as much the flashes. The fact that this guy had some games, at least a game or two in there where he was, if not our highest graded player, pure offensive player, in a few of the games shows you the flashes and ability is there to tap into that potential flag, to your point. I would definitely say that with Bradford, there's a lot of reason to believe that he can tap into the potential that he offers. I think that there is a bit of this is only going to go so far. The pass protection issues with Bradford will always be there, at least to a slight degree. But get him up going against nose tackles versus getting up and going against 3 techs, and you can mitigate some of those issues. DVD says greatness with humility at its best. Thanks, bro. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing all right out there, though. My people are good. Hans says maybe Scott Huff can coach him up this CF season. He just needs some time to learn. He does. Yeah. There are guys you can look at and go, this guy maybe has hit his top end. There's not a lot extra for him to go at. A guy like an older prospect, the Eskridge coming out, I'd say, look, the route running, the catching is not really going to improve. Say nothing about the injury side of it. When it comes to a guy like Bradford, who had, I think, 17 collective starts over his entire college career, you can absolutely, in that guy being a younger prospect, say there's some more upside here to this guy. He's not a finished story. And there's a lot of reason to believe with those flashes he gave you last year at times in games. I mean, it's no small thing that he had a couple of those games, the highest rated player on your offense as that rough, raw rookie offensive lineman that nobody was really thinking was necessarily going to play in that first season. So it's definitely way more good to take away from on Bradford's game in that open season than bad, even though, again, maybe the PF grade wasn't the greatest in the overall sense because he had the ups, but he also had the downs. Especially when teams could kind of expose him on the pass protection stuff. Nick says, Garth making it rain. Garth is making it rain, man. I dig that about him. Chris says, do some Benny Hill meets Rocky horror time mashup. Never mind. That sounds terrible. Do some 70s blaxploitation style theme music. Let's go. That'd be a weird mix. Benny Hill and some 70s blaxploitation style music. Nick says, another guy we moved from right guard to left guard was D. Lewis. We constantly moving people around. Yeah, it drives me nuts. Just let the guy settle into what he is. Let him learn that position. Let him be that. This is my problem with this. I can go through so many examples we can speak about where it did not work out in our favor. Damian Lewis may have just gotten paid out there by Carolina, but it was not in his best interest as a player that he was moved from right guard to left guard. It may have been what Seattle needed. It may have been him being a good soldier, but it wasn't what was really best for the player to get the most out of him. And I think when you continually have players that you're moving out of position, and it's always to the detriment then of that player and the productivity they give you and how good they are on the field, you've got to eventually reach a point where you learn your lesson and you go, you know what, maybe we want to stop doing moving players out of the position that we draft them to be out of, moving players out of the position that we signed them huge money to play within that position, trading huge assets for a player that we're going to move into a completely different position and role once we get him here. Maybe we should stop that because it's kind of blowing up in our face at every single turn. But the team still seemingly has not completely learned this lesson. So it's not a death knell, but it's frustrating and annoying. DVD says, Night 12s. Let's see the birth of the new Legion of Boom. After 1 year of top performance, let's try to give the new D a name of their own. Let's go, man. They can turn this around. Definitely we'll get ourselves a nicknames drummed up for him, I'm sure. Chad, what about Laviska Shenault? I don't know if he's any good. Can you tell me if he's any good? He's a gadget player, Chad. He's a bubble screen guy, a fly sweep guy, and a kick returner. He's not really a receiver. He's not really a running back. It's kind of one of your cut from the mold of sort of a Debo Samuel, but not as good kind of cloth of things. So he'll fit here to a certain role like that, mainly the kick returner, but then you can give him in as kind of your yak gadget guy there for the receiving core that doesn't necessarily have a lot of those guys on the roster right now. Isaiah Garcia, do I think Adams will be back? I don't think so, Isaiah, but there's been a lot of flirtation between the team and the player on this one. And when you do look at the linebackers where they might stock Adams in there as kind of like he fits in there because you don't have a good backup inside linebackers, and so you can kind of just afford to have him in on the roster as sort of a sub-role player. But I wouldn't think that it ends up making a lot of sense to bring him back at the end of the day. CJ says, just read a list where Geno Smith was ranked 27 out of 32 starting quarterbacks for 2024 behind the likes of Will Levis. The disrespect is laughable. It is, man. It's been going on for 2 years. I've pushed about and back at it every turn, CJ. I would just say if we can't get even some of the local fan base to fully sign up on Geno, then we certainly can't expect the national perspective on this to sign up for Geno. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But it's something that exists out there and it's not changing. I've said, CJ, that I feel like Geno Smith could hoist a Super Bowl trophy over his head and fans would be like, okay, that's great. He did that. But when are we going to get our quarterback of the future? I don't like the disrespect, drives me crazy as well. But for some reason, Geno just, for a certain whole segment of fan base, both local Seahawks fans and national fans, there is a collection of these people that just look at this guy in a way, and there's something, I don't know if it's the way his face is structured, I don't know if it's the way his hair is coiffed, but there is something in this guy that just makes them revolt. It just causes a revulsion from Geno. And the thing is, we got to stop being shocked about it because it's there, it's present. I've been talking about it for 2 years. I've put out endless strings of videos on Geno trying to make the case for why fans are wrong in their outlook of it. It doesn't move the needle on those fans. Their outlook is on what it is on the Geno. And I think the people that are pro Geno, like you and I are, have got to come to the understanding of this perspective exists out there and it's not changing. There's no argument that can be made. There's no debate that can be had. There is no reason. There is no logic. There is nothing that can be presented to sell the people that are anti-Geno to becoming pro-Geno people. So we got to stop trying on that front of it. We got to let those people have their opinions because they're not going to change them. And it's going to be effervescent throughout. But it literally comes down to it sounds like a joke, CJ, but it's not from my perspective. He could go to a Super Bowl, raise the trophy, and there would still be segments of the fans going, well, he didn't really do all that much. Well, it was really Mike McDonald's brilliance. Well, can we go get our quarterback of the future? And it's ridiculous. It truly, like, as you're inferring a bit, CJ, it is absolutely ridiculous. But I get to the point with it too where I go, it ain't changing though. It isn't going to go any other different direction here because it's just their people's opinions colored of him, and you can't change them off their spot. I don't get it. It's been strange to watch because everybody proclaims how much they love the quarterback position and how much it matters to them and the overlook of how they want their team to be and have their great quarterback. But then you get them a good quarterback and they're like, oh, I could kind of want something else. You got that thing you're looking for. It's right here. Yeah, I know, but he's just something about the way he looks doesn't quite. He's not the guy, He just is what he is, They go to these non sequiturs, non-specific references to the player where they're not even really coming in anything about his skill set or as a leader or as a quarterback or as a player. It is what it is. He's just not the guy. You get those kind of things, CJ, and that's where you just got to go, okay. There's no conversation to be had here because these people are not interested in really looking at this accurately. They've got a predisposition to this player, and maybe it was the betting, maybe it was when he got punched to the Jets, maybe it's just what he did with the Jets stands out in their minds so heavily. We did pass about 5 hours here, folks, so I will start to kind of put a button on this. My voice is starting to go out, and I'm getting a little bit in that hangry mode where I can sense the food. Needing to go get some food and some water. Water and food. Food and water. So we'll get the last couple questions on in here tonight. Yeah, Flag is shoulders can't handle the pay. I mean, Adams coming in and trying to play here. I just don't see it being a way that it works. He's not a guy that can play full-time linebacker. He obviously can't play the split safety looks that Mike McDonald's scheme requires. You'd have to have him in here as a sub player that plays around the box, and you just kind of use him like a weapon. Could the team do that theoretically? They could. It's not going to cost you anything, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense how it really does work. And I think if the team was going to do it, they would have done it by this point. Hans is, talking about moving players around. Bryant, Draymond Jones, JSN with the screens, Jamal, and who else? Jimmy Graham. You got the Jimmy Graham. Guy's a slot wide receiver basically for the New Orleans Saints, and you turn him into a pure inline tight end. What? Huh? Well, huh? Yeah. Just, it doesn't work doing it. It's like, you want to hit him, smack him on the hands and be like, stop that. No more of that. Just leave them where they're at, Kobe Bryant, 2-time all ACC corner. Walter Thorpe Award winner for the best cornerback in his final season with Sauce Gardner playing on the other side of him. Let's move that guy to the slot. Oh, no, let's not move him to the slot. Let's move him to safety. Why not linebacker this next year, huh? Would that be too ridiculous? Would that be a little too much? The Seahawks is what? Someone ranked Geno 27th? Who put that out? Somebody that smokes crack, quite honestly. You guys are so kind on the dono front. Let me get your Scooter Chris says they are going to bring in an extremely limited role player in Adams. He can't play multi-roles. He sucks in coverage, not stay healthy. Yeah, that's the same place I arrive. I just don't know what's the benefit really to the team at this point. I understand why Jamal wants to reclaim things and get a spot, but why is it in the best interest of the team? Young says it's basically impossible to argue with anti-Geno people because they don't base anything off logic. It's all feeling-based for them. That's a great way of putting it. Much better than how I put it a second ago, Young, and that's absolutely accurate. I mean, that's where I come to a bit there's not really going to be more consternation from me when talking to people in the chat or hearing publications on this, because I'm not usually a person that's going to come to label the situation for that, where I'll try to give the people that I might have an adversarial position on a little more respect and saying, oh, you're not just anti this guy. You've got something that's built up inside of yourself as to why you made this decision to do what you're trying to do or decided to do what you did, or your outlook on the player and not liking him or not. It's based on A, B, C, D, E, and F. But you're absolutely right. When it comes to Geno, it's very much an emotional thing that's been based here from the anti-Geno people. There's nothing that can be presented to them as far as any evidence. And the other flip side of it is that they don't have to provide any evidence for why they think like they think. Or they can cherry pick things like saying, well, look what he did with New York. That shows that he's not the guy. Look at the fact that he sat on the bench all those years. That shows that he's not the guy. That has nothing to do with his skill set. That has nothing to do with what he is as a player or where he is right now. But those are the arguments they make because they know if they have to argue the points that have to do directly with how he's played, directly with what he's been up against, that they have no leg to stand on. And that's why it's sort of an empty mission to try to go out there and move these people off their spot, because you won't move them off their spot. They are determined to find their way out from the Geno experience by any means necessary, even if it were to mean, in my opinion, to go to a much worse quarterback. Like, they'd be perfectly happy to go to a much worse quarterback if it was a young guy who was the guy. The guy. Flag says, Geno's cool, but I'm ready for the General Booty era as the Seahawks to begin. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I love it. CJ, so many games of the last 2 years where Geno made the plays we needed to win over and over, but the defense didn't care again and again. Cowboys game last year, for instance. Amen. He should have won everybody over at this point. He really should have. Getting him the playoffs with 6 rookies starting on that team in the first year starting, winning Comeback Player of the Year award, taking the Niners to the brink at halftime with a lead, with a defense that was in exactly that same kind of state of disarray. Yeah. Ugh. Throat's getting a little dry here. I love you guys hang on with me for 6 hours, though. You guys would roll for all night long with me here. I love it. But yeah, again, this is the thing with it, CJ, on it, where I just say, man, there's almost not even a point that needs to be made on this. You know what I mean? It's to the point where it's almost like goes without saying. Geno's played great, and people are haters at this point, if they're going to sit on the anti-Geno train. They've got their priorities not straight. They don't really think or understand properly how to build a team and put a team together. because the guy's giving you great play. He didn't ask for the biggest of contracts. He's not been set with like a downhill trajectory on his ability to play the position. Instead, it's been the other way. Instead, he's had 28th worst pass protection. Instead, he's had a coach that's dictated him to him not throw to the middle of the field. Instead, he's had a defense that's lived on the football field for an extra game and a half every season because they have a coach who doesn't care about third down conversions as long as they don't give up the big play. These are the things that work against him over and over and over again. An unimaginative run game that won't run outside. Blockers up front that can't open holes in the run game so that become one-dimensional and you have to pass all the time. All of these things add up to making the quarterback position so tremendously hard to play, and yet he has persevered through that and he has found success through that. And so you come back down to it, CJ, on it, where it's, I get the lamenting with that the people that aren't getting it. I do get it. But there's also that thing you got to go to where like, this is where the stream is moving through. This is the tides and how they're moving it in this situation. And we can't fight the tides on this. It's not that these people are the majority of opinions of Seahawks fans at this. It's that they're a loud minority. And the way that we're going to need to deal with this loud minority, and I don't care if it's nationally in a publication by Rank and Gino, or if it's the local fan base trying to be anti-Gino, is you ignore them. You get to the spot with this where you just ignore it because it's a dumb opinion. And dumb opinions shouldn't be shined any light on. We shouldn't be giving any time of day to dumb opinions. We should be laughing at them and moving on, and that's where I will be standing on this Gino thing as we go forward a little bit with this, because CJ, it's going to get presented a lot as we go into the season. It's, the pro Gino people are up in arms a little bit with it. I'm like, why can't the guy get the freaking love? And I get it. You should have the love, but he's not going to get that love from the people. It's like CJ, having a girl that you're super attracted to, or a guy you're super attracted to, and you try to show him you're into him, and you try to show him you're into this, and you're trying to, and that you just never can get him to come to you, right? You never can get him to sign up for you, like, but you try to charm the pants off. You're trying to be, just do all of the moves that you may have in your bag to do, and you just doesn't resonate. And eventually you just got to come to that point where like, she's just not going to be that into you. He's just not going to be that into you. And that's where it is for some of the fans. And so it's frustrating, but it's also, it's so been here for 2 years. We just got to accept that as frustrating as hard as it is that this is what it is. It's not changing. It's here forever. And it's unfortunate. Gino deserves better, but there's no change from that. All right, I'm going to work through these last couple ones. I know we've got a lot of people still pumping through here on the chat with a lot of questions, but please understand, folks, I'm 5 hours in on this one. I'm just getting a little bit hungry, so we are going to kind of wrap this up. So we'll kind of put a button on this now with the questions on this. Whatever's in the line, no more questions down. I'm going to go through the last couple on this, kind of to finish this up a little bit on this. I love doing this long, guys, but once I get in that 5 hour point and my voice is starting to go, get that hunger, I kind of just get in that spot where I'm not at my best here in hour 5 with you guys. I know that about myself. So I'm trying to recognize that a little bit more by kind of cutting out and not getting short and all that stuff as I kind of can get it when we get late in this. Roxanne, thank you for another $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Roxanne. She said, remember the Slinkies called him a bust. Him coming back like he did when he did makes them look like losers they tend to be. Go Hawks. It's another frustrating part that drives me crazy about these people, Roxanne, and I've been down this bridge with a lot of folks, is that they will give you an opinion. And, with me doing this on this channel for 5 years, I've had so many interactions with people who will come in my chat. They will come into my chat, not just on a show-by-show basis, but every show basis, they will make sure that they can come into my chat to tell me, for instance, that Gino ain't nothing, that Gino can't do nothing, that he's a bust, that he's going to fail. And they were telling me that from day one of that offseason when it was announced that Geno Smith was going to be the starting quarterback. And that's where I come back to saying, you're not going to change these people's minds. It's because they had that opinion at that time. They've been shown data that runs counter to the things they said he was able to do. For instance, Roxanne, they would say, Geno Smith can't bring you from behind. I'd have people who would come into my chat and they would swear up and down, the value of a quarterback is driven by the fact of whether or not, when it comes down to the end of the game, the final possession, can they drive you up the field and go and get you that win? That is what makes a quarterback in the modern NFL, is what they would tell me. They would scream it at me. They'd hit me with exclamation points. Okay, maybe he can put up some yards. Maybe he can throw some yards. Maybe he can throw some touchdowns. But when it comes down the line, Geno is going to shake, shudder, rattle, roll. He is going to collapse. Implosion style, end of the game. Comes back this last year, 5, come back from behind, wins. Many times on the back of not just merely getting it into Jason Myers' territory to go get you a kick for a win at the end, but actually to take you down and go get you a touchdown to win the game. What do these people say? Do they come back and they go, oh, well, maybe I was wrong on that? Have I had one person of the litany of people that told me that opinion back 2 years ago, people that still come in my chat, names that I still recognize and on my usernames. Have I had one person that's come back in on that one specific thing about Geno not being able to bring you back from behind? Because he did it last year too, not just in 2023, but he did in 2022 as well. Not one. Not one. Because there exists a fan out there in football that can never be wrong about their opinions. And if they are wrong about opinions, they just sort of ignore it. And then it just sort of drifts away like it never occurred. But I remember. And part of the fun that I have is to have some of these usernames that come in here that are so strong in their opinions and call them out on that. Say, remember when you said this and you still haven't changed your spot on it? And then you'll watch them. They still won't change their spot. They'll go, yeah, I was maybe something was a little off, but I'm still really overall right on the thing. And you go, all right. All right. Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you. And they certainly do not admit they will not admit no way, no how that they were wrong about their outlook on him. They won't. And that's where I come back to saying with certainty that I could say, have that shot, Geno raising the Lombardi up, I did it. I did it. And those same fans, would they sit there at that point going, man, we were wrong. He is that guy. Man, we were wrong. He can get you to that mountaintop. Man, we were wrong. He can bring you from behind. No. They'll say, that's great. He did it. That's awesome. Cool. When are we getting our franchise quarterback? When are we getting our future QB of the future? That's what they'll say. I guarantee it. Chad says, I heard Adams going to San Fran. They can have him. Good luck. Perfectly happy Adams going to San Francisco. We will exploit that all day long if he does that. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate it for that, Garth. And all of your sport, you and Roxanne just killing it tonight on the donos. Appreciate you for that. It says there is a precedence of a Seahawks quarterback taking the team to 2 Super Bowls and winning one of them with the fan base not accepting him. He's in Pittsburgh. That's very true. That's very true. We've been maybe down this road once before there, Garth, to your point. So maybe it's a little bit of this is a typical maybe Seahawks fan reaction we get a little bit with these kind of guys, where there's just always a divergent opinion between the starting quarterback and whether or not really he's any good. I mean, is he really, it's the debate, Garth, that never dies. It will be forever. I would love to see it though. Part of loving just win if they won the Super Bowl, but just to see the second thing upon winning the Super Bowl would be fun to watch the reactions in my chat from those people that have been the anti-Genoites and just watching them just twist and spin over their words. Well, I said if he did, Mike McDonald really gets the credit. Well, Grubb with what he's doing, it's not Geno, it's really Grubb. He's, before Grubb came here, he didn't do this. It'll be those kind of acrobatics where it's just, okay. So you just got to go take the dub into mind where you go, yep, I was on the right side of this one. We were on the right side of this one. That's the champagne of victory here that we have to. We're never going to get the mea culpa. We're never going to get the come to Jesus moment with these people where they go, okay, I had this weird hardline opinion that I just drove upon for years on end, but it's definitely been proven true at every turn. We just got to know that their silence is our champagne of victory. Piccolo says didn't mention him for a potential rookie of the year, but had the defensive players drafted after. Look what they did to Byron Murphy. Didn't mention him for a potential rookie of the year, but he had defensive players drafted after him. Yeah, it's also a little bit of the Seattle stuff. We have a hard time with awards and pre-stuff, and there's the East Coast bias thing is a real thing, and they forget about us here on the West Coast if we aren't playing in LA. Chris says, I have to get up for advanced avionics training in the morning, so please keep the stream going. I don't want the morning to get here. I would, man. I'm definitely getting that. The stomach's doing the gurgle thing, though. I gotta get something in it. Gotta drop something in. I had a little bit of pizza before I went live today, but my appetite's been up a bit. I started working out again, so it's like that annoying thing when you start to work out again, or like get into really going, where you're just the metabolism starts kicking up, and you have to eat every couple hours, and it's kind of annoying. The part I actually hate about it, I don't mind doing the workouts. It's the eating part. Jamarcus White, how you doing, Jamarcus? Good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. CJ says, laughing out loud, Geno could break 7 tackles, juke out 3 defenders for a 72-yard scrambling Super Bowl winning touchdown. And the commentators would talk about how beautiful the big skin weaved itself through traffic. They will. They'll be like, it's weird how the ball's able to move like that on its own. And it is. And quite frankly, see, I haven't seen this really go down like this. I mean, as Garth was making the joke that, we have been down this a little bit with some of the difference of opinion that was out there with Russell and some of the way people saw him. But, typically the last couple of seasons when a quarterback plays the way he's played, you'd see more of the backing there. You'd feel more of the backing. And again, I think it is the majority of the fan base that is in Geno Smith's camp. But there is just that loud contingent that would swear up and down that the guy's holding the team down like an anchor, dragging along the sea floor as we're trying to sail the open seas. It's like, no, he's the sail. He's the sail, not the anchor. I dig Docs. Brandon, great to see you. Missed your show when I was in Chicago. Get something good to eat. See you soon. Sounds good, my man. It's good to see you in the house too as well, Addicted. Chappie, you have a great night, man. Appreciate all the great discussion tonight, Chad. Awesome questions and just some great stuff from the chat tonight. Chris says, just let Pumpkin take over for a bit while you get some chow. I'd like to hear the kitty's take. She's got thoughts, man. She's a little tired right now, but she's got some things to say. Gar says, it's like telling the people of the South they lost the Civil War. It's that. That's the place it's actually a really good comp to make where you just go, look, you're not winning them. You're not winning them over. There's no logic. There's no reason, and be like, it wasn't really about slavery. It was really about financial independence of the South. Okay. But yeah, it's certainly that I think that there's an equivalency to be drawn there, Garth. Flag if Pumpkin could speak human, she would roast all of us. Orange cats are mean as S. They do have a little bit of a, they can get in a mood. She was in a mood earlier today where she was like chasing her sister around, trying to rip the window open so she could get to the birds, crying and doing a lot of caterwauling. They get in their moods, man. They get their blood up. When the orange cat gets their blood up, they've been kissed by fire. That's to warn you. The coloring is to warn you of what's inside. White hot heat burns in those hearts. You're absolutely right, Flag. Yeah, Garth, enjoy Adam, San Francisco. They can have that one all day long. I'm going to be over here sipping my tea, being like, when do we get to play San Francisco? And the second he's on the football field, you target the hell out of that guy. Don says, live crowd tonight. Let's go. We got people in the house now. I love it, man. 12 o'clock. Still have been pushing 200 for pretty much this whole stream. I love it, man. Don says 200 pounds. Adams is way bigger than that little baby 170-pound defensive back we drafted. He is bigger than DJ James. That's for sure, man. He's a small guy. He's a small guy. Kevin says, Nobby, they would say it was rigged for him. I forgot about the rigged one. That'd be another response, Kevin. Yeah. They just wanted the Hawks to win because they're trying to keep the West Coast galvanized for NFL. And so he was going to win. Didn't matter whether it was Geno. If Sam was in there, they would have given it to Hal. It didn't matter at that point. It was designated that team was going to win. So the quarterback was irrelevant. Careful, Huey may show up. Oh, yeah. Huey's the poster child. Me and Huey on Russ, man. Oh, my goodness. Like says, there's a Bears content creator I like because of his Senior Bowl coverage. Their belief is Geno's success is due to Shane Waldron. Lots of coping going on. Yeah, that's, you know what I mean, Flag? Like, we'll see. And, I mean, if anything, I'd be less going to like, well, Shane's responsible for Geno's success and more going to like, well, Shane did what he did and he was held back by potentially Carroll. I would more gravitate to that as my coping mechanism if I was a Bears fan with Waldron, more than I would do the he created Geno thing. Flag, Mike McDonald's only 3 years older than Geno. Hey, the youngest coach in the NFL. Don says Mike McDonald made some killer songs like the one with Everett Legend and Kenny Loggins. All these houses all was it all is salty all is all is. Oh yeah. Mike McDonald's awesome. Shane Waldron about to make Chicago hurt. Don's, is that Heathcliff or Garfield? She's probably got more Garfield vibes than Heathcliff. She's got that Garfield kind of personality, I'd say. So he just says, check out the new Planet of the Apes movie, everyone. It's a really pleasant surprise. I will check it out. I'm looking for some good movies to take a look here. It's been a little bit of lean time, you know? Lean. Carter says the Bears fans are drinking the Waldron Kool-Aid. They better hope Pete was holding them back, because if they're going to get the Waldron we got, not a lot of pre-snap motion, no targeting in the middle of the field, no creativity in the run game. I mean, all the creativity I talked about at the top of this show with Grubb, you get that in the bare minimum level with a guy like Waldron. So they got to hope that it was him being held back. Otherwise, they're going to be in for a tough year with that rookie QB. Don't laugh out loud. That's my Mike McDonald impression. Not even saying words, just using his tone, Don. Just taking the tone. Y'all make me, yeah. I keep forgetting how to love you. I keep forgetting how to love you. I get 5 hours in stream, I start singing, folks. This is why I got to sign off. I start singing Mike McDonald, and it completely goes off the rails here. We have slid off the rails completely. Mr. Kane, I'll have to watch a flick. I'm about to do the same. Thank you, man. Hope you have a good one. Chase, thank you for the 10 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. He says, if I had to guess, how long would you say it will take the offense to find the rhythm with under Grubb? I think that it finds it faster than it's going to take for the defense. Part of it being, I think the drive here, Chase, is that the talent level is, I think, so much further along than where you're on the defensive side of the ball, that when you just have that many options to work and utilize, that it's kind of hard not to find productivity within that. And I think there are some easy advantages there for Ryan Grubb to take advantage of right out the gate. And so I think this is an offense that will find better productivity than they've had in recent years. The line will be in better shape. Some of the young players will take their steps forward. The offensive system will actually be in a position to really give the players a lot to work with. So I would estimate the offense really does come together pretty quick. I think it's certainly a top 10 offense this next upcoming year. And certainly there's a potential within it to be even a top 5 offense. But I do think the defense is going to take a lot longer because there's just more moving parts. There's more work to be done to bring it up to snuff, and it can't lean back as much upon just the pure talent of the system, of the players, like you can a little bit offensively. Daniel Brown says, just joined. What the F is happening? Chris is doing McDonald at karaoke. Drunk is the best. It gets everyone laughing. That's great. I got to pick that one next time, actually. I think that'd be a solid choice, because you can always just be like, look, I'm just doing his voice, so I'm not even trying to sing. Drunk says, what's Grubb's biggest weakness on offense? Maybe being just too multiple, you know? I think it's both with Mike McDonald and with Grubb that you could say there's the worry that you might have is that, you know, you're trying to be everything and then you're never good at the one thing specifically. You do all of this stuff, but nothing's mastered, so to speak. I don't think it's like a big, huge concern. I don't lean on it in that way, Drunk, but that is a little bit of this is the reason you get teams a little more rigid in their approach of, this is how we run our offense. We're seeking an attack here, and over here. And that's the box that we put ourselves within, because we're going to master that box within inside of it. Whereas with Grubb, it's more about, I want to have my offense be able to call upon anything that I can use as an advantage to, and have it be very wide and very different with the ways that we can go about attacking, to make sure that we can attack every inch of this field and go after every kind of scheme that they can throw at us. So that's the downside of it. There is no perfect scheme or system. There's always going to be some opening downsides to it built within a little bit. And you just hope that the pluses outweigh the minuses. And I think they do in Grubb's case. Because I think it's much more smarter to try to lean on the doing as many things as possible to be able to attack defenses in a variety of ways as you can, rather than a little bit of the old ways of being rigid. And we stick to our narrow lanes of how we're going to do what we do. Thank you, Don. Nick says, I just want DK and Gino to be a top 10. Hell, top 5 discussion. Would love to see it. I would too, man. I would too. Roxanne's the White Soul Train. Shout out to Don Cornelius. Yeah, shout out to Don. I love the McDonald reference. That's awesome. Or maybe I'll have to do a thumbnail at some point with Mike McDonald's face on Mike McDonald with all of his well-coiffed hair, the big gray hair with the quasi, mullet going through the back. I might have to do that in a thumbnail at some point. Title it, I keep forgetting. George says, so Grubb plays on what he says. So Grubb plays on what he say on the field, then game day approach. You might have, I don't know if I'm seeing what you're saying there, man. I'm sorry. Mike McDonald was handed a box of turds on defense and expected to put lipstick on a pig. It's almost a Hail Mary by John. That's why I say, Don, it's going to take some time to click in here. This shouldn't be expected that this thing gets taken care of overnight. It's going to take some time. And you're right. There's a lot of work to be done there. And I think going from the most simple to the most complicated is bound in itself to take time, regardless of where the talent is on the defense. So got to give it that time. We got to give it that patience and see where it goes. So Grubb plays on what he says on the field. So Grubb plays on what he sees on the field. Yes. He's feeling the defense and how they're leaning, and then he's going to attack off the defense how they're leaning. He's going to do some stuff in advance to where he'll attack concepts within the defense where they're vulnerable, but he's also within that seeking to attack the vulnerabilities rather than our offense runs this way. We're going to hammer in the A and the B gap, and we're going to look for our deep shots down the field. That's our offense. Like the old rigidity of our offense before, that was a rigid offense. Here's where we're going to attack. Here's where we're not going to attack. And whether that's your weakness or not, whether that's your strength, that whether we're running into the teeth of your defense by our offensive approach does not matter. Our philosophy is what matters. Who we are is what we are, and we're going to be that every single week. With Grubb, like McDonald does on his side of the ball, there's a little bit more of where are you vulnerable? Where can I attack you? How can I take advantage of where you suck? And that's what you would think ideally coordinators and coaches would do, but not all of them do it. In my opinion, Drunk, because of that rigidity that does exist in the minds of some of these coaches where, it has to be through this narrow lanes that we go and we attack and do what we do. I think the modern game, as it's becoming, for instance, more positionless, is also becoming less about your individual scheme and more about your ability to do a variety of different things to go out there and win. Variety of different things to go out there and find advantages for your football team, which if you're rigid, you probably only got a limited number of advantages that you can bring to the forefront. All right. Well, we are 5.5 hours on into the stream today. So I am going to put a little bit of a button on this one and call it a day. We had a great stream today. I want to thank all of the folks that donated. Roxanne, Garth, multiple times over. You guys are amazing. Rick, Random McDaniel, multiple times over. Problem Child, a.k.a. The Truth, multiple times over. Ran the Cut. I really appreciate all of you guys. All of the folks that have been members here now, 1, 2, 3 years, long time support on the channel. There is no doubt about it. I always feel the love here on the channel every time I go live, and I really appreciate it with you guys. As I say, you are what allows me to be able to do this full time and just jump into it. So thank you for that very much. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Do me a favor if you guys could for me. Hit that like button if you haven't already. A big little small thing, but I would really appreciate it. I also want to let you guys know I do have a clips channel that I've created. It's growing. I'm releasing clips of these live stream shows in smaller content form every single day on this new channel. So every single day, if you type in the Hawks Nest clips, you're going to find my channel. We're about over 1,000 subscribers over on that side of it, but I'm releasing about 1, 2, 3 videos a day over on that side of it. So do please subscribe on up over there. I will link it down into the description section, into the comments section here after the stream today. I'll put it down a link there for you guys if you want to go to it. But I'm really going to continue to be building up on that channel and getting clips from the live stream shows pouring on down to the clips channel, as that's been one of the most requested things here on the channel for a very long period of time. I'm trying to kind of take care of that. So, and it seems like you guys are really resonating with the clips, which is cool to see. Drug says, you think Geno can adapt to Grubb style? Because I felt like Geno air it out was not used to as much last season. He could thrive more. I do, Drunk. I think the nice thing that you have with both of these two quarterbacks in Sam Howell and Geno Smith's case is that you could say in both, these guys were at their most maximally productive when they were back in college. They were their best selves. And now it's lesser competition and all that stuff, but they were also in schemes at that time, being the sophomore year for Sam Howell and Geno's final year out there at West Virginia, where they were in spread style systems that really suited to their skill sets really well. And now you're going to have both of these players back within a spread style system, which I do, yes, believe, Drunk. That does mean that Geno's going to have a really good chance of being able to really take to that well. And this is why I think he's going to find another level of production this year. The offensive talents come forward. The offensive lines come forward. The scheme is going to come light years forward from where it's been. I put that all into the wash and say Geno comes out with an even better year than he's had the past 2 years on the back of that, if he can stay healthy at his age, which is always the big what if. Brandon Mills, have yourself a great night. Thank you so much. Garth Nightman, I salute you, brother. Thank you for all you do for this channel, all of your support. It's really, really appreciated. And thank you for making me laugh as you do throughout these streams as well, in addition to that. Young, thanks to the stream. B, good night, 12s. Have yourself a great night. Don Cornelius, you have yourself a good one. He said, my payment got declined. I'll figure it out. Thanks for what you do. Go Hawks. Well, I just appreciate you watching, hitting that like button, subbing on up, Don. So thank you for that. No worries on the other side of that. Anything that can be done is always appreciated. But you guys watching, you guys hitting the like button, that's good by me, man. That's good by me. Well, thank you guys for watching tonight. Great show with you guys. The chat is always putting the smart thinking caps on. You guys had me laughing, had me thinking, had me contemplating, as you guys always do. Part of why I love doing what I do, and I am luckiest man you guys are going to find out there and being able to do this. And it is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to do this stream with you guys every time we do go live. So thank you, man. Without fail, it is always there. Men and women alike on that. Thank you so very much. We will be back on Wednesday with we're going to be doing a schedule breakdown with Brendan, a B&B show, a special B&B show, schedule release, instant reaction. We're not going to look at the schedule. I'm just going to react to it live with Brendan. We're going to tell you what we think as far as how the schedule worked out, the wins, the losses, the final records, early predictions, all that good stuff coming at you this Wednesday. But until that time, hope you guys don't forget, we've got a Byron Murphy video. I'm getting worked out. Probably try to get it out here in the next week. But until that time, until that video comes out, don't you forget, till I get you hyped up on that video, don't you forget, until I give you a comparison that's going to make you dream big when it comes to this Byron Murphy. And I'm not talking Aaron Donald, and I'm not talking some of the ones you've heard like a Grady Jarrett or Ned Oliver. I got a different one for you. I got a Hall of Fame comp for you, and I think you guys are going to like it quite a bit. But until that time, until those streams, until that upload, please do not you ever forget, go Hawks.